What's cracking, everybody? Welcome to another edition of PWT, Top Pod In, Pro Wrestle Times Podcast. Hairline here.
Yeah.
Phil here. Yeah, usually I go first, but I thought I'd fucking do a little switcheroo this time.
That fucked me up.
Yeah, it fucked me up too. Guys.
Yeah, never again.
How is your all in recovery? How's all that? This show, we're going to cover all of WWE's go home shit to Payback, John Cena's return. We're going to cover Payback, and we're going to cover fucking All Out, I guess. Probably all on this episode. With that being said, let's get into some news, some hot news, because there's always some hot news when it comes to pro wrestling. But first, let me shout out our lovely patrons, Reggie Rodriguez and Ashley V. Reggie's back. He had a little vacation himself. Yeah, welcome back, Rico.
Yeah.
And yeah, shout you guys out, guys. Patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times. Get our watch-alongs, get our exclusive content. I don't know. We do reaction videos that are like watch-alongs. I know this is an audio podcast. Some of our clips as well, if you guys haven't seen, go check out like the Paul London doing the Aubrey Edwards impression, kind of blew up over at Pro Wrestle Clips on YouTube. Check that out, guys. There's the actual clip in there. We're going to start doing more little video snippets in the clips as well as time goes on. You guys over on the Clips channel, we're almost at 700 subs. On this one, we're riding close to 200, I think, 150, 200. Crazy because we didn't think we were going to hit this by the end of summer. It is currently September 1st at the time of recording. Hit that like and subscribe button because that's the easiest, freest way to support us. And you guys do so much of that already. And that's why we're kicking ass and we're YouTube partner. And yeah, we're the top pod. Other than that, man, just check us out at Pro Wrestle Times everywhere on social media. We're PWT Podcast on TikTok, where we're blowing up to. And yeah, guys, speaking of socials and social media, we're going to talk about Raw real quickly. But before that, there's obviously the Dramers hairline, especially coming out of all where CM Punk had to smack a motherfucker again. And there's lots of stuff. We tried to cover it all in the Uber Goober episode last time, hairline, but there's just more. There's more to talk about. Are you ready for that?
That was like the worst episode in PWT history.
Right.
And yes, I am ready.
We'll start with AEW, I guess, and then transition into WWE. After All Out, Punk attended the Cauliflower Alley clubs. They had some sort of Hall of Fame or some sort of live thing. Right. And I guess he grabbed the mic and he started shooting a little bit. Apparently he said some funny things. One quote I was able to get here per PW Flashlight, quote from CM Punk. Tony Khan shares a bank account with his dad that tells you everything you need to know about that guy. So he's like going hard. And the news from Wrestling Observer has come out saying CM Punk reportedly lunged at Tony Khan after the backstage brawl with Jack Perry, yelling, "I quit." Monitors were knocked down during all this. Joe was very upset and went to calm Punk down. A bunch of idiots are interpreting that like, oh, Punk has heat with Joe and shit. It's like, that's completely the opposite of what it was. But everyone's trying to say Punk lunged at Tony Khan. That's what Wrestling Observer is saying. And also Wrestling Observer saying an anonymous source who is has nothing to do with anyone in this discourse, who was backstage and witnessed the brawl, say that Punk sucker punched Perry and blah, blah, blah. That's what Meltzer and them are saying today. What are your thoughts on all that?
Man, I'm just like, I'm over it. God, I don't mean to side tangent, but I see a lot of the neckbeards comparing this to shit that's happened in the WWE, as far as like Vince getting punched by Brett, the Jericho versus Goldberg, even though that's WCW, but
Jericho Goldberg was WWE. Actually, it blew over in the WWE.
Guess who's doing some editing? His name's Phil. But yeah, so like Jericho yeah, like kind of like Jericho and Goldberg too. Just they're making all these examples and they're doing their comparison crap like they always are, man. But it's like the difference between WWE and AEW is like the locker room is more of like self, like the word's not disciplined, but like what's the word I'm looking for here?
They're just more professional,
Self-regulated.
man. Yeah, they're self-regulated.
Yeah,
They police themselves more.
yeah,
And
there we go. Yeah.
yeah. And they let a little bit of that take place because a bit of that needs to take place. And that's what Punk can't handle. He's just like, dude, do you not understand that if you went to WWE and said any shit like that, Roman would make you get off the bus. I'm just going to smack your little fucking cocky ass. You know what I mean? That's kind of the difference, right? Like Roman kicked Enzo off the bus. Benoit kicked Miz out the locker room. You think Benoit wouldn't have whooped an ass? Could you imagine someone doing that to like Bob Holly or fucking Eddie Guerrero
No.
or like do you guys really think like Dean Malenko wouldn't have fucking twisted one of these guys fucking fingers off doing some shit like that? It's crazy to
Pretty
me,
sure
man.
Dean Malenko is over in AEW though as one of the
Yeah, but a lot of
backstage
those guys
guys.
are just getting checks, bro, which we're gonna get
Yeah, a
into
big
here.
check.
Yeah, a lot of them are getting just checks, bro, and
I would
it's
have paid
never been
him
obvious.
every fucking time.
Let's just read
I don't
some
know.
of the news. We're just gonna scroll through here because there's marks with opinions, of course. Like Wrestling News Co. Like, here's the thing, guys, right? We're called Pro Wrestle Times, and all these marks go, the Times, what? This is opinions, not news. Yeah, bro. The word Times doesn't mean you're a fucking news. We just react to shit and give our opinions. Like, how are you guys dumb? Like, you guys, anything with the word New York Times, you just take it all as fact? Oh, good to know. Yeah, but we're fucking, you guys
Yeah,
are,
yeah.
that's society, bro.
It is.
So at least
Yeah,
our
yeah.
name isn't at Wrestling News Co. Like if I see some like
Yeah.
CNN News,
Well, most
Wrestling
of all,
News, it's like, oh,
listen.
okay, they're reporting news. What they say is going to be the news. So here's what the news says: AEW is a
Hold on,
mess.
hold on, hold on.
This kind of chaos never happens in WWE. And then they just biasly list what Hairline was saying. Vince McMahon assaulted by nails. Bret Hart punches Vince. All of the
See?
JBL incidents. Chris Jericho. It's like, no, you're the news. Don't do bias shit. Sorry, you go ahead. What you were gonna say, Hairline?
I was gonna say, just thank God we're not named cultaholics. That'd be fucking ugh.
Cultaholics. Yeah, you're just never gonna not take shots at these motherfuckers. So
What? I go. Okay, that's what you would like our pod to be named? No. Okay.
so in other news, Dennis Rodman is gonna appear on AEW Collision. So that's a little side note there. Tony Khan just wants to be fucking. I mean, it's a good move. It's in Chicago, but how about don't suspend Punk and suspend the fucking idiot who started a fight with him?
So as far as the Dennis Rodman thing, it's basically I love WCW and when he came out with Hulk Hogan, but Hulk Hogan's not allowed here. Yeah, but I love wrestling.
And people were trying to say
That's
Punk
bad.
lunged at Tony Khan. No, he didn't. And Meltzer and Alvarez are such fucking Sorry, man. It makes me mad that they're such fucking stooges that he lunged at him. They just made someone up. Someone who was there who's not involved whatsoever and wants to remain anonymous said Punk actually punched him when everyone else is saying the opposite. It's like, I don't know, man. And then I saw this post saying that, like, in the UK during the All In weekend, like hundreds of UK, they sold out this fucking venue to hear Meltzer and Alvarez talk. And
Gross.
it's just like, you guys, man, that's such,
Uh,
it's just such,
talk about what?
I don't,
Yeah, New Japan. Batman? Batman and
Punk
New
is
Japan.
bad.
Yep.
Yeah. Punk, well, yeah.
Yeah,
Just
Punk
smile
bad. Yep.
schmarmy. You just want to see
Bucks.
some guys
Yep.
smile schmarmy at you. I was
Kenny Omega?
talking earlier, someone in our YouTube comments, off pod, I was talking to you about Hairline. Someone was saying, this is just your opinion on Jim Ross. We just released a video about Jim Ross is done with AEW. Like, listen to the commentary. He's done, you know? And this guy's like, this is your
Yep.
opinion. Jim Ross should be a man and do his job. But that's what some fucking guy, he deleted all of his comments because they were so dumb. And he's saying, yo, Jim Ross should do his job. He's taking passive aggressive shots, and I don't feel bad for him at all. And he shouldn't be passive aggressive. I'd fire him. So this guy's saying, and it's like, dude. And then I just had to point out to him, you don't remember when he tried the reports from Davey Meltsy came out, all saying that Jim Ross was like the talent backstage is getting mad that Jim Ross is continuously being critical of stuff. And remember, Brandon Cutler went on Twitter and talked shit about Jim Ross and I want to do dives with my friends or whatever he tweeted out. You remember that shit? So Jim Ross shut the fuck up. He goes out there, he does his job. And Jim Ross has earned every fucking right of airtime to go out on the air on a wrestling show and give his goddamn opinion about what he's looking at, in my opinion. So I think manning up and doing his job was telling these kids backstage, yo, don't do dumb fucking shit. Don't dive into 8 guys and it's all ridiculous. And then this guy saying he's being passive aggressive. Like, no, being passive aggressive is going on fucking Twitter and then going to Meltzer with a fake story and going, we're tired of Jim Ross talking shit to us.
Right.
So fuck you,
Or having your
guy in the comments.
yeah, or coaching your wife into fucking telling people at the merch stand that CM Punk's a cancer and all this other fucking crap.
Yeah, the security guard and all that too. You know, that's
Yeah,
passive
that
aggressive.
man
So
kicking Darby in the head. What a fucking goof.
Jim Ross just scoffing and going like, why the fuck is everything golden? That's just like him being fed up with
Yeah,
this
that's funny.
nonsense.
And it
And
popped
so
me.
it popped me too, brother. So speaking of Jim Ross, the reason I bring it up is because per Jim
Oh,
Ross on his podcast, Grilling JR, here's a quote from Jim Ross. He says, it's up to Tony Khan in large part and Barry Bloom, who is my agent. Whether we get a deal done or don't get a deal done remains to be seen. If it works out, I'm in, and if it doesn't work out, I'm out. It's that simple. So yeah, it looks like
oh.
I don't know, Jim Ross might be on the way out. It's shitty.
No, it's not shitty. None of that's shitty. He should fucking get the
No,
fuck
it's just
out of there,
shitty that
bro.
the drones are gonna attack JR now. And they're gonna go, he was
Fuck him.
yeah, dude,
It don't
really fuck
matter.
him, man.
It just sucks. He fucking he lives. No, I don't want to say lives, but he lives heavily on Twitter, man. And, like he reads all the shit people say to him. And all that, like I've seen this shit affect him before. So that's just what sucks because they are gonna attack him. I
It's
guess
just
they'll let
gross.
just JR log out. Yeah, it is gross.
What do you think he
Uh,
should do, man? Just retire, go back to WWE, something?
well, like, can he go back to WWE? Didn't they let him go because he was drunk at that video game press?
No, no, no. It wasn't that it was that it was because Ric Flair was drunk and
Oh yeah, he wasn't
yeah, and
checking him.
Jim Ross didn't like contain him. It was just a scapegoat firing. It was just a reason to fire him.
Yeah, okay, yeah, yep.
And so Stardom is trending right
Oh,
now because Tony Khan said that he would like Stardom and New Japan to both be a part of the WrestleDream pay-per-view. And it's like,
well,
okay, it's like, okay, so it's just Forbidden Door to like, I don't know, man.
Phil,
There's no rhyme or reason to any of this shit.
if I was to dream the dream of all dreams that I could dream, I would for sure dream about New Japan, dreaming with whatever federation's trending on the dream machine, known as X, formerly Twitter.
Yeah. So do you want to now before we get into some other Wrestling Observer news quickly? I know I'm drowning you, but trust me, it's going to get into WWE. But
No, it's all good,
do
man.
you want Dave Meltzer's star ratings for AEW All Out or All In, pardon me, 2023 in London?
Yeah, absolutely.
0 hour, better than you, Bebe versus Aussie Open, 2 3/4 stars.
I
Why is
give
it?
her 3 stars.
Yeah, why? Like, why not just 3? It makes no fucking
Does it like say why, or
no.
you have to
Hook
listen to a
versus
shitty
Jack
little
Perry,
fucking?
3 1/4 stars. If it's 2 3/4 and it's with a 3 1/4, I mean, we pretty much think it's the
Well,
same
I'd
thing.
probably
Might as well just give
I
it a
think
3, right, Dave?
well, Hairline here is going to give it a 3.5, which is basically a 4. Um, but but a 4 is just a 4 though.
Chick Magnet Punk versus Samoan Joseph, 3.5 stars. It's
You
crazy
argue
that
with
Punk got AEW
for shit.
$1 billion, but AEW fans hate Punk. It's the funniest shit on
Yeah,
earth.
no shit.
Anyways, Golden Elite versus Bullet Club Gold, 4.5 stars.
Yeah, probably 3.5.
FTR versus Young Bucks, 4 3/4 stars. It was
No
come on, it
stars.
was the worst of their matches. Stadium Stampede. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yes.
Four
Stars.
and a half stars. You,
How?
he's on the pay. He's Tony Khan's like, yeah, we got the mode coming out, so make sure you rate this. Like our gimmick matches, you have to rate high, Dave, because it's our thing, like Hell in a Cell, but it's this. It's so just it's beyond evident. I think people are tired of it. I told you off pod, I'm AEW fatigued. I was like, I'm almost like fully an E-drone now. Like I put on Raw and I was like, what a fucking palate cleanser of just good television wrestling, just not nonsense and
Ah,
garbage
boy.
drama. The women's
Fuck
four-way,
yeah.
2 3/4 stars. Oh, sorry, Britt Baker. Dave didn't give you 5. Sting and
Yeah,
Darby
I'll talk to him about this.
versus Swerve and Christian coffin match, 4 1/4 stars.
That match was so bad.
Will Ospreay versus Chris Jericho,
5
four and
stars.
three quarter stars.
No, it's basically a 5 though. But
Are
a
you
5 is a 5.
fucking joking me, dude? Come on, man. Even for Osprey and Jericho, it wasn't that good. Whatever though. The
Yeah, it's
Acclaimed
probably a
versus
fucking
House of
strong
Black,
4.
2.5 stars.
The Acclaim.
And then MJF versus Adam Cole, 4.5 stars. And then this is what people are saying. I don't know, man. It feels like for such a big show, there should be at least one 5-star match in there. Feels weird. Like, bro, you couldn't be more weird saying some weirdo shit like that. Yeah, man. So, and then this guy tweets out, Will Ospreay now has 28 matches rated 5 stars or more by Dave Meltzer. Kurt Angle doesn't have 1.
That's trash.
Will Ospreay currently has 28 5-star matches.
Yeah, well, I believe that.
Katsuchika Okada and Mitsuru Mishiwa both have 25 5 stars. Kenny Omega has 24 5 stars. Kenta Kobashi has 23 5 stars. Toshiaki Kawada has 21 5 stars. What? And Shingo Takagi and Hiroshi Tanahashi both have 16 5 stars.
Well, yeah, Tanahashi's dope.
Like, Dave, this is the wrestling fandom. Like, it's not Wrestling Observer newsletter. You're the Japanese Wrestling Observer newsletter.
We know how Japan feels about him. Is he like a god over there?
They probably think he's the biggest mark on planet.
He admits it. Yeah. Yeah. So small penis here.
In other news, though, we got Tony Khan. This is per Sportskeeda to Wrestling. Tony Khan names his top 5 premium pro wrestling events in 2023. He names All in London.
Oh, number 1.
Forbidden Door, Revolution, Death Before Dishonor, and Supercard of Honor. All of his own shit. Like, what an egomaniac, dude. This is, you have to be objective. I mean, shout out Tony. He's cool. So he's selling the game. He's selling the game.
He won you back over there quick. No, fuck that guy. He's a fucking goof. You're right.
God. That's pretty fucked, like, to say that with a straight face.
So, Ring of Honor's pay-per-view was better than fucking
SummerSlam.
Hold on. Where was when Sami Zayn attacked Roman? What was that? Was that SummerSlam? No,
I don't even know, dude. WrestleMania was this year.
No, but I'm just saying even that was better than like fucking.
Okay, but his shit, he couldn't have just been like WrestleMania was really good, or even like night 1 or 2 was really good. I don't know. Stupid shit. And then also obviously Tony Khan announces another fucking tournament to determine who's going to face MJF. Like, you need another one of those. And then announced for Rampage third a fucking ROH tag team battle royal. So again, this is like the third or fifth Ring of Honor battle royal, and the winner takes on the champions MJF and Adam Cole at All Out. I mean, this is just a mess. Anyways, Wrestling Observer newsletter also reported that I think the quote was straight up. I sent it to you on Instagram there. I DM'd it to you. So basically they're like the backstage, the common backstage belief is in WWE is that Edge is showing up in AEW anytime now. And that's what Meltzer and Alvarez believe. So they're pretty confident in just stating it bluntly like that. That was pretty much verbatim their quote. Yeah, what are your thoughts on that, Hairline?
Let's just play this out. Who in the WWE locker room would be stooging today. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just the unrealistic part there. You know,
I
that's
think
where
if
you lose.
I think if anything, if he does get anything from WWE, it's someone just working him. I think if anything, when he gets told WWE shit, he gets told three different things and he doesn't know. He's just putting out anything to give AEW good PR. Like, how doesn't he address how their show last night on Wednesday had like 1,500 people in the fucking for Dynamite, and you got Penta and Cassidy losing. Like when they go on, they lost like over 100,000 fucking viewers for Cassidy Penta. Like, what doesn't Tony Khan get? Just put Punk and those guys in your main events. Just don't suspend Punk. Put him on your main events on your main show, and you'll be getting huge fucking ratings. Like, what doesn't he understand? Right, this is what WWE is about to do. They got Gunther versus Gable 3, which is a huge match for Raw. And they got John Cena coming back to a bunch of SmackDowns, and he's going to be at Fastlane and Payback. What are you doing? They're about to start. WWE's going to start hitting 3 million, 3.5 million again. What are you guys doing? Cena's going, I'm making another run in the fucking ring. I can take the time to do it for my fans. He's the man. He's one of the GOATs. And
you think, oh my God, against Seth, huh? Oh,
well, this is what I think right now. Yeah, I think Cena will put Seth over one time while he comes back.
That's gonna be great.
And I think this is what we get: Cena and LA Knight versus Miz and Grayson Waller in a tag match. That's what I think we get as well. Because remember, they set up Grayson Waller Cena. They teased that before. So we know that we're getting that match as well. That's my predictions. But anyways, back to Edge. I think I'm on to something, though. I think Edge comes in. He spears fucking Christian. They build up to a big match, and then they do the Dustin Cody. Where at the end of it, Edge is like, "I need my brother" type shit, and then they team up, and then the Bucks are about to, because the Bucks are in like 4-man. They're teaming up. They're in 8-man tags with FTR. Why? Their greatest rival. Why would they do that? The reason is because we're going to get another Bucks FTR match, or we're going to get like a Bucks FTR and a third tag team match. And it's going to be like a ladder match. And then the Bucks are going to fucking win it. And then Edge and Christian, if he goes to AEW, Edge is going to wrestle Christian. And then they're going to team up. And then we're going to get the Bucks versus Edge and Christian. I promise it. I fucking promise it. And we're going to get ENC versus FTR, because they're all really good friends in real life. And we'll get Edge and Christian versus the Hardys one more time, because Tony's a mark, and we'll see that. I guarantee we see it. And Edge likes wrestling all the different guys. Really think about, I don't know, he came back and gave a bunch back to WWE, right? So he might go there and see what it's all about and grab a shitload of money. And he might have, with all of the nonsense garbage backstage, you got to think Edge has a clause, like, he'll be smart enough to write in there, like, at any time I want out, we can walk away amicably past this date or something. If any, you got to know he's smart enough to write it in the contract. If any bullshit happens, if any of your fucking goofballs backstage, California kids touch me, But ENC have put Kenny Omega over as like, Edge has put Kenny over as like one of the reasons he got back into wrestling heavy, and that inspired him to want to get back in the ring. And he's put the ENC have put the Young Bucks over too, like a bunch in the past. So that could be a thing. And if Meltzer's just confidently going, oh, well, yep, they all believe he's going to show up. The last time he just confidently said that, I'm pretty sure he was right. He was saying that about Brian and shit, right? So, like, I don't remember the last time they well, I'm just telling you, man. I'm just telling you the facts. So
your facts are based off Dave Meltzer.
Yeah, I know it's crazy to say, but I'm just objective, bro.
Well, but you get where I'm coming from, right?
You don't think Edge will take the money and run?
No, I don't think he's disloyal to Vince.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was just fucked at the press conference when like Tony's sitting there going, oh, and I don't know, Dave would actually know more about this. And then he lets Dave grab the mic and like explain to everyone like he's a part of things. Like, well, WWE wouldn't, I don't know. And he's like, oh, Dave would actually know that. It just is so telling about their relationship and why Dave is such a shill. It's like Tony Khan like puts him over. Like, actually, Dave would know more than me. I'm just a billionaire. He would know more than me about the numbers and these sort of things. It's like, no, Tony, don't give him power like that. Bischoff knew he knew less than anyone else. Vince knew Meltzer, always knew less than anyone else. You're putting Meltzer over for knowing more than you in your business. Fuck. Anyways, let's review Raw.
Fucking gross. I can't believe
Yeah.
he does that. But yes, Raw.
So Raw emanated from Memphis, Tennessee.
Yeah, how?
Yeah, whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. The crowd is just chanting that
Goddamn right.
so much. So the show opens up. They obviously do a Wyatt Funker kind of tribute at the beginning. Sami comes out and he the crowd was super into him. And yeah, he hyped them up. And basically he had a match with Damian Priest of Judgment Day. Hairline, your thoughts on all this?
So he did that moonsault off the ropes.
The Arabian Press.
Okay, thank you, because fucking the commentary didn't know what the fuck it was called. Oh yeah, I wrote down in my notes, what is this move called? Because neither fucking God, not to fucking make it like this, but at least Excalibur would know what fucking little fucking
The Arabian Press made famous by the likes of Sabu and Christopher Daniels.
Yep, see, there you go.
And Hayabusa in FMW. Sorry, go ahead. You're gonna get me off fucking.
Oh,
bringing up Excalibur on this show.
Yeah, man. So fucking JD came down to the ring and did the fucking assist. More fucking them teasing JD running off fucking Priest. I fucking hate to see it, man.
I hate to say I told you so.
Shut up. So yeah, man. It's basically fucking. He came out there, tried to help him. Did help him. He only won because of him. But nah. He said, "I don't need you, bud." And then, while the camera was fixed on Priest, KO came out and they attacked the Funko Pop, So
yes, sir. And then and then when they went to commercial break, YouTube or Raw exclusive, I don't know if this aired on Peacock or what, but they Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens brought Jerry Lawler out to the stage to his theme music, and he got a huge ovation, huge Jerry chants. And shout out Jerry the King Lawler, heart attack survivor, stroke survivor, walking on his own 2 feet. The man can still go. And shout out fucking Jerry the King, man. We miss you. And shout out fucking JR, man. Come home. Come home to the Fed. The New Day versus the Viking Raiders was up next. But first, we had The Miz come out in one of his in another iconic parody of him parodying a wrestler he's feuding with, LA Knight. Yeah, the music hits, huge eruption, and fucking it's actually The Miz though. He does a pretty good impression of LA Knight, calls him vanilla. Miz is always fire on the stick. And then man, it was, what were your thoughts of all this here? I don't know. This was good to just let Miz come and do that, build great heat for the fucking match. Yeah, your thoughts?
Commentary fucking note here. Wade goes, "I want my money back." And he was all like, "That's not LA Knight."
Yeah, and he popped he popped harder than anyone when LA Knight. He's like, "What? Oh!" And Cole's like, "Yeah, you should call." He's like, "Well, no, it's a mega star, Cole." I love that shit, dude. Way better than Kevin Patrick. The mega star is here on Raw.
You better stop.
So up next though, man, we get Eric and Ivar out there. And we get the fucking New Day's music hit. And I don't know, man, Memphis was feeling the New Day and I was feeling the New Day. And I said it before and I'll say it again. It is just a breath of fresh air to have the New Day back in WWE, tag teaming, having tag team matches. They come out, they're fucking dancing away. I think actually before this though, I jumped the gun and Matt Riddle and fucking Drew had a little backstage thing and they're calling themselves McRiddle. Riddle's like, here's you wearing my gear, we have matching gear, bro. And he's setting it up like every great team does this, and it's all just leading to the Drew heel turn, which we saw at the end of this match. Basically the Viking Raiders get the win, but I was just wanted to say about Eric or Ivar, I forget which one's who, but that big guy's just bumping around like a motherfucker for the New Day. I was like, what the fuck?
It's Ivar.
Yeah, Ivar. He was just bumping around like, bump outside of the ring, bump on the announce. I'm going, holy shit, man, this guy can.
Yeah, man. He sells good.
Right. And so, Hairline, your thoughts on this whole.
Dog.
Basically, they're just setting up though McIntyre. Oh, I didn't mean to do that, and I didn't mean to do this, but it's ultimately a heel turn.
He didn't. No.
Yeah, he's gonna
Um,
Claymore Riddle. That shit's done. But yeah, your thoughts. This is a really good match, and I just love New Day, brother.
yeah, New Day's dope. I need to get a Drew McIntyre shirt. It's a
Yeah,
shame I don't have one yet.
he's turning heel.
Um, so Wade goes, has anyone ever wore antlers down to the ring before? And then when they came back from commercial break, Cole was all like, yeah, the Barbarian.
The Barbarian, actually.
Uh, yeah, do you recall the Barbarian?
I do,
I don't.
absolutely. Yeah, I recall when he
Yeah.
teamed with Mang, and so
I didn't
so
feel.
Gunther comes
Shout
out.
out to Phil.
Imperium,
Sorry.
they do their thing. They're looking like $1,000,000. Fucking Gunther stands up on the announce table. As he does, he starts cutting his promo. He hypes me up big time for Gable versus Gunther.
Yes.
And it's gonna be on Raw, and people are like, "Oh, it's on a Payback, bro." At least it's not Shane Taylor versus Samoa Joe. And shout out Shane Taylor and Samoa Joe, but
Who?
yeah, what is that? On a pay-per-view. So they're
Samoa
giving you a
Joseph.
big match on free Raw, and you guys are complaining. Why? Because there's too many motherfuckers who pirate this wrestling shit. And that's another thing I'm gonna start.
Well,
We're gonna start it.
like here,
Yeah.
I don't know, man. These are like kind of two different things, like to compare though. Here, man. Like, who doesn't have $5 for Peacock? Like I don't know. Like everyone has Peacock now.
Right.
Not everyone has fucking $60 for fucking a 6 hour Tony Khan fucking pay per view.
Yeah, and we deep dived it a bit on the show, but basically we talked about, and I tweeted, or I posted, formally tweeted about how, yeah, like you go on these illegal sites. Not that I go on them, but let's say I did, and you see it, man.
Yeah, let's say you do.
The Ring of Honor shit, like when it's a Ring of Honor final battle, it gets more hits on the illegal shit than like SummerSlam does. And you can see that. You can track that shit, man. Dynamites get more hits than Raw do and shit as far as still, like, I'm telling you, man. But then look at Honor Club. There was something like 20,000 subscribers or some shit I heard. Some like complete, I might be talking out of my ass, but it was either like
You
20,000
do
or
that.
200,000. Yeah, it was one of those. No, it was a 2 in the front there in the thousands. And it was like, maybe it's 20,000 or something. I can't remember, but it was like, I was just baffled by that. And it's like, you look at the numbers online, it's like, if all those people were buying Honor Club, it's crazy, but they're not gonna. And there's in no world by any metric can you say that a fucking final battle has ever been bigger than a SummerSlam. So yeah, that is funny to me. But that aside, they're getting me hyped for this big match in WWE. I was saying it maybe off pod, maybe just on pod, but WWE, man, they're bringing Cena back. They keep doing these big matches, and especially for go homes leading up to the pay-per-views, Raw, SmackDown, they have these big title matches. They have one match. Everyone keeps complaining, oh, why are they doing this? You guys, every show go home in WWE before pay-per-view, they're showing us that they're going to put one match that's pay-per-view caliber on these shows. Why? Because then you can build a show around that and still have a good rating. There's the infamous, oh, it's hard to get. Tony Khan was just saying it's hard to get things on a go home show. No, dude, give us Ray versus Theory or whatever. Give us LA Knight versus whoever. Give us fucking
It's hard. What
yeah,
do
it's
you
like
mean?
give us Gunther versus Gable 3. They built up to it so well, and everyone's
Tony,
going, it should be on the pay-per-view, but it's not. The problem with Dynamites are every week people are like, Tony Khan every week gives us the pay-per-view quality card. And it's like, that's the problem, you
no,
know?
yeah, exactly, man. That's what I was about to say. Like, fucking, hey, Tony, maybe you need a squash match or a 5 minute match, and then you would have time.
Yeah. Or maybe you don't do a
Time.
Texas Chainsaw death match a week before you do a Stadium Stampede death match, and then a coffin
Yeah.
match, and then a Jungle Boy car limo match, all in the same card.
And then, most of all, with the limited free time you do have, please stop playing clips from the week before. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So, anyways, though, this all led what we're bibbling and babbling about was Gunther basically talks some shit. Gable comes out and he fights Ludwig Kaiser. And I don't know, man. These guys are just smooth as butter together. It ended in a disqualification. The O'Connor roll was about to
Oh, crap.
was getting hit, was being landed or applied, however you want to put that, on fucking Kaiser. And then Vinci just said, fuck that, jumped in, attacked him. Otis
Nah.
came in real fired up, real laying his shit in.
What I like about this match, man, is Conan was really like focusing on the submissions and holds and like fucking it was Andre versus fucking Hogan, man, where they're locked up in that fucking test of will, that test of might for the first 5 minutes, fucking real wrestling, man.
Yeah.
Shout out to Conan for that shit. And Conan was also laying shit in heavy, man. Otis was great on the outside. It's just, God, man. It's just, it sucks we sat through all that just for fucking an interference. It was all like, God damn it, dude, I'm invested in this. I want to see a fucking winner. And like, nah. So just
Yeah.
fucking unfortunate, man.
Fair enough. It's just
I
trying to keep
guess,
everyone strong, you know?
yeah, no, I get it's more or less trying to get me to tune in the next week. And like, it is an episodic television series. So like, I get
Right.
it. It's just like, man, it was just such a fucking competitive match. Borderline like some Ring of Honor shit. Old school Ring of Honor shit.
Right. And throughout this this show, they paid tribute to once again to Terry Funk and Bray Wyatt. I think it was very class. They did a SmackDown and a Raw. They may even do SmackDown this week, who knows? But just paying tribute to both Funker and Bray. There was 2 of them, so give them 2 episodes. And just wanted to say quick, the marks online going like, oh, AEW's tribute show to Brody Lee was, man, go fuck yourselves, period. That's all I got to say about that. That's the dumbest
That's
shit.
crazy.
That's the cringiest shit. You could not be more unwelcome in any circle that I'm at as far as wrestling's concerned. I'll hang out with the biggest fucking neckbeard before I hang out with someone saying some shit like that, even though you probably fall into that category too if you were saying some shit like that. But before this match, they also played like a Bray Wyatt tribute video, which is really beautiful. Part of me, they played this video, I think, a couple times now, or I watched it on YouTube or something. So I was familiar with it already. I teared up over it already, but so it was good shit, pal. It was just RIP Bray. That's all I can say. And RIP Funker, man. It's tough you guys are gone. But like Michael Cole said, they were entertainers and they would want people to be fucking sports entertained. That's what
Right. And also, shout out and rest in peace to former Raw host
Bobby Barker. Yeah, shout him out too, man. He was great. And yeah, everyone said he was the greatest special Raw guest host in history. He had the most memorable and funny episode when they were doing that. And sometimes it's even those eras too. You remember like that little era of Bob Barker and all the guest hosts like Jeremy Piven and fucking. You remember they were botching SummerSlam at the Summerfest and all that shit. Like it's just I don't know.
God.
Yeah, like
all those the commentary guy.
Steve-O and them and Umaga had to beat Steve-O up for shoot in the ring because he wouldn't fucking stay down. And Umaga was beating his ass like, no, sell my shit, you fucking idiot. Like those old guest hosting days, Jon Stewart and shit, those were hilarious, man. Don't do that again, but those were funny.
I'd much rather have any of that than fucking Adam Pearce, bro. That's all I have to fucking say.
Yeah, true that. So then up next, Seth Rollins comes out to the ring. He's mega over, obviously. I ain't got to tell y'all that. And he cuts a fiery, just another money promo. Seth's rolling, no pun intended, or every pun intended. I don't know. He's just figured out his character from a guy where I looked at him as like, dude, this guy just doesn't have a character. I don't know what it is. He's got to figure out who he is. Like, he's just a guy who wrestles good, Now he's got it. Whatever it is, he's like, I said it a million times. He's like Jack Nicholson Joker. He's just flagrant, flamboyant, but he's serious when he has to be. Like the promo with Riddle, where it's like, "Hey, you still there, bitch?" And like the promo here, where I don't know, he's just like, "Yo, like for my family, yeah, my back's hurt, blah blah blah." I don't know. And then Nakamura plays a package, and his shit. This is what he should have been from day one coming into WWE. This is like he's straight out of fucking some anime or something. It's exactly what we wanted. This is how you bring a Japanese killer assassin in. God damn it, man. And he's cutting his promos. I'm glued to the screen. Every word he's saying, his package is dope. And then he fucking comes out and Seth's like, all we get is a package. And then he gets Kinshasa'd. And I'm so hyped for this fucking title match at Payback. Obviously, Seth's going to win, but they're building. They did instead of just wearing a Band-Aid, like Orange Cassidy does, he just wears a bandage on his hand, right? And then Excalibur goes, and because of all of the title defenses that you haven't seen, he's hurt his hand, They're building a whole angle
like 5 injuries.
They're building a whole angle around Seth's back. And then after he barely scrapes by Shinsuke, it's going to play into the next angle, and then it's going to get more and more and more instead of just Orange. It doesn't play into anything. The injuries don't matter because he just dips his hand in glass and then Orange punches anyways with his broken hand. So it just doesn't mean anything. Seth's injury is going to mean something. I'm like, oh shit, Shinsuke's going to attack his back and shit. All of Rollins' moves are springboards and being quick. You can't do that without your back, homie. So I don't know. This is intriguing. I love this feud. Your thoughts on this?
Yeah, man. So I'm actually the opposite of you with Seth. I'm kind of over the whole just singing and like I appreciate him being more serious with this. Obviously, this is a more serious role, but it's like just kind of hearing the same shit every week, you know. So, but the Nakamura package was fucking dope. And Seth brought up the Tokyo Dome, so right there off the bat, this promo gets 5 stars. And then there was the sneak attack on Seth from Shinsuke, man, and fucking just setting up the pay per view. I think with Payback coming up, that's what that will be, is like the whole match of like Nakamura working his back, and then just at the last minute, Seth will barely get the fucking win.
Yeah, dude, I agree. And I'm just so excited for that match. So then up next we had Tommaso Ciampa versus Bronson Reed. I couldn't give a fuck about this whatsoever. Tommaso Ciampa gets the win as well. I don't know. I would never have a guy who looks like Bronson Reed on my roster and have him losing or doing goofy shit. He would just be a heater for some mouth. Your thoughts on this?
I skipped it.
Yeah. So
I'm not. I refuse, bro, to watch any more of like. I'm never watching Nakamura versus Bronson Reed with fucking
Ricochet in there one week, and then
or Ciampa. Like I'm never. Yeah. It is an automatic skip here on out. They ruined it.
And they fucked it up by not putting the Miz in it in any way. Like I kept predicting, it's like that was your way out to like get this stuff to end, but that's Raw's mid card for you, bro. Get used to it,
Like why did we completely bury the Bronson Reed as this big killer? You know what I'm saying? If fucking Johnny Gargano's BFF can just fucking beat him, And if nothing against Ciampa, like man, I'm not trying to shit on Ciampa. I fucking Milwaukee native, dog.
He should just be in the tag division with fucking Gargano, DIY, and then you just build your tag division. Right. There you go. It's not hard. And then they're undersized, okay, but tag teams can get away with being a little more undersized or whatever. Rhea Ripley and Dominik Mysterio were out after a break to give a promo, but it turned into a brawl with Raquel Rodriguez. I don't give a fuck about this whatsoever.
What?
I just don't care about Raquel at all, man. Even Rhea can't get me into Raquel.
But like, she needs a credible opponent. That's not Raquel.
No, I don't think so. I think they had it.
Have you seen her back?
I think they had it, and then they squandered it with her. I just don't see it personally.
What is this? This is Payback. Like, when's the next big pay per view?
I know they need
Rhea
someone
needs
for her
a defense.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, sure. She's gonna, if she squashes her on Payback, word. But I just don't want to see any more of Raquel in this. I just don't want to see her in this title picture.
But nah, man, this is like her opponent, bro.
I just don't. I don't feel that way. I don't see it that way. Raquel's lost. She's been jobbed. She's got beaten up. Okay. Her team loses. She's lost the belts, stripped the belts.
You said you. Care. You said you. This is you. It's Vince. Like what Vince.
I know. I'm just giving my opinion on how I feel.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not into this at all, and I don't think a lot of people are into this at all either. Do you know?
I don't know. I think a lot of people are invested in Liz, and they want to see.
I'm invested in Rhea and Judgment Day, so I'm down. But I want to see Raquel get jobbed and squashed. But I just think they squandered Raquel. Like this should be a bigger match than it is, and maybe in time, but. Raquel's big body, so they should have kept her away and then had her doing like smiling babyface big body over here instead of just like being in random makeshift tag teams and shit.
Yeah, you're right as far as like it should have took place at SummerSlam or some shit, but she was like injured or kayfabe injured or whatever. I'm not sure.
I don't know. That's why it was just I didn't like it. But earlier in the night at some point though, like Finn and Damian were arguing though. They're like, yo, if it wasn't for JD, you wouldn't have won this shit and da. So that shit's breaking up soon too. So we're about to see a quick flip up in the Judgment Day. And then we had a Terry Funk package. And I think they played that one again on SmackDown. Shout out Terry Funk, RIP. And then we go into the main event. Becky Lynch versus Zoey Stark in a false count, wherever the fuck match. What can I say? These girls both work good. Trish obviously gets involved. I just wasn't into any of this. I didn't really care at all. I'm not like, oh, women can't be doing that. I'm not like a mark like that, but it's like, I don't know. I just saw fucking stadium shitball shitheads and Wembley, and this was like whatever, it was just I didn't care, to be honest. And I think this is the first Raw in a long time without Cody on it. Am I not mistaken? What were your thoughts on this match in the Raw?
I just hope this is the end of the feud at Payback. I'm done. I'm over it. I wrote that in my notes jokingly. Fucking, it was cool for Trish to pay homage to Terry Funk by doing the Public Enemy ECW table spot when fucking she was throwing all the table or all the chairs into the ring.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what she was really doing, but I'm a fucking mark. So shout out to Trish on two spots here. Trish sold the fucking kendo stick beautifully, and then that bulldog at the end of the match.
Yeah, the bulldog.
Yeah. It was a bulldog. Yeah. But like just the fucking her back and all that, man. She just sold that shit fucking excellent. Anyways, and then I think my favorite spot was Becky did that twirl corkscrew off of the ropes onto the chair.
Mm-hmm.
That was on the lizard, cold blooded.
Can't believe you call her a lizard, bro.
Have you seen her?
Yes.
Okay. What are you confused about?
I never said I was confused. I just said I can't believe you say it.
It was a fucking. This ending was very fucking sports entertainment-y and feel good. You know what I'm saying? And then I have to assume you saw that when Raw went off air, Becky cut that promo about Bray and all that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to touch on that.
I don't know, man. Just beautiful words. WWE dropped like a video that's like 30 minutes long of just wrestlers giving their love up to fucking Wyndham Rotunda, man. RIP. I don't know. It emotionally sucked me. And then All In was like, what the fuck? Last week was just like, goddamn. And then this weekend's like, what the fuck? All Out and Payback. And it's just been like draining, bro.
Too much.
Like the Bray shit was too much. Yeah. So I could get into the Becky shit, but I won't because it was just gorgeous. And I don't want to I just miss Bray, bro. Honestly, I just think back to simpler times. The Wyatt family shield. Punk was home with his dog.
And his hot wife.
Yeah.
Writing comic books.
All right. So, yeah.
That's a pretty good gig.
That was Raw. No Cody. So there you go. No Cody, no Brock.
Man, I don't want to say it doesn't need Cody because obviously it would help ratings, but Cody was there, yada, yada, yada. I was going to say technically the brand split, isn't he on Raw?
Yeah.
The brand split doesn't fucking
matter. No, it doesn't matter. Okay. So hairline a little earlier on the show, I misspoke. CM Punk wasn't there for the Cauliflower Alley Club Hall of Fame. He was there for the CAC Iron Mike Mazurki Award. He received it. He was the recipient. And
nice.
Let me just read what they wrote about it. And guys, we'll go through and clip out what he said and actually cover what Punk said. We got a lot of PLEs and shit.
That's the sizzle.
But this is what the Cauliflower Alley Club said. They said tonight at the CAC Awards banquet in Las Vegas, AEW star CM Punk receives the Iron Mike Mazurki Award, given to individuals who have made exceptional contributions to professional wrestling and have exhibited outstanding dedication to the sport, both inside and outside of the ring. Yeah,
man, he deserves that shit.
He does. And with all of the drama going on, and we're about to talk about AEW, which is why I bring this back up. We're about to review Dynamite, where there was about 1,500 people in the arena, which we're going to get into. But CM Punk, this is news I read on X, formerly known as Twitter earlier. CM Punk, despite all the nonsense, despite all the drama, despite all the chaos, despite all the, really, it's only the marks online who are going, real people who spend money love CM Punk, which shows because he's the top merch seller by far in AEW. After the Wembley event, after everything, the numbers came out. WrestleNomics reported CM Punk, the top merchandise mover in all of AEW. So,
man,
there you go.
That's super unfortunate for Mr. fucking Pro Wrestle T-shirts that he has to print a bunch of CM Punk T-shirts all the goddamn time.
Yeah, is he just mad? Is he an elitist or what?
Yeah, well, like I don't know. Like I never like dove into like their beef with each other. I knew they just used to be like really, really, really good friends and shit. And then they had a falling out.
Who had a falling
You
out?
know, the guy from Dark Order? Okay, who when CM Punk left the WWE, whose podcast did he go on and talk all that
Colt
shit about the
Cabana.
fucking? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Colt Cabana runs that T-shirt
Christ.
shit.
Jesus fucking Christ.
What
Dude,
was
I
that,
wouldn't.
dude?
Dude, no. This is the thing. I would have never even known Colt Cabana if it weren't for you. I didn't even know who that was until you showed me who he was. You know what I'm saying?
Doug,
So like now you're like, I
man,
don't remember
listen,
him. He wears the
I
thing.
gotta fucking. Yeah, well,
Fuck.
I'm trying to describe him, Doug. Listen, I have to drive through Chicago. I do shows a lot, bro, and there's a bunch of fucking pro wrestle T-shirt
Yeah, yeah.
fucking billboards and
So
shit.
Colt Cabana runs Pro Wrestle Tees. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
So he
the
had a
more you know,
falling
bro.
out with CM Punk, and then obviously the fucking Elite like helped to blow up that website, and like, but Colt Cabana's not even like on AEW ever or Ring of Honor really ever anymore. Anyways, which is weird. They just brought
Yeah,
him
you get that
back.
match
They
against
just brought
Jericho.
him back for that one match, yeah, to fucking diss CM Punk, which is so fucked up, man.
Well,
Think
basically, what do you after wrestling Chris Jericho? What else is there left for you to do as a professional
think about
wrestler?
all that shit the Bucks did, like mocking Punk, and they never gave the match. They brought Colt in to wrestle Jericho, never gave. What a bunch of
Little
fucking
girls.
But anyways, though, yeah, CM Punk, the top merch seller, and shout Punk out for that. This Dynamite that we're about to get into, which where was it emanating from? Hairline. I think I have it here.
Chicago.
From oh
Yeah.
right, they're in Chicago. You don't have fucking Punk. Wait a minute. They were in Chicago at this Dynamite leading into this all out, and they had like
Yeah, they're all week.
what were the tickets sales though? So that people heard Punk wasn't
Not
there
enough.
and they're just like, fuck this. Cause I think I read online it was literally like 1,500 people. And there you could see when Mox came out and the fucking camera panned, they were doing dumb camera shots of him because you could see the whole other half of the arena and it was just blanket empty. And we'll compare that to SmackDown, which we're also going to review. And SmackDown, when the show started, you can tell what WWE's doing too. SmackDown, the show started, the cameras backed up, and they're showing the whole full building, and then they zoom into the part opposite of the stage that AEW had tarped off at Wembley. And I personally am going, I think SmackDown purposefully did that just to flex. Do you think, Hairline?
I don't think on purpose, but like they should be because fucking Tony's taking all these little girly little shots and having Paige be a fucking goddamn Hulk Hogan mark.
There's reports that there will be it's like a 10 to 11,000 people that'll be at Payback. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think Payback will be a packed house, man. WWE just never really like they've had low attendance issues like in the past, but like they've been firing on all cylinders, so it's not even like comparable. I would think,
Dude,
you know.
I know,
I got,
right? Like
I guess flexing.
this shit
I
was
love
so bad and like AEW notoriously has bad follow-up dynamites after their pay-per-views, but this was notoriously bad. And someone DM'd us, like one of the listeners or something. This one guy, he just loves AEW, and that's fine. But
shout out to him.
he's like Wembley, the greatest pay-per-view ever. No, like one of the greatest of all time. Like after Wembley, and I was like, no, it really wasn't. And then
Nope.
after Dynamite, he's like, what seems off about this Dynamite? And I was like, well, bro, there's like 1,000 people in the building, and fucking they just suspended Punk, and they're in Chicago, and AEW notoriously has the worst Dynamites following pay-per-views. And he's like, even when MJF cut the Mark promo, I'm like, dude, yes. And that was one good moment. And that's the outlier, sure. But that was one moment. Like that, the whole rest of that Dynamite sucked dick besides that moment. So I don't know what they're doing. Why would you main event Orange? Like Tony Khan really thinks like he has something here with Cassidy. And we're going to talk about it, but you main event after your big all in with Cassidy, they slump the ratings. You let them do Marcus goof shit in front of 1,000 people. Like, what do they think they're honestly doing?
It's great.
this really, to me,
Well, no, we had the Golden Elite, and there's all these other things going on too.
and I hate to be this guy, you guys, because I'm the guy who OG was batting for AEW the whole time, but I went into this going, what's the point? What's the point of this tonight? What's the point of reviewing this? What's the point of watching this? What's the point of any of this? We're gonna break this down as we go along, but I just will note this, and then we'll circle back to it.
Yeah,
The sizzle, just the
the
fact that
fucking
Orange Cassidy. We had some mark in our comments going, we're like laughing at the Orange Cassidy dip in the hand and glass, and they're like, "Well, I thought the whole point of that was to be like, well, he's fighting Mox next." First off, if that's how you guys build, if that's storylines to you, that I'm sorry, yeah, that's sixth grader. Like, you need to be reading Robert Munch books, eating a fucking cheese string, leaving me the fuck alone, because that is insanely immature and dumb. First off, second off, just this whole thing is basically the overlying story in AEW right now is Orange Cassidy's the champion, but he's got to do all this shit in order to earn a shot against Mox. Like, it just shows you how Mark Tony Khan is for WWE and shit. Like, and people go, "Oh, AEW's the elite." Okay, well, they're not the top merch sellers. They're not the top draws and ratings. They're not the most over tag team. They're not in the hottest storylines. So are they really AEW? Because if they went away, it's really not. It's really not this, like, they're just in like an echo chamber bubble reaffirming themselves. This ridiculousness just shows you that WWE guys made this company. Jericho is doing some of their best shit, and Jericho is their first champion. Moxley, the champion has to fight his way to Moxley. Like, Moxley means more than this international belt. Like, you guys have no idea what you're doing. You don't. There's literally a bunch of people who have no fucking clue what they're doing. Sorry, these guys have no idea what they're doing, and the only guy who does know what he's doing is getting suspended every 2 weeks and is knocking people out and has to have his own TV show where no one watches TV. So, sorry, I ranted and raved and buried AEW. Hairline, we're in Chicago, Illinois. We start things off with Jon Moxley versus Commander with Alex Abrahantes. And I just bursted out laughing, and I didn't write down every Taz line, but Taz is 100% done with AEW. Hairline, I know you wrote down some of the things he said, or where Excalibur multiple times throughout the show said things, and Taz, and this is really a big deal. And then Taz just did not respond, and Excalibur goes, "Oh, okay. Oh, okay." Like, Taz is, yeah. So anyways, like, Taz is not only, he's completely checked out, right? So
I love it.
Jim Ross is leaving. We said it on our show before. We basically predicted it. We were like, Jim Ross is out. His contract's up. We talked about it earlier in the show. Taz as well he's done. He's checked out. Him and Hook will be in NXT before 2025. Mark my words. Sorry, Hairline, give me your thoughts on this match. I don't even want to speak on it.
I just thought I was being ribbed with the show opening up with Max.
Yeah.
And then all the opponents, Commander,
Yeah.
And I think most of all, we can now 100% confirm that it is indeed Rocky that he is watching with those punches he was doing.
Yeah.
I'm assuming he was trying to do Terry Funk punches, but man,
I don't even want to. Terry Funk would roll. There's a reason Funk didn't do an appearance for AEW, Daddy. He appeared in every promotion ever except that one. R.I.P. Funker.
Well,
I'm just joking.
He did say, like, probably like a year or two ago, he just wants to be left alone, and he's given his life to this, so please just leave him alone. He wants to just chill at the ranch, yada yada. But man, Commander really took fucking Mox to the limit on the outside of the ring, which is just kind of like, guys, like, it's just like, if Mox is so great, why can just this random luchador who's super inspired by fucking Ray Phoenix just take Mox to the limit? I don't know, man.
It's pure trash. I know I'm jumping the gun, but like, Orange does Penta in this match, and then you have Moxley wrestle Commander in a 50-50 match, but then Orange is your international champion. But then at the press conference, you stooge that Orange wants to wrestle Mox, but then the belt's on the line against Penta. So then it's like, we already know who's going to win. and then but then Mox goes 50-50 with Commander, but then Orange has to do this to get his dream match against a guy who doesn't have a title, but he's had the title for 30 defenses. You couldn't bury everyone more, you know? Like nobody, like
Yeah.
everyone's just buried in this situation. Like how the fuck it might yeah, you know, this like I don't know. I was going to All In might be closing time. It might be like I might like tap out of AEW for a bit. I just for real, I'm not kidding. It's crazy. I know. I might just like check the things I like and start fast forwarding through shit because I can't do this. You know, I really can't do this. Sorry. So footage is back from
I've been, yeah.
so backstage at All In,
this.
FTR are backstage. They go up to the Bucks, and the Bullet Club Gold interrupted. Now, okay. First off, the Bucks, the Bucks are fucking. They're just not good actors. Get them a manager. Let them do flips. They're just not good fucking actors. They're not good talkers. They're not good. They're not believable. They're trying too hard. It's something like in the indies they were way better, and then now that they're like trying to do WWE or so, I just don't know. It's really bad. FTR are okay, whatever, but then they go in there, show more respect after they just showed respect in the ring, but now you're going to go show more respect, and then BCG are going to walk in and go, yeah, we won. Oh, hey, I know. How about us versus you guys? But like, don't you have a vendetta with the Elite? Why don't you go, yeah, now Bucks, you guys are, why the fuck do you want FTR involved in this? Why would FTR agree to do this? Why would they go backstage to blow the Bucks more after they already showed each other respect out there? What does Bullet Club Gold gain by not just isolating the Bucks and jumping them like they did Kenny? So they just jump Kenny, but they don't just roll the Bucks. And then FTR runs back and saves them or something. Oh, but they did that on Dynamite. Okay, but so why did they do that? It's just none of this shit makes sense. It's so dumb. And now we have FTR and the Bucks are going to team up in 8-mans. I predicted this on the show a couple weeks back. I said we're eventually going to get FTR and the Bucks teaming up in passing, and then we didn't even touch on it. But I said it. Now, do I love BCG? Yes. But it's almost like the Bucks are trying to suck off of the Bullet Club and FTR's heat that they have, like, because they're over as fuck with everyone, and the Bucks aren't over at all. And Brian Last said something on the Jim Cornette Experience that was very riveting. He said,
shout out to Brian Last.
He's like, listen, everyone's seen all the Bucks' moves, right? And then after, and then now they're bosses and shit, so we know they're in charge of shit. But then after we see them, like we see all the drama and all that stuff, it boils down to, okay, what can you guys do now that you're on national television and you're not just on my Twitter feed or when I throw on a pay-per-view or a PLE, now that you're like actually featured weekly, week to week, what do you guys have to offer that other people don't? And that is they have no character. They don't have, there's no good stories. The gimmicks, like kind of like, what's the gimmick? You're just smarmy assholes, you know, like, hey, you know, people do that better than you know. So sorry, Hairline, what were you gonna say to that?
Yeah, I was just saying I love that Brian basically said what you said there. Fucking there's no sizzle anymore, you know.
Yeah, like what is there to offer beyond like, okay, I've seen all your cool flips, I've seen the Meltzer, and I still love them, but like you gotta fucking pick and choose. Yeah. Anyways, though, I'm going on and on just dissecting, but this Dynamite needs to be dissected because this is exactly what's wrong with this company, man. Anyways, Bullet Club Gold are going to fight FTR and Bucks in an 8-man. I'm predicting it now, and I've been right about all this the whole time. We're going to get one of the we're going to get like Jay and Juice versus Young Bucks versus FTR in like a 3-way ladder match. The Bucks are going to get the belts, and then we're going to see the Elite and whatever break off and do their thing for a bit, because I do believe the Bucks do want those tag titles back. That's why they went to the division, but they did the right thing by giving FTR the trilogy, but they're going to keep FTR strong. They're going to figure out a way to get the belts off them without pinning them. So I just foresee, like a 3-way ladder match. Right. Yeah. So Renee Paquette's interviewing Tony Storm backstage, and this was great. Renee's like, listen, you know, Storm's been sad about what's her face winning the title. And it's just as I predicted. Tony comes in and she's just like, don't get me wrong, I'm super happy for Saraya, but she went completely off the script. I can't trust you. I can't trust her. I can't trust Ruby. I can't trust these shoes. She threw her shoes. And she's like, for my performance. She's like, she ruined my performance. Like, she's an actress now and it's a performance. And I love this. I love what they're doing with Toni Storm. And shout out putting it on Dynamite, but unfortunately, Orange Cassidy crashed your fucking ratings into a cliff later in the show. So sorry. It's just like Tony and Orange are sitting there. Sorry. But yeah, sorry. What did you make of Toni Storm?
I just wish she would go back to WWE, bro. She's really like
I don't think they have let her found this character without it. Yeah. So you're maybe now with this character in WWE, money, but she would have never been allowed to do it if
Is there anyone better than her on the female roster at the moment? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I think she may be the top dog.
She's the top. Yeah, top.
Yeah, she's the Rhea. Yeah, she's the Rhea. Hey, I'm kind of jumping ahead here, but as Jericho was coming out, Tony Schiavone was all like, "I think Tony needs counseling," and Taz goes, "Yeah, me too."
Yeah, me too. He's done. He's so done. So Jericho comes out to the ring alone. And yeah, man, I don't know. Again, I just don't think he's like as over. He's just like, I'll never forget the show at Wembley.
What are you talking about?
Fozzy played in front of our biggest crowd ever. And how I treated my brother Sami after the match. Sami, if you're back there, please come out now. He comes out. No one cares. Actually, I think Sami had a little bit more heat from after All In, but he's so cringe on the mic. They go back and forth. Jericho's like, yo, I know you pushed me. I know I pushed you. Sorry, but I was frustrated. And I should have never taken it out on you. We all lie, cheat, and steal. And I want to apologize to you. And then Sami's like, so cringe. Sounds like a toddler. I told you, Chris, I always have your back. He's just so bad at promos. He's so unbelievable. And yeah, man. So basically they're beefing. And Sami and Jericho hugged and smiled. Now, that being said, later in the show, Don Callis, Sami, that's all I'll say.
You shut the fuck up.
He's going to join the Callis family. We already know it's coming.
That was horse shit.
So your thoughts on that Jericho Sami segment there?
It was beautiful to hear that entire arena in Chicago fucking all in unison sing fucking Judas. Phenomenal. I'm all about that shit.
Dude, so like the people not in the bathroom, how many are there? Like 1,000? You know what I mean? And you're trying to talk about an arena full of people.
Yeah, that's a good point. I did not like how Jericho said shoot though. He goes, and that's a shoot, brother. And it's just like, come on. You can't be doing that to them.
Yeah, 81,000, and that's a shoot number or whatever. It's like, okay.
Just knock it off. It was very gentleman of Jericho to admit his faults. Very adult. Like I said, Chris Jericho, the most humble man on the entire AEW roster. So, of course, he would suck it up and say, Sami, I was wrong. You were right. I shouldn't have shoved you. I was just in the moment. But yeah, then there was this bickering back and forth and whatnot. Jericho, Tony, I want a second best friend angle.
Tony.
One best friend angle.
I had one best friend, Tony, but I need to tell you. Hold on. It's gonna be huge. What I'm about to say is about to be huge. Ready? Things are going to shit, Tony. Believe me, I didn't want them to, but after Wembley, I had an epiphany. It's great. This will be great. Ready? Me in another best friend angle. Now I know what you're thinking. I know.
Yeah, great.
Adam Cole, MJX, whatever his name is. I created MJF. We did Dinner Debonair. That was way better than Adam Cole. It drew bigger ratings. Now listen, the pandemic, it was huge. I know.
Oh, you're right. Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, that's the highest merch sales right now. They're the Band-Aid shirts.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. I don't know. It's just like I said. It's like he's like, no, I need to be in a best friend angle. You know, I can't stand this show.
Tony, I need a second best friends angle. Good call on Sami though, sucking it up and doing these tag matches because your next Ring of Honor champions are indeed the Sex Gods. Yeah, and that's not a shoot, brother. Yeah.
So up next we have the New Japan Pro Wrestling Strong Openweight Championship match between Eddie Kingston and Wheeler Yuta. Again, it's just like Kingston has a belt sometimes, he doesn't have a belt other times. He's this New Japan champ. What's the point of Forbidden Door? Like, I'm not even hating on it. WCW would do it good. Where like motherfucker, like Ultimo Dragon would come in with different belts and shit. But just that being said, it's just, dude, AEW is AEW. You know, like I know Eddie Kingston's not going to lose his New Japan belt in AEW to Wheeler Yuta on your national broadcast. Like Tony's like, oh, a title match, it'll be great, dude. No, like I'd rather see fucking Otis wrestle Ludwig Kaiser than this. You don't understand. You know, that's more compelling because it's actually leading to something where the title means something. You guys get it together. Anyways, so this match, I couldn't give a fuck. You know, Claudio comes out, helps Yuta to his feet. They're trying to push this Claudio Kingston beef, even though they worked through their shoot beef, even though they worked it out before and teamed up before, but they actually still hate each other. But I thought they worked it out. It's like the Jungle Boy Lucha thing. Like they hated each other, but then they like each other. But then it's just so fucking dumb and convoluted. And this is also AEW playing into the, oh, backstage shit is real life shit, but we don't want real, we'll suspend you for real life shit. Oh no, yeah, it'll be great. The backstage shit is the storyline, but then we'll just won't mention it on TV, and if it's real life, I'll suspend you. It'll be great. Top Birchseller. It'll be great. I'll suspend by Top Birchseller for smacking a fucking guy who's never drawn a dime in wrestling ever. It'll be great. Fucking crazy to me, bro.
Anyways, not fucking once. Hasn't sold one goddamn shirt.
Yeah, dude. So
he's a pillar. Though. He's a pillar though.
Yeah, a pillar. He has the most jobber attire now too. Like I'm an aesthetic mark. It's the details for me. And he looks like mini Man Page. He looks like a mini Hangman. Next time you're watching Jungle Boy, guys, look at him with his little booties, his little boots.
His mic skills are just ass, bro. Like I like what he's trying to do. You know what I'm saying? But he's just like, someone please make him watch tape.
Think about if NXT or WWE had that Jurassic Express gimmick with him and Luchasaurus, how much money they would have made that into. And And think about how Tony just squandered it. And now you got Jack Perry. He was mini Tarzan. You basically had fucking Tarzan right in your palm of your hands for kids.
Was so over.
Dude, and then what did you do? You turned him into a goof who gets smacked out by CM Punk backstage.
No.
Who wants to do glass bumps? Oh, yeah. It'll be
like
great,
Darby,
pal.
Though. No, it's fine. The kids like Darby, though. The little kids, they dress up like Darby. I don't need dinosaurs.
Tony.
Oh,
I want to buy the dinosaur. I want Christian Cage. I want the dinosaur, and I want that fucking Jungle Kid. I want him on my show pronto. What's it going to cost
Marco?
me?
You want Marco?
I'll trade you Dana Brooke. That's all you get, and then you still owe me money because Dana Brooks actually drawn some fucking money for me in the past. Tony, I'm serious. I want an answer. What will it cost? I want you. Listen. Here's the deal. Never fire Moxley. Never send me Moxley again. And you can, and I get the dinosaur. But I want Christian Cage too for a Hall of Fame speech. I'm gonna induct Edge. Is Edge already in the Hall of Fame?
He's already.
Oh yeah. We're gonna induct him again. We're gonna induct Edge and Christian. Yeah. Is Edge is Christian in the Hall of Fame?
Hall of Fame second run. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are together.
What? Crazy. Good for them. Good for both of them. Sorry.
Though? I don't know. Someone in the comments will let us know.
Yeah. Sorry, you go ahead though. Your last thoughts on this fucking Useless and
What are
fucking
what were we talking? Oh,
yeah.
okay. Goes Eddie's
Moxley's
head.
friend and
Tony goes.
Moxley's other friend. We were, we were talking about Moxley's
Moxley's.
friends.
Max's somewhat friend who yells at his wife. I'll figure it out. Hey. It's so bad, dude. Anyways, okay, game face. I need to get through this. They go fucking Eddie's head's all scabbed up. And Tony goes, yeah, scabbed up like my career.
Oh man. Tony too.
Oh,
He's
God,
out.
man.
What did that
I
guy
just
in the
thought it was
comments say? Oh, maybe Taz should man up and stop being passive aggressive and be a man.
no. I can't believe. Oh my God, you're gonna get me sidetracked. But like, just the fact that like Taz and JR are hands down like the best in the commentary. You know, when they're trying. You know, dude, JR fucking tries. You know what I'm saying? Like fucking, he was on point for that fucking Samoa Joe and fucking Punk match. It's
Because
just
he gave a
needs to be something
fuck
he
and it
wants to
meant
call.
something.
Yeah, right.
It was
Right.
two professional athletes doing professional like say what you will about Punk. Oh, he's not a UFC guy. Yeah, but he's an athlete. You have to be, you can't do the shit he did his whole as many years he did it without being some sort of natural athlete to some degree, you know? Sorry, go ahead.
No, for sure. Fucking so is that Eddie's finisher? That little is it okay, hold on, no, for real. Is that Eddie's finisher or does useless just suck? Is it just like useless is like
Eddie Kingston does the back fist.
Okay, so that is his finisher.
Yes. Like Aja Kong.
Is that some Japan shit?
She was a Japanese female wrestling legend, yes.
Wow, goddamn, Mark.
Yeah, dude. Aja Kong, yeah.
Oh,
she was in the
cool.
WWF for a bit. Like she was in All Japan, I think, or whatever, whoever had women.
Josie, though. I need Josie girls.
Yeah, she's one of the OGs. Yeah, one of the OG Joshies.
I appreciate you confirming with me that Useless indeed did take a finisher to get pinned, and it wasn't just some.
Eddie's botched it so many times too. Anyways,
I love it. Yeah.
Footage was shown from backstage after the main event of All in London. Once again, Adam Cole and MJF were talking. MJF said Tony Khan informed him that there'd be a battle royal on Rampage to determine who will face Adam Cole. This is how, okay. I'm sorry. I'm going to literally get mad here. I'm drinking Red Bull. My heart's going to palpitate through my chest. I got to take a deep breath here, folks. Hold on.
Oh.
Okay. MJF also said that there's going to be a tournament kicking off next week to see who will face MJF next. So not only in the last 3, 4, 5 months have we seen 17 tournaments and 42 battle royals, but Tony Khan goes, oh, I know it'll be great. Let me have MJF announce a battle royal and a tournament, both revolving around him, after there was just a tournament revolving around him. After, like, do you understand what I'm saying? We just had a tag team battle royal like the other day. There was one like 2 weeks ago, right? We had another 2-ring battle royal. We had a fucking hairline. What was it? The trios battle royal. We have all these battle royals recently. We have 10 Stadium Stampede Anarchy in the arenas. We have 42 tournaments. The Owen Hart tournament. They just had a tournament for the women's shit. They just had a tournament for the fucking to face MJF. Now there's another tournament to face MJF. Not only that, in one segment, they have one wrestler going, oh, guess what? It'll be great, guys. There's a fucking tournament and a battle royal, both to face me. This is how fucking void of just
he loves
hot shot booking. This is just hot shot route. I know what worked. I think I'm responsible for Moxley. What did he say? I'm responsible for Pac. Pac's an original homegrown.
Yeah, well, it just
maybe he was on national television for a minute, and maybe he was, but he's a homegrown. So yeah, it's the same thing as Vince Russo taking credit for the fucking Rock in Austin and shit like that. It was ridiculous, though. He took credit for Pac. That's just like insane. Renee Paquette was backstage interviewing Sammy Guevara, and then Don Callis. interrupted.
Let's just get
And
this.
yeah,
We don't
so
need to talk
Sammy
about this.
Guevara is going to join Callis's family. I called this a while back.
False.
This is actually good, though. I like this. It'll switch it up for Sammy. He can have a mouthpiece. These guys already have heat, so it'll transfer that heat over to Sammy. And him and Takeshita teaming up, I kind of like that. I'm like, okay, that's a different matchup. That's a different like set of things. I don't know, like if they could do cool moves together and shit. I'm not saying like a million flips, but like
Yeah, for sure.
you could you could use
Oh
their
no, yeah,
arsenals
flips.
together.
It's flips.
Yeah, so
No, it's flips.
and like I know Sammy gets a lot of shit, but he's very physical. Like he's a very like I like his physicality. I've never buried his work or anything. I just say he's just to complete the shits and storylines, his fucking charisma, lack of that rather. But anyways, yeah, you want to skip this. So the ROH World Tag Team Champion Adam Cole comes out to the ring and he goes, "Yo, I lost at Wembley." And then all of a sudden you hear fucking Roddy, you hear Roddy, Adam,
Dude, oh my bro.
Adam.
Dude, he heard you the first time.
Yeah, and so Strong comes out. He's like, "You care more about the fact that Max's neck is bad and my neck is da da da." And then Cole's like, "That's absurd," but really, it's not. Like Roderick is right. And then Mike Bennett comes out. He gets good heat. He's great on the stick. As soon as he goes like, "Let me take you back to 2010 Ring of Honor," everyone starts booing, and people are going like, "Oh, it's the third brand." AEW doesn't even have two brands, so how is ROH the third brand? People are like, "It's like WWE CW." No, it's not though. And yeah, dude, I think more people watch WWE CW than watch Ring of Honor right now. Not to shit on Ring of Honor. I love Ring of Honor, but it's like no, like just play the tapes and shit. I'm just so sick of like back then when we had a dream, we meant something to each other, man. Like I just want to hear prize fighters fight over prizes. Like is that wrong of me? I want the wrestlers to want to be in the biggest match, Anoke versus Ali Daddy. And like, yes, I do want the drama. I do want the storytelling. I do want the family shit.
Adam!
Yeah, I'm not saying throw random matches together, but I'm just saying like I don't want to hear all I want to hear is Mike Bennett come out and go, "Let me tell you something, dog. We used to be friends. The Kingdom, you remember that? Yeah, you backstabbed me too, bitch. Guess what? You're not going to do that to Roddy. He's our friend." Like, do some shit like that. Don't fucking go, "In 2010, we were like brothers, man. Like you were on my wedding, dog. And that's a shoot, 81,000. That's a shoot, baby. You hosted my bachelor party, bro." It's like, dude, sorry, but
enough.
Sorry, I've roasted it enough, but I was so mad at this point of the show. So Matt Taven, shut your mouth, Cole. Matt Taven's dope too. Calls him a Melvin. Yeah. And yeah, man, I don't know. He calls him a liar, a leech. I love the Kingdom. Feature them more. They weren't in the ROH Battle Royal for whatever reason. I thought that was the clear way to go, but I guess not. I guess we don't do logical storytelling here. And then ultimately Cole is just like, your neck's not in good shape, and Strong's like, "Oh, he's pretending to care about me again." Like da 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 da. Obviously, he's gonna interject, probably challenge Max, which is crazy too. Like Tony's transformed his top storyline in AEW is like NXT circa 2016 shit, 2017 NXT shit. You know what I mean? It's like okay,
Oh no, we're better than WWE.
Yeah. Okay. So up next, we had a trios match. But sorry, this storyline though. Yeah. Shout out Kingdom and shit. I still think the big doubly swervy doubly is going. But you should have saved this for your main event if you wanted to pop a rating. But no, let's put Orange Cassidy in a big main event. Anyways, trios match. TBS champion Chris Statlander, Britt Baker, and Hikaru Shida take on Nyla Rose, Emi Sakura, and Marina Shafir. Emi Sakura is great, and honest to God, like not in this match in particular, but just in general, she is, I don't know, like very underutilized. I feel like she could be used to just build people and help I don't know, could be featured more. She's one of the Japanese women that kind of, I think the fans understand, and she like really lays shit in. And I don't know, to me, she's kind of thick too. She's a vet. I would be using her more. Like, I get it. Yes, Sky Blue's got a nice ass. but like you want to also
Boom.
elevate people. You want to also like, sorry, whatever. I'm nitpicking right now, but so
Yeah, but hold
obviously
on. No, no,
we
no, no,
know
no.
who's gonna
Listen,
win. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
you're right. Listen, you're right, but Tony doesn't think that way, man. That's the biggest problem here. He is more. Oh yeah, Steve Blue's got a nice ass, so we'll put that over. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like there's a reason WWE is like, okay, yes, Gigi Dolan's money, but let's not just call her up right now. We can wait a minute.
Yeah. Oh God, damn, what a
So anyways, though, we knew who's going to win this match because the other three of these girls are just jobbers, weren't featured, which I'm not mad at that at all. It is a little weird when like you have Nyla Rose, who's a former women's champion. She's just treated like a fucking pure jobber. But either way, I like Statlander. I like Britt, but again, they're just sticking her. It's just like mishmash the baby faces and hope that fucking some shit rubs off on someone, and Statlander's just kind of floundering. They beat Jade Cargill just for Statlander to just not do anything of importance or so Ruby comes out, ambushes Chris. We're getting Ruby versus Chris. It's just, who cares about any of it? I care about that like I care about Damage Control. So sorry, you go ahead.
Oh, I skipped it.
Okay, so it was announced that Shane Taylor will face Samoa Joe for the Ring of Honor World TV Championship this Sunday at All Out. Shane Taylor's a Ring of Honor guy. He was in a faction with Keith Lee and shit. I saw the Mark's fantasy booking. Oh, it'd be great if Keith Lee got involved. It's like, no, Keith Lee should be like a main. I don't know. Imagine having Keith Lee on your roster and he's just doing nothing. He's playing video games at home. Fucking Mia Yim.
He clearly has limits. You know what I'm saying? So we did not have to limitless shit.
But listen. All I'm saying is that I don't. It's just the Ring of Honor World TV title. Maybe that's the only meaningful Ring of Honor title right now. Like, if we're being honest, I think didn't Zicky Dice, wasn't he on like Collision recently or like on a Rampage or something?
Yeah. He jobbed out to fucking
somebody. Was it Joe?
Yeah, no, it was the guy we're talking about. Yeah, Keith Lee.
Sorry, that's why I thought of it. Yeah, so he jobbed to Keith Lee. Yeah. So yeah, Keith Lee, fucking, I don't know. Shout out Zicky Dice, man. More Zicky Dice. And he's signed fully to Impact, but they're just like, no, you go do a fucking job to Keith Lee on Collision or whatever. I like that. I'm down.
Yeah, man. His band's dope too.
Yeah, and I'm down with and he was trained by Seth Rollins, no? He's Seth Rollins' boy.
I'm not sure.
Zicky Dice, yeah, if you look that up, he's boys with Seth Rollins.
Seth Franklin?
Yes. So Keith Lee, though, shout him out too. But all I'm saying is that Shane Taylor, though, is going to take on Samoa Joe. And it's like, that's cool. But like, what does that have to do with All Out? Like, why aren't you building up to that on Ring of Honor? And shout out Samoa Joe. He's Sweet Tooth and Twisted Metal. And he landed a role in Henry Cavill's dream project, Warhammer 40K. Shout out Henry Cavill.
Fuck yeah.
Shout out fucking Samoa Joe. And shout out Warhammer, bruh. Shout out real nerds who can whoop ass like Samoa Joe.
Yep. Shout out to the towel and the pyramids.
Yeah, dude. Let's fucking go, dog. So yeah. Anywho, I guess that's gonna be on All Out. So the AEW World Trios champions, the Acclaim and Daddy Ass, come out to the ring. What do you think though, man? They introduced the Hot Pink Trios titles. Is it just me or like am I the only one?
The Acclaim.
I'm just kind of over like the whole scissor me daddy ass stuff and all that. I just was kind of I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just now experiencing it.
It's just not super over with me like it once was. But that being said, like I am not mad at like the Hot Pink titles, but I don't like that AEW does this, right? So like the titles were just the regular gold, and then fucking the House of Black get the belts, then they were like silver and black titles. And then now they're Hot Pink, and it's like the TNT championship. The TNT championship was orange, and then it was black. And then when Miro won it, it was the Belarusian flag colors. And then when fucking what's his face, Scorpio Sky won it, he made it the purple and yellow, the LA Lakers colors. It's just like you guys got to just pick one belt. That's like, I'm okay if the TNT belt switches colors and the TBS belt switches colors, but you got to pick. You can't also do that with your trios belts. I get it. Oh, the Acclaim, they're going to sell toys. It's great, pal. But I don't know. I thought you were the sports wrestling, sports-based entertainment, And yeah, that's why Taz and JR are pissed off because they were sold a bill of goods, man. They were sold that this is going to be sports based and real and integrated with the NBA and shit. And they did Space Jam. They had a Texas Chainsaw Death match, and Moxley is Nick Gage all of a sudden and shit. So I don't know. Anyways, this was whatever. I was like, I'm kind of getting over this shit. The raps are dope.
Shit.
The raps are dope.
Yeah,
the pink titles or whatever. But yeah, your thoughts on this?
All right, so I guess I will start here with Taz is very unhappy with that he asked his new pink gear. He's not a fan of this pink gear. And then Taz and Tony were just shitting all over this, man. Like, they're both just checked out and not giving a fuck. The gay guy goes, yeah, and the whole arena goes, yeah.
Who's the gay guy? Sorry.
The one that doesn't rap.
Oh, Anthony Bowens.
Yeah, he goes, yeah, on accident.
And then the crowd goes, yeah.
Yeah, dude, it was amazing, bro. I think Tony just needs to admit he has a belt fetish, because this is getting out of hand, bro.
Yeah, it really is.
These are dope belts.
Do you think
the Acclaim deserve this?
Do you think for every belt made, and then fucking Maxwell Jacob Friedman has the triple B, and that world title's a Burberry belt. That's what I mean. It's like, and then they're only 5 years old, and then they've introduced new titles as well. Like, they've had new redesigns for some of the belts. Right. It's like, dude, chill the fuck out. And also, dude, the Burberry belt's genius, but not when there's also a hot pink belt and whatever belt. Bro, do you think Tony Khan, this was my question to circle back, do you think he has one version of every belt he makes? Like, the hot pink, I'll make one set for myself. So he has a set of the hot pink trios belts. He has a set of like his own. Do you think he does that? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, he's got a room. He's got a room in his parents' mansion.
Yeah. Okay, listen.
Okay. And then, hold on, no, you listen. Last thing on this. Tony called him the House of Ass.
I know, and they trademarked it. I saw it on X, formerly known as Twitter. AEW trademarked House of Ass. So we're gonna get some goofball. We're getting a rematch. I just don't even want to.
That's awesome. Get Pac me, dude. The shirt's House
it's
of
just
Ass.
So childish and immature, bro. I'm just over it. I think.
But that's them. That's AEW in a nutshell.
So then, main event time. I know you skipped this. Orange Cassidy, Penta with Alex Abrahantes. Abrahantes in the opening match and the main event, pulling double duty. Hairline sent me the ratings. All you guys going, isn't Orange usually in the highest rated segments? Yeah, because Tony sticks them at the start of the show where there's a million people who are watching Big Bang Theory who are quickly trying to shut their TVs off. So yes, he was in those segments, yes, but any other calculable data that he's in proves he's in the lowest rated and the worst match. A Stadium Stampede was objectively the worst match. These marks online going, not one bad match on All In. Bro, Stadium Stampede was the biggest garbage shit ever. You're being disingenuous and dishonest. This main event
for real
was fucking trash. Right. So, I love Penta. How do you, AEW has not. Sorry, you go ahead. Yeah, I'm going off.
How do you put over fucking? Oh yeah, I really enjoyed how Cesaro was out in the crowd, and we saw none of that. We couldn't see any of that, and like, wow. Like,
they're lying.
How are you like?
They're lying.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, they're lying to themselves.
Didn't it get 4.5 stars or some shit though?
Yeah. Oh, but Meltzer gave it 4.5, and I agree with that because I love Dave Meltzer. I read his stories every day. So
Tony has a paid account.
This match was complete shit though. AEW has botched Penta. I love Penta, but they don't know how to book luchadors. I said it, and they don't know how to book him whatsoever. They fucked him up innumerable amount of times. And then Orange Cassidy, this match was honestly the shits. We knew it was going to happen. People are laughing in our comments going, dude, it's hilarious because we know it's going to happen. Cassidy's going to carve Mox up in their match. Cassidy's fighting for the right to fight Moxley, even though Cassidy's the champion, and Moxley should be fighting for a right to get a championship. And fucking they do the triple Canadian destroyer spots. And then Brian Alvarez and Dave Meltzer went on their show, and Alvarez, I should pull up the fucking video of him saying that, and you're all geeks, you're all dorks if you didn't like this. He literally he said you're dumb if you, he said you're an idiot if you didn't like this, the triple Canadian destroyer spot. That's what Brian Alvarez said. You guys, they're poison. Those guys are toxic for this community, for the world of wrestling. These guys are completely and utter trash, paid, bought. I'm completely anti them. And if it's not apparent already, and I just can't believe he tried to say, he had the audacity to say that people are idiots if they didn't like this. It was fine. It was a great spot. No, dude, you guys have an agenda, and so does Tony Khan, to get Orange Cassidy over. Like, this is something that, yeah, it's incredible, and I might be done watching this show. The ratings crashed. The show started at like close to 1 million. By the time Cassidy and Penta were done, Moxley comes out. Who gives a shit? He flips off Cassidy. I'm hardcore. Orange slap Mox. Oh, I'm hardcore. Taz was checked out, and it's garbage, man. Flip the middle finger because I'm cool. It's a bunch of sixth graders. Jim Cornette was right. He's been right this whole time. I retract anything
Thank
I
you.
ever questioned him before when it came to this company. And
Yes.
yeah,
My man.
basically there was 1,000 people in the building. They shat all over themselves, and Orange Cassidy lost. They lost 250,000 or something overall throughout the show. Orange is responsible for like over 100,000 of those, like immediately as soon as his match started. It went through commercial breaks. He's the international champ. It's fucking stupid. And the international champion battling his way for the coveted international guy from Ohio, John Moxley.
Guy from Plumber from Ohio.
So that was this garbage. What were your thoughts, Hairline?
So I actually watched it up until the Canadian Destroyer spot, in which I was where I turned it off.
Yeah,
because that was just probably like top 3 most preposterous things I've ever seen in wrestling. Was that number 3? That
it truly was. And the fact that move is called Canadian Destroyer, like we don't claim that shit. You know what I mean, dude? Panama Sunrise or whatever Buddy calls it. Okay, that's what we're calling it from now on, because we don't claim that shit. And it was just fucking, I don't know, man. But we can talk about a show that was very good and very entertaining, and that when was over.
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
My watch party went, it's already done. That was so fat. That was so fast. I was hoping it would go. So that tells you all you need to know about that. Let's talk about SmackDown. Just one day ahead of Payback, yeah, which we're about to watch and tonight, and then we'll come back and record our review for it, which will be on this episode, guys. It will be. Fucking, where was SmackDown from, my boy?
Hershey, Pennsylvania, Daddy.
Hershey, Pennsylvania. And instantly, I said it earlier, maybe off pod, maybe on pod, but yeah, they were panning to all over this enormously full building, and AEW is enormously empty. Like the floor, like at the last show, was literally the floor section on the hard opposite of hard cam side was filled. That was it. This SmackDown was full to the tits, and we kicked it off with a superstar, a real superstar. You want to talk about a draw, a merch mover, a seller. Right. Now I'm in a good mood. Fucking John Cena's music hits. We knew it would to kick off the show. You
do it like Paul Heyman.
And yeah, dude, John Cena comes out. He's like, bro, not only am I here, I'm here for months. Oh, dude, before we get into this, last night after I watched that movie called Vacation Friends. John Cena's most recent movie, he got a sequel for it, or it came out like a couple years ago. I don't know, dude. It was funny as fuck. John Cena crushed it in that movie.
Yeah, yep. He's the man.
He's the man, and he's given us a couple months. I'm so appreciative of John Cena. He never forgets where he came from. He's over as fuck, man. He's like, yeah, I'm going to give you guys a couple months. Yeah, man. So he comes out. He's like, I'm the host of Payback. I get to do a show in. You were saying Saudi. It's actually in India. That's why he's doing it. I don't think he would ever go to Saudi, but he's doing a show in India.
I wrote that in my notes. Correction, it is actually India and not Saudi. I'm sorry.
And look at WWE, man. Puerto Rico,
Bonto,
fucking India, Saudi. They're going to London, bitch. You know they're gonna do Wembley just to go take that number from fucking
Yeah,
We know
absolutely.
they're gonna do it. But anyways,
They're
though,
gonna
so
they're gonna pack us full. That's fucking bullshit, man. Dude, it
yeah,
would be great if they could get. Does anyone else have a band right now? If they could get someone else, Cena.
and
Cena
it's
raps in front of like
oh,
more than 81,000
that'd be
people.
crazy. But
Yeah,
they announced as well that Cena will also be at Fastlane, guaranteed, booked and paid for. And so we get Jimmy Uso, the new Jimmy Uso, who interrupts John Cena. And the new Jimmy Uso has music that's like a combination of Romans and the OG Uso music. So he has
yeah.
his own
I was
music. They're
confused.
officially split up. You're always like, oh no, the Usos are the
You
best
better
tag team, but they're
knock
not a
it
fucking
off
tag team.
because they
They're not a tag
are.
team. No, they're not.
It doesn't
And
matter.
they're playing
They're
this
the
very
best.
well. The whole angle is Jimmy's like, I want my own recognition. And I want like you recognize me, which we see later in the show. He's like, yeah, like I'm not just a twin anymore. Yeah, I'm still gonna protect the bloodline, like as I'm supposed to do, which is my bloodline duty. But fuck my brother. Like I'm not with him either. So I love all that shit. He interrupts the goat, talks about you're the same as Roman. I don't know. Jimmy shit wasn't hitting that hard, but he tried to kind of shoot work, brother, but it didn't really work. Shoot, brother. And John Cena was like the wrong Uso quit. He did his thing. I thought they were going to wrestle later in the night. I was like, oh, fuck, we're getting Jimmy and John in the main event, but it's okay. We didn't. Just give a little tease, a little John Cena tease. And we saw Cena hit the FU or the AA, whatever you want to call it, on fucking Jimmy. We want Jay chance. That was that segment. And then after, Jimmy was storming around backstage talking shit to Mia Yim, AJ Styles was like, yo, bitch, like, fuck you. Solo attacks him. And then we get AJ versus Solo main event of SmackDown later on tonight. Jimmy walked out with defiance. He's with the bloodline, but he's not really with the bloodline. They're kind of stepping on their own dick, on their own big swinging dick with this epic storyline here, hairline. Like you were saying, it's a little confusing. They're starting to step on their own dick a bit, but it's not like a fumble. Everyone's still doing what they're supposed to do, and they're setting up matches. Like I'm like, oh, word, we get AJ and Solo. I'm excited for this. So sorry, your thoughts on all of that stuff.
It's just great to see Cena back. He was super geek, super hyped. You can tell he was happy to be there.
Yeah.
And then Jimmy came out and he was talking about the corruption that happens to you when you become the guy, and that's just what he was doing. He was trying to prevent his brother from going through that same corruption that his cousin and that went through. And I agree with you. Jimmy was trying to more of shoot, but fucking, he's still not there, But like, I don't know. Hats off for trying. Like you are jousting against John Cena, so that is kind
Yeah.
of fucking. Whew.
But no, he needs to do that if he's going to be like, no, I'm
Right.
my own individual guy. I appreciate, and the Usos can both cut good promos, man. It's crazy to me. I don't know. Look at where they came from till
Yeah,
now. It's crazy.
yeah. Just Jay's a lot better.
Way better, yeah.
And then together they are the greatest tag team of all time.
Yeah, I agree.
But regardless of that, fucking, he told Cena, "You're just take with a smile," big body shit right there. And then, yeah, what you said, the wrong Uso quit, and I thought it was what you were saying. We're gonna get that for the main event, but nah, he's actually gonna leave the building, and we're gonna weave AJ Styles faction into this. So
okay, yeah, and yeah, the Good Brothers were involved a bit. I don't know. Mia Yim and AJ are like telling them off, kind of. Mia Yim's like throwing her weight around. I like her with the Bullet Club, with the Bullet, whatever they're called, the original club, the Brother Club, whatever. But they're fucking, and she's a dime. Up next, we get in a pre-match interview, right? We get Theory and Waller, and they're bigging
yeah, with
themselves up. I think it's weird to stick them together, but it makes the most sense. But it's almost like, I don't know.
it was
Waller's
good.
just kind of like an Australian Theory, so it's just weird that I would have had them on different shows entirely, personally myself. But either way, they took on Mysterio and Escobar. They come out. LWO is looking popping. They're united, and yeah, I don't know. This is a good match. It was Theory and Waller get the win. Waller hits his finish on Escobar and pins him. What were your thoughts on all of this?
Yeah, man. So fucking, it's kind of like Zelina, she was all dressed up like that fucking. I think that was a video game character or some shit or some kind of anime video game shit. And it's just weird to fucking think the little nerdy anime girl walking around with the gothic fucking. We need to bury these boots. But yeah, so into this match though, man. Yeah, LWO is looking great, and the unity here. And then the tag team from LWO even had a match, so it is showing that the LWO are credible and whatnot. So spots here. Cole was all like, "Fucking Grayson and Theory are working very well together here." And right as he said that, fucking Grayson bumped into Theory, and Grayson was just all like, "Your cursed tongue!" And Cole was like, "Man, that was my best time ever." And then just after that, Cole got really goofy, bro. He was all like, "So who exactly calls him the Aussie icon?" And then Graves just rants for like a minute. You know what I'm saying about how fucking well,
Yeah.
you just don't name yourself something. You have to be given it.
And Kevin Patrick was fucking botchy on this show. And like even Graves was like, "Come on, Patrick, you're giving me nothing" and stuff. And it's just good to have like Cole and Graves back together. I do like Graves and Barrett, but it's time, man. Call Vic Joseph up, put him with Graves, put Cole with fucking Barrett, have Graves and Cole on the pay-per-views, add a third man if you want, and then just send Vic Joseph down to NXT with fucking or Kevin Patrick down to NXT with Booker T, man. That's the move. I don't know. That's what you got to do. And I like Booker and Vic together, but Kevin Patrick's the shits. He adds nothing. And it's another week where like halfway through the show, I'm like, wait, is he on the show? I'm like, is Kevin Patrick here? Wait. And I had to listen for him to talk again. And I don't know. He just doesn't have whatever the fuck it is. Have him backstage interview and let people goof on him like they used to do Saxton and Coachman. Just have Patrick be one of those guys, man. He doesn't fit in anywhere on the commentary. So sorry. Anyways, that's my thoughts on that. And then up next, we had Bobby Lashley and the Street Profits come out, and they talk about their aspirations for gold. The Street Profits looking like $1 million. And then they face off with Kevin Owens and Zayn, who carried this show. They're on this show as well. Pretty much we're going to see that match down the line, which I think we already did see some form of. And I'm excited for, but I don't like that the Street Profits, even though they're still kind of babyface, they're more serious and intense, but they still did they kind of danced around a bit. They did the red cup thing. Let's see them be serious. Let's see them be intense. Let's see them come out with a fucking chalice or something instead of a red solo cup or something. I don't know. I get they don't want to get rid of that gimmick, but let's see them be a little more serious. I don't know. Lashley's a manager now. He's just going to spear guys. He doesn't want to work, I guess. I don't know. Maybe he's got something in the works. Who knows? Well, but this was cool, and I'm down with this group. And I just think MVP would just be better if they just want a mouthpiece. It doesn't need to be. Lashley's not the best talker, so it's like either he should just be working in a trios with the Street Profits or like in a faction or something, and then MVP should talk for that. I don't know, but I like it. It's like the Ballers thing, like I was saying. Yeah, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, like the Almighty himself said, fucking, he's putting the locker room on check. These three men are the new bullies on the block. Yeah, dog. And then the goofiest shit was they were going. We went from what was it? They couldn't get over what was it? Is to was to is. There it was. They were going was to is, and it just wasn't getting over, bro. Bobby was waving his hand around and all that shit. This could be a good faction, but they need to knock off that crap. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want serious Bobby Lashley.
Yeah, I just think it's weird. Is he going to be a manager? Or is he fucking? I just find that all.
No, he said the locker room's on check, so I'm assuming they're a faction.
Yeah. But yeah, so Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn come out, and then they kind of eye each other up. So that's a matchup down the line, clearly. And then Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn take on more LWO members, baby faces versus baby faces. I don't know why they do this. Joaquin Wilde and Cruz del Toro, and Zayn and Owens just get a quick win. Squash match. Zayn jumps on the mic and warns Judgment Day, like, we're gonna fuck you up at Payback. Good little squash match. I enjoyed it. Your thoughts?
It was just light work. You know what I'm saying? And basically what we were just saying there. The fucking Bobby Lashley and the Street Profits were staring down KO and Sami Zayn. But then like a second later, there's the one with the red cup just like juking and jiving and shit. And it's like, bro, you just took me out of this serious fucking moment, you know? So it's just all like, I need one or the other. Like you can't, like he's walking that line, you know, he's telling her. And I just need one or the other, you know? But yeah, like I said, this was light work for fucking Sami and KO, and it got the LWO more on the show. So, you know, I'm all about all of this. But Sammy's wrong. You know, if anything, they're about to lose the fucking belts to Finn Balor and Senior Money in the Bank. So it is what it is, bro.
So up next, we have The Miz comes out to cut a little promo. LA Knight's music hits, gigantic pops. These guys spit venom back and forth. This was fucking awesome. The crowd was wild for LA Knight. He did fumble a bit, though. I feel like what he's doing, he's trying to stuff in all the shit the writers tell him to say mixed with his own shit. And if I'm him, I just say, fuck all that. I go out there and I just not shoot, but I just say, oh, yeah, I'll do all that. And then I'll go out there and just say nothing the writers tell me, and I'll just do my own thing. That's what I would do if I was him. I don't know if they trust him to do his own thing, and I'm just talking out of my ass, but it seems like he's trying to do himself while also get over these little talking points some writers probably give him. If I'm him, I just go out there and ditch all that in the trash. Yeah, just go because because Miz called it out. Oh, you fumble up every time you talk with me. And then fucking LA Knight fumbled up, and it just really glared it up, it just made it glaringly obvious. If I'm LA Knight, I say less. Less is more with LA Knight now. He's still fantastic. Everything was fantastic. He did fumble up a bit, but notice Miz didn't shit on him for it because Miz is infamous. He's doing all this to get LA Knight better. Miz's job is to go out there and make LA Knight fumble up and help him rise to the occasion, right? So Miz is just awesome at this, and this is a great segment, regardless of the fumble up. It made it seem not so cookie cutter and whatnot, but yeah, just relax a bit, buddy. And yeah, Michael Cole was selling this match huge. What were your thoughts?
Yeah, the Miz definitely deserves his flowers, man. The way he puts people over, and just, you know, he's like the ultimate Dolph Ziggler. You know, knows his role, stays in his position, and you know, gets rewarded for it. Yeah, man. So LA Knight comes out, calls him a skinny turd, says, "Fucking, you cosplay all the greats, and you cosplayed me. So what is that saying? You know." But the thing is again, you're that skinny turd, so you don't fit in the clothes. You know, you look goofy. But yeah, it was great back and forth, despite the fumble there on LA Knight's behalf. The Miz could have really roasted him for it, so it was good that he didn't. But yeah, it was basically fucking Miz tried to sneak out, and then he used his jacket as a distraction. And once he got that distraction, and he hit it with the skull crushing finale on Miz's way out. LA Knight fucking came and charged in and attacked him. And so I'm not sure who's gonna win today at Payback. Man. Honestly, with the ending left me going, oh man, fucking maybe LA Knight is winning since fucking he just got the skull crushing finale in, but then fucking Knight went on and attacked him. So maybe this feud's going to keep going on a little longer. I don't know. We'll see tonight on Payback.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, might as well carry it out for a bit. Up next, we had
Read it.
So ahead of this match, it showed Damage Control injuring Bianca Belair's leg, and then they show the Shotzi stuff, and then it was Shotzi versus Bailey, and this match was complete and utter ass, and Shotzi's complete shits, and then at the very end, you could see Bailey telling her good job or telling her she fucked up or something. You could see them having a conversation as Shotzi made the pin. Or maybe Bailey was like, stop talking to me or something. It was so bad. Fuck this shit. Your thoughts?
So we're back to the tank gimmick already. It's just okay. So like Graves kind of popped me on the commentary when he was all like, "Oh, she looks like Prodigy," and fucking KP was all like, "Yeah, she's a real fire starter, isn't she?" And then fucking God, Cole was just having fun. You know what I'm saying? Fucking Graves goes, "Well, you can shave a panther and be trapped in a fucking cage with a panther, but it's still a panther." And then Cole goes, "Who thinks about panthers getting shaved?" What? Yeah. Just going hard on Graves, bro. I don't know. The match itself was okay storytelling. Bailey's got really sick elbow drops. She works in the elbow drops several
times. Yeah, those were
people
cool. I like those.
Yeah, fuck yeah, man. Yeah, Shotzi won, and Cole goes, "Shotzi won by a hair." the Charlotte interference. So I guess we're just doing the classic fucking Monday
Oh
Night
yeah,
Raw. We're
Charlotte
just
came
gonna
out.
rotate
Fucking
in.
garbage, man. Fucking garbage.
Yeah, Doug, we're gonna just rotate Shitsy into the position of Bianca Belair, just how we put fucking Ciampa in the position of Nakamura or whatever. I'm so over this, bro.
So up next, main event time: AJ Styles versus Solo Sikoa. Sikoa kind of dominated. Styles came back. This is a great match, giving Sikoa the rub. They're priming him up. He already is a main eventer. You want to talk about he's main evented more Raws and Smackdowns than anyone, but they're just getting him ready because he's like their next Umaga. He's their next Yoko. He's gonna win the title from Roman eventually.
Yeah,
And
it's
he's
like
touched.
fucking
Yeah.
Vince. My bad.
No, go ahead.
Vince treats fucking Solo how Tony treats Orange Cassidy. Like they're the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Both being polished and pushed.
Yeah. Except for Tony tells Orange Cassidy to go out there and do whatever he wants, and Vince and Triple H are like, "Hey, so go out there. You're gonna work, big man. We're gonna get you over. We're gonna keep you strong. You're gonna get the rounds in. AJ's a great guy to work with." Da 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 da. And he wrestles all these guys like he's touched them 1,000 times already. That's what's crazy about Solo. He's so polished already for like where he's at. He was just born to do this. And I think they recognize that. And I think they see he's the future. On commentary, I popped in there like, hey, Graves was like, there might be a fucking cousin or two hanging around that could come into the works here. The bloodline runs deep. He was saying what I was saying, man. So I think they're planning something like that. I think there's something in the works. They're gonna wait to pull the trigger on that, bloodline phase 2. But this match was really good. I thought it was a great way to end the show. Jimmy comes out, fucks AJ over, gets involved. We're gonna get some OC versus bloodline type shit. And Jimmy's down with the bloodline, but he's not. I don't know. They're kind of stepping on their own dick. I said it earlier, but ultimately, I trust that they know where they're going to go with this. I'm not going to go, I'm going to write off the bloodline story already. Like, no, I can't wait to see when Roman comes back. I'm pumped for Payback. And yeah, I don't know. SmackDown was overall pretty good, man. I give it like a B.
Oh yeah, B plus. Yeah, pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. So as far as this match, man, Paul's facials were really great. And all that. And yeah, so like they were kind of just pampering it in. Like, the OC were very heavily on the fucking. Oh, we don't need to get wrapped up in this bloodline shit. We don't need to get wrapped up in this bloodline shit. And then Mia would be like, "Yeah, we do. We do." So obviously they're gonna get wrapped up in this bloodline shit. So I don't know. I guess I got nothing against fucking watching Jimmy fucking wrestle AJ Styles. You know what I'm saying? Like that's great TV.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So also Rampage went down. I will just read you the results and just
Do you
kind of
have to?
well, yeah, I'll just tell you because bro, like all out is here. We're gonna end up watching it, and it's like I might as well because this affects like Adam Cole and MJF's match and shit. So I know it's like why do it? I don't know, but we gotta do it.
Okay, as
So
long as you get it. As long as you
yeah.
get where I'm coming from.
So the ROH Tag Team Battle Royal is what the show kicked off with. Again, all the men are standing on the
Oh
outside.
yeah.
The Ocho Chris Jericho is on commentary.
Oh, hold on. Listen, sounds like I'm watching Rampage. Never
So
mind. I take it all back.
the teams include Dark Order's John Silver and Alex Reynolds, Aussie Open, Best Friends, Action Andretti and Darius Martin, the Outrunners, who should be the tag champs.
Who? What? Who
The
are the
Outrunners. They're just they're these indie guys who they're like all 80'd up. Like they're like Zicky Dice. They're like in pink. They wear the 80s style shit, fanny packs. Their hair's like 80s style. They're the Outrunners. They're like, yeah, we get tans and lift weights and fucking we're like old 80s
Oh, so they're
wrestlers,
pretty
I love it.
deadly.
Yeah.
Pretty deadly. Yeah.
Yeah, but just not they're more like how do you explain them? They're more like the Freebirds, I would say. But anyways, the Butcher and the Blade, Bishop Khan and Toa Leona, Matt and Jeff Hardy, The Righteous, and Ryan Nemeth and Peter Avalon. So just a bunch of jobber teams, and then the Hardys and Aussie Open. This match was just ridiculous. It wasn't good, and the crowd didn't give a shit, and the Dark Order won. So John Silver and Alex Reynolds are
Jeez,
taking on Adam Cole, and they're in Ring of Honor
baby.
for the Ring of Honor tag titles on an AEW pay-per-view. Go figure. So after the match, Aussie Open approached the broadcast booth and trash talk Jericho. They attacked Jericho.
Oh,
Sammy Guevara came
oh,
out with a bat, and
good.
Aussie Open ran away. So
Thank
that's all
God.
trash. That's all shit.
Well, Aussie Open's dead to me. It's official.
Up next,
Shitty entrance music.
Nick Wayne and Triple A Mega Champion El Hijo del Vikingo took on Kip Sabian and Gringo Loco. So it was just flips. Just go look it up on Twitter, folks. It was what it was, man. And then who
Should I
won that
bring up
shit?
the clips on what? Where are they bringing these clips up?
On X, formerly known as Twitter. Gringo
Oh,
Loco, Nick Wayne hit Kip with a Wayne's World, and then Vikingo hit the 630 senton. It's just so cringe. Brian Keith took on Hangman Adam Page. Everyone's saying, like, Booker T tweeted out, sign Brian Keith. They should, but I don't know why anyone would want to go to AEW right now. But yeah, Brian Keith was really good. He's just a jobber. He didn't have a 50-50 match, but he had like a jobber who gets a comeback match against Adam Page. And again, no one cares about Adam Page right now. Brian Keith's good though. Renee Paquette interviewed Roddy Strong. Strong was like, "Yo, this is between me and Adam. Adam knows what he did." Renee, and he was with the Kingdom. He's like, "I don't appreciate you questioning me like that, Renee." And then it was main event time. Sky Blue and Willow Nightingale took on Taya Valkyrie and Anna Jay.
I'm glad I didn't watch this shit
Just
outside of
complete,
Jericho.
complete nothing. And Taya blindsided Sky after the match because Sky got a fucking she got to use the code blue and pinned Anna Jay. And yeah, Willow chased Taya out of the ring, and that was Rampage. So
You.
hairline, as we record this show, the news is rolling in, and we took a break to watch Payback. We're now back ourselves, so let's review Payback. And then let's go off on AEW and all the nonsense over there. Payback, though, hairline. Your thoughts going into this? What were you most excited for? The go home SmackDown was okay, pretty good, and
That's
yeah.
good.
What were you most looking forward to going into this Payback?
Probably just watching Judgment Day dominate and show why they are the top faction in all of the WWE. But surprisingly, I was a pretty big fan of Trish and Becky. You know,
Yeah.
this better be the end of it because like I don't think they can outdo this. You know.
Yeah, well, let's talk about it. So the show kicks off. Where was Payback emanating from again? I always forget.
That was Pittsburgh, yeah.
Pittsburgh,
Right
right?
back
No
there.
shit.
Yellow
Duh.
towels.
And
Yeah.
they aired the Kurt Angle doc after on Peacock. I didn't get a chance to watch that, but we will.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah, we should watch it. The Cody one was incredible, you know. Maybe we
Top
do an
tier.
maybe we do an omnibus of those. Some of our listeners are probably like, "Where's your dark side reviews?" And it's like we recorded them, but they're just sitting. We didn't like. I took them out of the episodes because I was like, the episodes are too long. But I don't know. We kind of are into doing this 3 hour fucking shit if we got to do it. I'm kind of into it, honestly. So Trish versus Becky. I'll just go through my notes. We can give our thoughts on, I guess, the what's coming after, as Hairline alluded to afterwards. So I just wrote Trish versus Becky was a great match, way better than I expected. I was least looking forward to this match, but cages always intrigue me, and then they pulled off a great cage match with cage psychology. And then there was a lot of great spots, the superplex off the top, da-da-da. I just wrote Trish pushing Zoey and them trying to turn her Zoey face now or whatever. I just think it wasn't the move to do yet, but I'm not complaining. Like, this was a pay-per-view that a lot of people didn't have anticipation for. This was one of those weekends of like, okay, All Out, who cares? Payback, who cares? But they did a lot of shit that you should have tuned into Payback, dog. And this is one of those sort of precursors to what would happen later in the night. But I was kind of shocked, like, oh, they're doing this already. So Zoey hit the Z360.
Right.
fucking they're gonna feud next. It gets Trish off of Becky, and Becky is going to NXT to feud Tiffany Stratton, who is in the crowd,
Right.
who has they interacted with each other later on in the show. In case I forget to bring it up, they had a little promo where basically, yeah, Becky's like, "I'll see you at NXT." So, Hairline, your thoughts on the match, your thoughts on Zoey and Trish feuding, and your thoughts on Becky and Stratton.
All right. So first off, excellent pacing for this match. Excellent back and forth. One of my favorite spots here, I would say, would be the core strength turnbuckle reversal into a cage escape from Trish. The way Trish was really taunting and like trying to run away the first half of the match was great. I just like, man, Trish gets ring psychology, dude. Like fucking actual fucking like wrestling veteran ring psychology, and it's nuts.
Right.
Yeah, man. Fucking Trish had a real goose egg on the center of her forehead too. That was nuts. I don't know what she got that from, but I couldn't stop looking at it.
I didn't see, but she got clunked there. That was nice.
Yeah, and it just sucks. Like we watched all that just for that cold-blooded reptile to run down and interfere, and despite the lizard's attempts, fucking
yeah,
Becky
I know, Trish. Do you want to save 15% on your car insurance? Yeah. I got a new gimmick. Well, she's gonna run down and save you 20% or more on your car insurance. Yeah, it'll be great.
I get it now. Yeah, what do you think of Cinnamon Toast Crunch?
Yeah. Later they had the sin emoji. The sin emojis on there. Sorry, you go ahead. I loved it. I popped for the, I love sin emojis are over with me, Doug. Sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah, man. So basically, fucking what you said here is fucking there was the afterbirth here with fucking Trish and Zoey, and Zoey's basically Roddy. She's going, I did this for you, Adam. Trish is just like, nah. So I'm assuming this is just going to be Trish putting her over, and then Trish is going to bail again, right? And go do some magazine covers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Trish will probably want a big WrestleMania match again, so I could see her being active through till the end of the year. And not only that, one thing I'll add, Zoey should have ripped off her "Thank You Trish" shirt. She should have like ripped it off after. That would have been an
extra. Just took it off.
Yeah, I know. She should have like ripped it off though. I feel like it just would have been that little chair.
Well,
sorry.
It's crazy. She would make herself colder when she needs to be warm underneath a light at all
times. Do you think they will? Do you think people will like get behind Zoey? Like, why do you think they're doing this all of a sudden? Obviously, they want to help give Zoey a rub, and she does have.
I mean. Like Trisha's got to be wanting to leave or something. Like why? Yeah, like they should be.
I guess you're actually right. No, that's great insight because Trish could always leave and just come back at the Rumble. That being said, she has stated that she is really enjoying being a heel, and this is the most fun she's had, making everyone hate her.
She's awesome,
and she enjoys it so much. So maybe she doesn't want to go. Who knows? But yeah, she could just go away for a bit. But that also being said, I wanted to ask you, like, do you think the crowd is going to receive Zoey as a face well and connect to her? She does have a flippy style people like.
Yeah, she's just like, maybe she's going to be like cheered for this Trish. Like, God, I'm sorry to start Mark booking here, but fucking she's going to have her little Trish run. And possibly she's got something with Shayna Baszler down the line just because they're both very manly. Well, one's manly, one's literally.
And wasn't she and Io Sky like tag champions together at one point in NXT?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were actually. Holy shit. Yeah.
So that there could be something there, but yeah. But all I'm saying is, I think they made her too unlikable, and she is sort of like Osprey in a way where she does the flippy shit, but she does it in a way where it looks like she's trying to hurt a motherfucker, and not in a way where it's like, oh, look at me while I do my acai moonsault, like it's.
Yeah. Her in-ring's great, man, but I just don't know if she has what it takes to be that baby face like that.
Yeah, I think they should have just kept her heel is what I'm getting at for a bit. Just a while.
And that's kind of like, and that's kind of what I meant with like Shayna is like Shayna's maybe like one of the only people that like, where like you're choosing Zoey over Shayna. Just Shayna's so fucking mean and fucking ruthless,
Right. So Cena comes out, huge pop.
Yes.
The crowd eats him up. I was popping so fucking hard. He's gonna be the ref for this match. They announced it on social media, before randomly. So he went from being the host to they announced he's going to be the ref to on the pay-per-view. He comes out and explains, "Oh, I'm the host, but I'm going to be the ref." So kayfabe brother Vince, yeah, I'm going to flip the script tonight. I'm changing some things. Let me handle Cena. Cena's back. I'm the only guy who can see him. I don't know if you know that. Me and God, we're the only guys who can see him. So let me write this in. Yeah, get Laurinaitis in here. You're his stepdad.
I mean,
aren't you his father-in-law? You're gonna. Wasn't that real? You guys really got married, right? Yeah, it happened on my show. It's a shoot. It was a shoot number, brother. Okay. So the crowd eats him up. Miz comes out, interrupts Cena. So Cena's cutting promo. Everyone's behind him. Miz come out. He's fire, talking his shit. LA Knight comes out. Huge fucking crowd unloads on LA Knight. They have a great match. They did kind of lose the crowd throughout it. This wasn't like a craziest match of all time, but this was like a solid. They gave them time, but this was like a long main event of Raw type match. Is how it kind of. Right, I won't lie. I love LA Knight, but I was like, yo, these are my notes though. I just wrote. Knight is a big match player when he needs to be. He can step up and have the lights out gimmick. He can do the match with Ray before Mania. He can go to Payback and have a second match on the card after that crazy cage match spot with fucking John Cena and step up. Like he can do that. I wrote, he looks like $1 million. WWE knows how to get these guys over. Say what you will, but this all felt like superstar time. Like these are all WWE superstars in the ring. I don't know what I'm even trying to say by that, but it's just you look at just the presentation and these three guys in the ring and you go, yeah, there's really levels to this wrestling shit. This is why they all just look like $1 million. I don't know. Larger than life characters all kind of intermingling here. I enjoy that. So anyways, I wrote LA Knight gets the Miz and Cena rub, which is awesome. I wrote, but Cena sucked at being the ref. His false finishers were weak. I wrote, this match was whatever, and they kind of lost me in the crowd a bit. But I wrote, LA Knight got them back in with the elbow drop to finish combo. Huge win for LA Knight on a huge stage. And then they started kind of teasing him versus Cena or my fantasy mark booking before this event. Cena and LA Knight versus like Lawler and Miz or Lawler and Austin Theory or Austin Theory and one combo like that. Maybe the Miz gets Bronson Reed again, which I know Hairline would just love. But either way, we're going to get like a Cena LA Knight team up probably on a SmackDown or something. So yeah, I'm down for it. Hairline, your thoughts on this match?
So special guest ref Cena, man. I don't know. I didn't dislike it as much as you. I didn't like him interfering as much there, but I popped really hard when Miz was all like, "Do you have any other?" Or Cena was all like, "Do you have any other advice, Miz?" And Miz goes, "Yeah, when you're asked to play a male mermaid, you say no." And Cena goes, "Up, you still got it."
Yeah, Cena was wacky this night, dude. He was wacky.
Yeah. He's just having fun, bro. He's glad to be back. They said he made his 650th Make-A-Wish right before the paper.
Yeah.
That's dope, man. Shout out to John Cena. I don't know, man. I thought he was calling it right down the middle. He wasn't really taking sides and fucking. I didn't like the interfering, though. That was kind of fucking stale. The fucking, when LA Knight did the spinning neck breaker, DDT or whatever, that was pretty dope.
Yep.
But yeah, man, fucking pretty solid. I guess, yeah, they setting up LA Knight and Cena?
I think they're teasing it, and yes, we could get that match. I think Cena would love to put LA Knight over. And then I think also LA Knight and him will team up, like I said before. Moving along. So Rey Mysterio versus Austin Theory was up next. I'll just write my notes. I thought Theory would win. I thought Escobar would screw Ray over and they'd kick him out the LWO or something. Ray beat Theory clean. It was a roll up, but it's clean win. And rolled him up off the Rana, however you want to pronounce it. And it was all good. And I wrote, what's next for Austin Theory? ? Hairline. This match was pretty solid. It was pretty quick. And Theory's a great worker. Ray's a fucking legend. I don't know. LWO come out and celebrate with Ray. That's cool. I don't know, man. What are they doing with Theory? Why is he just is he just going to be stuck in a job team with Grayson Waller? I'm not going, oh, it's over for him. People be so dramatic. Like it's like week to week, like let it breathe, give it time. but I just don't see. So what? They're gonna have him go
Yeah, I'm
after
not
what?
sure.
Like the tag? I don't really fucking know. It
Yeah.
seems weird, but whatever. Shout out Ray, I guess, and we will get the Escobar versus Ray, whether it just be a baby versus baby lucha match or Escobar goes heel. We're gonna get that match down the line. They're taking their time to build to it. Good for them. This match was, a good match. It was it wasn't in Japan, so 3 stars. Just kidding. Hairline, your thoughts?
Well, not only shout out to Rey Mysterio, but again, shout out to Cinnamon Toast Crunch. You
Oh,
know,
right, right. Yeah. Shout out Cinemojis.
I wrote on X, formerly known as Twitter, what's PWO? And let me tell you, the X marks were quick to fucking inform me that their T-shirts stood for Pittsburgh World Order. So I'm assuming that's just what Vince is gonna do here on
Every
out is like just
city.
have LWO. Yeah, right.
Just like instead of
Like,
Austin 316, they have like Pittsburgh 316. And those are like the top
yeah,
selling
yeah, yeah.
shirts.
I really liked how Graves was driving home the whole entire time that Rey Mysterio is the worst father ever.
Yeah.
And then it just hit a boiling point with fucking Cole where he's all like, "Leave it alone, just stop." He
Dude,
was all like,
how good
he
was
was going, "I'm done."
commentary, bro? How happy were you,
No,
Cole Graves?
amazing. Yeah,
And
dude.
and
Yeah, they have
Graves,
so much fun.
dude, Graves pops my girlfriend all the time, dude. She pops at the shit he says constantly.
Yeah, man.
And
He's
like,
funny.
dude, that's what I'm
He's
talking about.
relevant.
My girl doesn't watch Excalibur. She doesn't hear the commentary and get enthralled or pop at the shit. It's so markish and like indie-ish. Like I get it. You hairline pops for it because we understand why it's funny listening to Taz be like just completely fed up with the show. But Graves says shit. He ties it into pop culture. When he said they were talking about during one of the girls' matches, they were like, "Oh, this is a great fight between 2 women." And then Graves goes, "Well, there were 2 ladies, the 2 young ladies in the porta potty, I think took the took the cake for best brawl in
Yeah,
Pittsburgh
yeah.
this
I
weekend."
understand that.
Because there's this video going viral everywhere on X, formerly known as Twitter, Reddit, Instagram, of like in Pennsylvania over the weekend, these 2 girls, and it got caught on multiple angles. They got in like this rank porta potty brawl at some festival in Pennsylvania. I don't know. Just Graves knows how to work those in. And he even said later in the show, he's like, "I'm on fire tonight, Cole." Because he was just
Yeah.
because he was popping me. There's too many to even write down. That's all I'm saying. Levels to this again. So sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, man, that is what Graves is good at is pop culture references. You know what I'm saying? He's kind of like an old school Eminem album where he's just like whatever's
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah. Whatever's relevant at the
Yeah, for
time.
sure. Right. Yeah, for sure, dog. Um, yeah, man, the ending here was just Reversal City, and I guess like it was a great fucking match, but basically what you said, how does this help Theory or move Theory forward?
Yeah.
He looked great. He had a nice fucking parody of the fucking Ass Boys entrance, so.
Yeah, and he's light years ahead of like other people his age. I know we put,
Everyone. Yeah.
yeah, I know we put over like, oh, Logan Paul, but just think like Garcia's wiggling his dink for neckbeards, and you got fucking Yuta coming
Who?
out there being a cuck. Wheeler Yuta is like a.
Useless.
Did you
Yeah.
see? We're gonna review
Useless.
it, but like him being cucked by
God.
Cesaro, like that was
Yeah.
weird cuckery. I don't know, and I'm not a king
Fucking,
shamer, but that was some weird
bro,
cuck shit. I don't know what they're
bro.
doing. He just likes getting
Eddie.
whipped like a fucking whip boy. You couldn't
Yeah.
make your wrestlers look any worse. Like they do nothing but just bury talent in AEW. It's insane. But Theory though, yeah, this was he's like so far ahead of his time that we don't appreciate him, I don't think. But
Yeah,
yeah,
man.
shitty. He's what's next for him in a team with Lawler? Yeah, I'm not really pumped for that, but we
Why
got
not? They're kind of perfect for each other, bro.
I just think they're like the same guy. So yeah, they're perfect, but then get matching
Kinda.
tights and then make up a kayfabe backstory where they're homies. Like get them off TV then for 6 months, bring them both back as a team of guys who do, because I'm just not down with throwing 2 single guys together randomly and just yeah, we're the whatever, and then that rarely works. Usually when that works is when it's like Edge and Randy are like, hey, we both can't be in the world title picture right now, but we're both still red hot. Let's make rated RKO, because they understand it enough. I just think those two guys, like, you were pushing Austin as a fucking singles, either get behind him or don't, you know? But yeah, I'm not a hater. So Kathy Kelly's backstage with Becky. Tiffany confronts her. We talked about it before. Becky in NXT for a while. Super down. Great move for Becky, for real. Your thoughts on that feud? Are you looking forward to that? Obviously you are. Yeah. Who is it?
Yeah, dog. Tiffy time.
Yeah, Tiffy time. She's
Forever.
great.
Yeah,
So
real great.
it's real great.
But Becky putting over fucking talent in NXT, bro. That's fucking sick.
Exactly. Just giving them the rub. You know, she can go undefeated there, beat everyone. Just give them your knowledge. So up next, we got the Steel City Street Fight. I wrote, this is kind of random and dumb. It's a street fight, but okay. Like I trust these guys, right? So
it's
I write,
dumb. It's better than a stampede.
yeah, and I was just like, but I just saw Stadium Stampede, and like, but I'm ready for WWE to do this better than AEW did.
Ever.
Yeah, so I wrote, the street fight was okay, but nothing special. The match was good in the ring, and then it got a little gaga-y, but I just wrote, at one point, Owens and Sami get thrown over a railing, and then they come up. Owens has color, and I wrote, whether that was Blade or Hardway, I was like, I don't know, but I love that WWE's like chilling with this more again. You know, you have to do that, especially on pay-per-views or PLEs. There's got to be a little blood in wrestling. And especially it just made this street fight feel so much, I don't know, like a street fight. You know what I mean,
cool.
bro? Yeah.
Like it cool. Pretty cool.
Yeah, it was cool. I know. I'm going to Blade. But I was just kind of.
No, Dad, you got to do it the hard way.
You got to do it the hard way. Shooby doo wah wah. I got a razor blade in my tape. It's in my pocket. So either way, though, I wrote, but they come up from behind that fucking railing or that table, and they're wearing Mario Lemieux and Sidney Crosby. Shout out Lemieux and Crosby, two of the GOATs ever. Both played in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, one of the greatest fucking hockey franchises ever. But they come up
zombie movies.
Yeah, they come up wearing Lemieux and Crosby jerseys and hockey gloves. Now that's okay. The jerseys, I'm like, okay, but they're wearing hockey gloves and have hockey sticks, and I'm like, this is so cheesy and fucking dumb, bro. Did they plant those there before the show? How the fuck would they? Why would that happen? And then I just wrote, KO's funk shirt was enough. Like him just taking off his shirt and he's wearing a funk shirt, then does a hardcore. If he had came up bloody with the funk shirt, I just grab a 2x4 and fucking, you know, like you don't gotta light it on fire, but just, I don't know, that would have popped me harder. I like, just leave it like that. I just feel like this was too cheesy. This reminded me of some Matt Hardy shit. Like, how the fuck did you leave? You left hockey gloves there before the show started. Like, how'd you know you were gonna get thrown over those railings? It's just too silly for me. So I just wrote, that's so dumb, but KO's puncture was enough. I wrote, this was what it was. I wrote, it was a sloppy finish, but the Judgment Day won. And WWE, I wrote, I'm in disbelief, and WWE perfectly teased shit, got everybody anticipating. We know where it's going. We know where it's going. And right when we know where it's going, we don't. Just like Cody, we know where it's going. We know where it's going. And right when we think he's beating Roman, he doesn't. And this is why we love WWE. It's not, oh, and Hangman will stop drinking and then stop the Dark Order from attacking the Bucks again. And then they'll stand in the ring. Like, it's not just rehashing the same old shit. It's taking the tropes and building towards a trope that we're all so used to, and then flipping it at the last second and doing what's called a swerve. And this is why we love WWE. And I'm in disbelief.
A knee slap?
I'm wrong that the fucking Judgment Day are breaking up as soon as they are. The Judgment Day now. Think about this too. On. This gives them
no.
Not only did they not only did they already have an excuse to sorry, my fucking N64 music started playing. Not only did we I'm playing WrestleMania 2000 Hairline and Phil fucking career mode coming soon, bro. Yeah, I gotta win the tag straps. Sorry, boys, you better look out. Yeah.
Spoilers, commentary,
What was I talking about though? Not only did they fucking
how you were wrong.
Yeah, I was wrong about the Judgment Day breaking up, and JD saved. So you're gonna go over the spots and break it down. I know JD made the save, so he's. I think you're right. They're just gonna add JD, and then every team eventually breaks up or agrees to go different ways. So that could come in 5 years or 1 year, 3 years, whatever. But they've not. The draft didn't matter. They already started putting Judgment Day on all the shows, right? But they've stayed true at least to like Rhea Ripley's on Raw with her women's belt and the SmackDown. Like they've at least stayed true like that, other than the NXT belts kind of float around. But with that being said, they also gave a perfect excuse to give their workhorses, who are the Judgment Day. Let's be real, they are the workhorses of the company, along with like Seth and shit. But now they have like a full blown kayfabe excuse to be on Raw, SmackDown, and NXT. Judgment Day don't just run Raw. They don't just run NXT. Judgment Day runs WWE, Daddy. And this got so over with me. I'm shocked, but I think this was the right move. What's next for Sami and Kevin? I was fantasy mark booking the hairline. Do 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 do. Okay, later in the show. Well, we'll get to it when we cover the fucking Uso shit later in the show, the Cody Rhodes segment. But all I'm saying is Sami, there's interesting story that's going to come from there. People are going to go, oh, Sami and Kevin are going to break up. Nah, but I think you could just use them each as singles as well.
AEW?
No, I just think like
AEW confirmed?
Sami can be a singles. Yeah. Kevin Steen and El Generico to AEW. Dude, no one's going there. Do you think Edge is going to go there after they fired Punk, which we're going to talk about? Like,
I bet you $25 he doesn't.
No shit. Like, who the fuck? There's gonna be people dropping like flies out of that company. Yeah, Judgment Day runs WWE, and fucking yeah, dude. Sami Zayn and Owens could be used as singles, and this match wasn't the best ever. It kind of took me out with that Jersey shit, but this swerve and the titles, they got to just make those belts one set of belts, or just split have a tag belts for this show and tag belts for that show, or something. They could make the world tag titles over on Raw, and then have the WWE tag titles on SmackDown. I'd be super cool with that. But ultimately, hairline, your thoughts on this match, and what do they do with Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens going forward?
Match was awesome. It was great. And then what to do with Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens? I don't know. Honestly, man, I think they could split up, not to fucking ruin your fantasy mark booking, but they don't exactly need to remain together. Like, they're both strong individuals. Maybe they'll even like want to feud with each other because they're fucking marks like that.
I don't think they do it right away though. Like, I don't think they beef. I think they just go, I'm gonna do my thing and you're gonna do your thing, and then they can come back together for a while, or they can just fucking feud each other at WrestleMania. They can save it for a while. You know what I'm saying? They don't need to do it right away.
Yeah. So the crowd was doing "We Want Table" chants. You think Mox was having fucking Vietnam PTSD right there?
Yeah, I hate that "We Want Table" shit, man. But when they pulled the table out, the crowd fucking volcanic eruption. So it works.
I just thought fucking, Finn Balor's way cooler than Britt Baker. He sees that little yellow flag and he stamps on it. Britt Baker marks out with his goddamn marks. But yeah, man, really shout out to Dirty Dom. He's the MVP of this shit, bro. The hockey spot was dumb. Yeah, I wrote that in my notes. They're Penguins, not the Steelers, Cole. Cole thought they were Steelers jerseys. Do you want to talk about that Kevin Owens table spot on fucking Dom?
Go right ahead, man. I thought it was epic. I fucking cringed though. Like it looked. Yeah,
man. He
tough,
barely.
But that's how you brawl in the stands and dive off shit. You know what I mean? Like, if you're gonna do it there where it means something. You got to try and take Dom out. I don't know. I fucking cringed, but yeah, he barely touched it, and that's a big boy to even be doing that in the first place. Sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah, man. We're kind of lucky that the table even exploded the way it did, man. I guess it is because he's that big of a mass coming down.
He should have been doing.
But yeah, man. Outside of that, he should have. And the thing I dislike the most about it is like he was back up like 3 minutes later. And it's all like, bro, no, you should be done the rest of the match after that fucking spot. Yeah. But yeah, as I said, the Judgment Day is fucking eternal. Brothers fight, Phil. It's a thing. Doesn't mean this isn't. This isn't fucking fucking Triple H feels like he's working in an unsafe work environment now just because Finn and fucking Damian Priest were yelling at each other backstage.
Holy shit, bro! We're gonna get into all that. Oh my god, God! Just save it, save it,
Bro, I was so fucking geeked. Oh my god! I think I
yeah.
instantly messaged you on Instagram.
Do you
Just
think
all like,
airline? Do you think they?
Judgment Day forever.
Yeah. Do you think they unify those belts though, like Roman style, and then make new ones for the other
Yes.
show? Like they should do that. I think. But what team should do that? I think it's smart to keep Judgment Day on every show for a while. Like I'm down with them. I know people are like, I'm getting tired, and I hate people are like, oh, is this was a miss for the Bloodline? Is anyone else getting tired of the Bloodline? It's ass. It's like even if it was ass,
Nobody.
which it wasn't, it's
Nobody's
ass
sick of the bloodline.
1 week. It's like really good 5 weeks, and then it might be kind of mid 1 week, and then it's really good for 6 weeks, and then it's kind of mid. Like, okay, that's every show ever. You guys are fucking dumb dummies, But yeah, shout out Judgment Day, bro. Like, what? That's the right call too.
Thank
WWE
you.
just knows they draped them all in gold. Woo!
Yeah, it's amazing, bro. I'm so excited, dude. I'm gonna buy that shirt now.
So Cody comes out. He's a fucking megastar. I think Waller came out first, actually. Sorry, so Waller
Yeah,
comes
it's a
out.
great. Wow,
Yeah, he's on
man, give
fire.
him his flowers.
Well, I will. He's on fire in this promo. He was really good. This segment. He was really good. He was really
He's
good.
always good.
Yeah, he was good on the pre-show too. I watched the pre-show, or I like had it on in the
Yeah,
back while I did shit. And
he was hyped, bro.
yeah. So Cody comes out though. He's a fucking just a mega star. And you see the kids. There's kids literally crying, little girls crying with braces and glasses, fucking crying in the audience when Cody comes out. You know what I mean? They just do their little back and forth. But then I don't know, it's just silly. It's like, why is Cody Rhodes the one to announce this? But they're obviously going to keep Cody Rhodes involved with the announcement in some way. But Jey Uso has been signed by Raw, and I wrote, WWE kayfabe this so great. They kayfabe this so good. Like, even though we all knew it was bullshit, just the fact he's like, I quit WWE. And then they pull his shit offline and everything. They moved him to the alumni section and all that. And then he just shows up on this and is like, I'm signed to Raw, bitch. Like, that's funny to me. I just thought it's very Vince. Yeah, he's going to sign to Raw.
Yeah.
Right. So I had that next to my notes.
Jay in here.
His new theme is basically the old Usos, but remixed very well. But the part, it's just me, Us, is cringe. I wrote they should have just did I been down since instead of we been down since. Just a little writer's note, sorry. But yeah.
Yourself into a shoot, brother.
Yeah, bro. So they're making a play pushing both Usos as solos though. And it's ingenious, and this is a crazy new era of WWE. Your thoughts?
Ain't it? You could never do this with FTR.
Yeah, no, you're right. You couldn't split FTR up and do that. It'd be like the Dudley Boys, not to make that comparison, but sorry, hairline, you go ahead.
Which one's fucking tagging with Batista? The bald one?
Yeah, who do they give fucking who do they give Brian Cage to?
Yeah, which one of them's fucking starting a biker gang? Oh, that'd be both of them. They'd be reunited down the road in a biker. I would like to do a little bit of sniff, wink, wink sometime with Grayson Lawler. I think that'd be a fun time. So, and then Cody made his way down. Grayson was just on point and fucking snapping, bro. Yeah, and fucking Grayson goes, I've never cared about what fucking Pittsburgh has to say. And I said, I agree. Not once have I ever cared what Pittsburgh has to say either. Fucking Britt Baker marks. Fucking, yeah, Grayson was just great, bro. And I guess, like, yeah, more or less just fucking, they had to work Cody in there some way. As far as the Jay announcement, I guess I could say I didn't see this coming. I never thought that the fucking Cody and fucking the Grayson Lawler effect would be fucking Jay sort of raw now.
Yeah.
And next up we had Raquel and Mommy.
So up next, Raquel versus Rhea Ripley. Raquel Rodriguez. I was telling Hairline off pod, Raquel kind of won me over a bit in this match. I get it. I just feel like they should have built up to this more. If they're going to do both of them a powerhouse. I just think if they're both going to be these powerhouses, because they were trying to sell it like two of the most powerful women in WWE history, then like you got to build, that's got to be like a Mania type level type shit. I'm not saying Raquel. I know. I just think that it's, and then like I think they showed in NXT Rhea lost to Raquel. And then in this match, Raquel lost to Rhea. So you are right. There's another one coming, and they can go the history of these women, NXT, Payback, now at Mania or whatever. But I don't know. Raquel was winning me over a bit. I don't know. She's just a little green. She botched that power bomb spot. I don't know. They kind of played into Rhea hit that spear on Kevin Owens in the street fight. So, like when she hit that spear, she kind of like hurt herself. Dom wasn't with her. So like they kind of put like Rhea's back against the wall too, to keep her really strong in this. And Rhea won. It was good. And yeah, all gold everything in Judgment Day. And I wrote, whoever this female referee is needs to train Aubrey Edwards. Raquel botched the power bomb really bad. She made up for it after, but yeah, or I don't know if they were trying to do a reversal or whatever, and she just fucked up, but it's really bad. But Dom does a distraction, and I just wrote, yeah, another win for Ripley. Love mommy. She's the only girl who looks good with bangs. I'm just gonna throw that out there, but it was just a whatever kind of thing, But Judgment Day ruling WWE is more of what we're getting. So I'm down. Your thoughts?
Rhea's a hell of a back. I'll tell you that much. Every time I see that entrance, it's fucking
and the smile.
Screams.
Don't forget her smile.
Yeah,
yeah.
Just make sure you smile and then you show that back.
Make sure when you show your back, you're also smiling. Can your head turn around?
Yeah.
Can your head turn 360 like an owl so you look at the camera with your back? Yeah, train your body. Only sleep for 3 hours. That's what I do. I got a great paralegal. She'll get you somebody I know a guy. He'll teach you how to spin your head around.
Yeah, man. Rhea's over as fuck, bro. It's crazy, dude. Like fucking hella over. Like MJF, Adam Cole over. This was a very big body match. Raquel was a smidge green in areas, but Raquel definitely fucking tried, and like she gets the psychology and all that. She understands like that this is a kaiju big battle, And yeah, I don't know. Did you catch where fucking Rhea like saved Raquel botched the move, but Rhea like made it look like a reversal? And then Cole goes, "Oh, look at how she shifted her weight. She did that to reverse it." And it's just like, wow, that was just a great fucking in the moment fucking save,
Yeah.
But yeah, man, basically what you said, all gold everything, man. Fucking Judgment Day is fucking dripping, as they should be, as they will remain for a while. Up next, we had John Cena, the Southpaw announcer.
Right. So we had now somehow Carl Anderson and Luke Gallows were able to get their Southpaw, whatever wrestling gimmicks over on that Retro Mania or whatever it's called, video game Retro Wrestling. There was some video game made recently, and they got a lot
of that.
Right. So Nick Aldis is in it and all that shit, and somehow, or I think it's that game, but
I actually stopped playing it because they had Meltzer in it, and it like Meltzer's like credible in it, and like you have to like try to get a good star match, and I was just like, nope.
Ew, dude. Oh my god, for real?
Yeah, dude, I'll show you. I'll take a picture.
Yes, please. Man, that disappoints me because it's like, god damn, you can't integrate. That's why he's such a mark. You can't put him in the game, dude. You got to make fun of him. In 2K, there's a guy. They have a guy who does podcasts who's making fun of Meltzer. It's a fake Meltzer voice who does podcasts with some fake name. Okay. So 2K makes fun of this guy. You guys put him in your game. Sorry, that game, though, they somehow got their Southpaw wrestling gimmicks in that game. I don't know how the fuck they did that. Did they have to do a deal with WWE or how did they do that? I wonder. Regardless, John Cena was doing his Southpaw wrestling, whatever. I thought those were great. I don't know why they don't bring that back. I guess because the network stopped doing as much original because they were trying to build their own like television. We're like Netflix, but just WWE. But then they were like, we can just sell our shit and make money. Like all these shows, right? Like Friends, they sell their shit to Netflix for 3 years, pull it off, and then sell it to the other thing for 3 years. And it's crazy. Content is king. But anyways, John Cena's doing his gimmick and he was just having fun. Like this has got to be why he comes to WWE. It's got to be like in between movies and shit and projects. He's got to plan this shit way ahead, obviously, and go, no, I'm going to dedicate this time to this time if I can to WWE because I don't know, man. WWE Pro Wrestling is a place where you can really just go do things and feed off that live crowd in a way you can't do anywhere else, you know? Maybe in an improv
Right.
comedy group, the Groundlings like Jericho, I toured with them, Will Ferrell, you know, maybe doing that would be similar,
They're the
but
worst.
pro wrestling is truly, it's just like an outlet where you can, I don't know, really express yourself and see what works and what doesn't, get that instant feedback. And I don't know, man, Cena, it's just awesome to have him back. I don't know why he's insistent on kind of goofballing himself out while he's here, but I think he's just having fun and is like, fuck it. I'm going to give as
Yeah,
many,
fun.
I'm going
Yeah.
to do whatever I want because I earned the ability to do that. And as long as the ratings are up and shit's hot and I don't burn the fucking ratings to the toilet, cool. And as long as I give these other guys the rub, fucking, it's only going to do good for business and I'm going to have fun doing it. And I get to get that feeling. You know, it's like Triple H said at that press conference, you know, John showed up in London. You want that feeling, you know, like you can't recreate it. We all know it. And anyways, he does his little interview. I don't know. I just kind of giggled. What did you think of it?
I thought he's way better than Renee. This is fucking what Renee should fucking aim to be. Fucking,
Right.
long live the Judgment Day, bro. Most of all,
Right.
I popped really hard when fucking Priest was all like, "Good job, kid," to Cena. Oh god, it was just like fucking just working the gimmick, brother.
Yeah. I don't
And
know. I loved all this. Yeah.
yeah, and then next up they announced Fastlane October fucking 7th, bro. You ready for
Yeah.
that one?
Rocktober.
Ah,
My birthday's in October.
October.
Halloween's in October.
Ah,
This
ah.
year I'm rewatching all of Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Evil Deads. That's my September through to November mission. And
That's awesome.
sometimes we keep it spooky through November too. Sometimes we like to but November we kind of like to get in that Christmas vibe. Y'all's Thanksgiving is in November in America. For us it's in October. But yeah, definitely
That's
September,
weird.
October, that's spooky season. And yeah, we're doing
I
Evil
wanna.
Deads and we're doing all of the Buffys. We're going to watch the Angel series as well, okay? Yeah. Speaking of marks, let's mark over this main event. Main event time. I wrote, so it's Shinsuke
Shinsuke Nakamura.
versus Seth Rollins, and they do this crazy
This
Darby
is
Allin
frankly.
style, but actually good anime Shogun assassin, fucking Kanuki man, maybe not that far out, but like a Samurai Jack meets
Oh
fucking
yeah,
Shogun
Samurai Jack.
assassin type.
That. I would say Samurai Jack meets Cowboy Bebop is
Yeah,
what
that's
I
exactly
keep
where I was
like
going
about.
with that. It was like Samurai Jack
Yes.
meets fucking Cowboy Bebop, or I was gonna say Tiger Mask or something,
Oh,
but intro, and it was brilliant. I fucking love this, and it made Shinsuke seem so big. They just really put a lot into him here, and people are mad that he lost, but we'll get into when the shit, and this is where again
yeah, I'm
WWE
sure they are.
thrives. WWE thrives, man. They're so intelligent the way they know how to, no, I don't want to say manipulate, but manipulation's not always a bad thing, right? Like you can manipulate water and make a dam. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not always a bad thing. So like manipulate these things in a good way. But we're gonna get into all of that. But it's main event time. Here's my notes. I love all this Seth and Shinsuke shit. It's straight up anime. These guys are two larger than life characters wearing like fucking Naruto outfits, about to throw down in like the world tournament, you know, from Dragon Ball. Like they're wearing these fucking outlandish, they're these two
Yeah, it
like
was
almost
outlandish.
otherworldly, spectacular, larger than life characters. This is what pro wrestling's about. You know, it's not about being huge like the Hogans and the Andres. This is where the character work can make you, can take you in. Like this is like a fucking anime, bro. This is like watching Kill Bill. I love this. I just loved it so much. I don't know, the vibe, everything, the pacing of the match. I love Shinsuke and his gimmick. They renewed my love of him. Win or lose, this is a W for Shin. Great Muda in the crowd. Give me a hell yeah, yeah. And what? And yeah, dude, it was just a huge W. I wrote it was a flat finish though, but Seth was selling his back. It's a great overall match. And then after they go off the air, Nakamura. So instead of schmozzing up their pay per view and doing an afterbirth, they wait till everything goes off air. They know it's going to go on the internet. They know it's going to have the fans quoting, "Oh, Shinsuke did this after. Look at our fan videos. Shinsuke did this after the show." And that's how you manipulate social media and get engagement and get shit popping. I don't know. That's how you lean into cell phone era wrestling shit. You know what I mean? And they did it brilliantly here. And Shinsuke attacked Seth. So they're going to keep this going. And I think we're going to see an overlap of, I think, Survivor Series or what's coming up next. What's their next? They got Fastlane coming. Johnson is going to be there
October 7th.
Right, and then in November, I think, a Survivor Series. So they might, and there might be a War Games. I was fantasy mark booking to hairline. Do. You know, we might get like a Seth, Cody, Sami, Jay, Kevin Owens versus Shinsuke. Right, like they got Gunther. Fuck, I don't know. They got a lot of big heels and baby faces cooking right now. I think they're kind of overlapping. Like it could be a Judgment Day versus the baby faces, or maybe a Shins. I don't know, but there could be 2 Survivor Series matches like back in the day, a normal style and a War Games. What if they did that? I know I'm fantasy mark booking, but it seems like they're going to continue the Shinsuke Seth shit. I don't know if Shinsuke ever beats Seth, but then again, I didn't think the Judgment Day were going to beat Sami and KO. So what the fuck do I know? And this is a brilliant way to end this event. This is a big main event feel and making Shinsuke important. This feels like a big storyline to me too. Their titles feel important. Fucking knocked it out of the park with a pay-per-view that I thought was going to be whatever. Hairline, your thoughts on the main event, your thoughts on where they're going with all this, your thoughts on Payback.
Yeah, man, the video package was super fucking dope. Excellent fucking opening there. Popped me with the anime like shit. It was a very big match feel. And it was New Japan Nakamura, bro. This was fucking Nakamura versus AJ Styles. The same Nakamura. So that was pretty cool. The thing I didn't like here, man, is I felt Seth was a smidge too in control for how much we teased the back and all the injuries and whatnot. I just thought a lot more of it. Yeah, I just thought a lot more of it would be Nakamura in control and like just him beating up the back the entire time. But she was more fucking Seth actually in control. But yeah, very mediocre ending. I don't know. I can't complain though. Fucking the rest of the card was super fucking sick. So yeah, I don't know. It's not that it was bad. It's like seeing a table spot and then a second table spot. So.
I just like that they're continuing the feud and they're doing a great job of building up like hot fucking heels, and you care about, like, I don't know. I thought the crowd was really invested for what it was though, and I think the crowd's really into the Shinsuke, because there was half the cheers were "Let's go Shinsuke, let's go Rollins." So bro, they're invested, man. They're invested, and I'm invested in this. They made me care about Shinsuke. This to me was like round 1 between these two. That was the first of 3, like we're going to see them go again at Fastlane maybe, or not Fastlane, the one after. Like Shinsuke Seth could be its own rematch at Survivor Series. That's a big fight feel. I don't know, but yeah, I agree with you about the control. And the one thing, when Seth hit the pedigree, he should have like back spasmed out. Ugh. You fucking, when you drop to your knee, bro, that would be devastating on a lower back. So all I'm saying is he should have hit the pedigree, and then he back spasms out and can't make the cover. He covers him, but then Shinsuke gets out at 2. Oh my God. Because because there was just some of it where I was like, I thought his back was hurt. Why is he just doing all of his normal moves, But yeah. So Payback overall, though, your thoughts on it? You said it was a great pay-per-view. You were like, you said off pod, you messaged me, you're like, Payback, more like a fucking whatever you said to me. You were like, this is way better than a Payback,
Yeah, it's probably the best Payback we've ever seen.
Man. Yeah.
Really solid card here. But I guess like they were fucking I don't mean it like that, but they were going head to head with Collision, huh?
Yeah, which I can't wait to see. So I want to do this. We're going to do this in a bit of a different way, Hairline. We're going to review the matches and the show of Collision just quickly. We'll just breeze through it. And then we're going to circle back to the opening promo of Tony Khan. We're going to finish the show by going over that. And going over what happened before the show went on the air when Tony Khan came out and talked to the fans. We're going to talk about the marks. We're going to talk about the CM Punk firing. and we're going to talk about the Cauliflower Alley Club shit. And then we have All Out to do. But we're going to start this Collision review by just going through the matches on, guys. So no, we're not skipping the Tony and all the controversy. We're going to end with what was the start of Collision, because there's just so much to get into. And I don't want to take forever getting into that and then talk about these shit matches. No offense. But I just want to kind of breeze through this and then get into all the juice for everybody, because this Collision was going against Payback. And I mean, I'm not going to say, I have links to videos from in the building. I need to show you Hairline. So there's too much. So just skip over that. I know Hairline's got notes. He's been roasting the fucking monitors. We touched on it earlier in the show. TK thought he was going to die, I guess.
Yeah, in danger.
So they pretended like that shit didn't happen. We're going to pretend like it didn't happen for a minute. I'm just going to go over my notes here. Rick, they were in Chicago. There was like nobody in the building. So Starks and Big Bill come out. I just wrote, they're $1 million to get. They're $1 million together. Why the fuck am I supposed to care about Starks versus 70-year-old, though? They flipped it. Danielson comes out. Great. I love him. BCC is complete ass, though. So now we get Ricky versus Danielson, which is chill, but there's no point to any of it. Your thoughts?
So fucking Tony looked totally ridiculous in the middle of the ring with his arms folded, fucking
Getting
pouting.
Getting booed.
Right. Because Ricky didn't want him to hold the microphone. Starks was on fire, man. He's going to be fucking great in the WWE for sure. Yeah, and he was putting over Big Cass and shit too, man. And Big Cass is legit too. Like
I love him.
Saying, fucking, yeah, he's a star, man, and he gets big guy psychology. I was like, why is Steamboat here? That's fucking ridiculous. And then fucking just how it said the dragon and all that. I was like, God, this is so fucking stupid. And then it turns out it was Daniel Bryan, and it was just all like, this just reeks of fucking 12-year-old brain Tony Khan. Fucking,
oh, I know. He's the dragon, and he's the Steamboat Dragon, and he's the American Dragon, and we're all dragons. Yeah, I'm like Smaug. Great. Have you ever read The Hobbit? It's real great. So
The Hobbit's awesome. Legolas was in the movie, but he's not in the books. You want me correct?
Up next, we got like a Mox promo. He's just so fucking cringe. Way too long of a garbage promo of a guy trying to be cool. Orange Cassidy. Yeah. What are you going to do in the history when they say that he has one of the most prolific title reigns in history? Bro, me and Hairline could do more episodes than Joe Rogan tomorrow. It doesn't make our show bigger or better than Joe Rogan, you dumb idiot. And Death Jitsu's cringe. That's cringe. You don't do Death Jitsu. Congrats on winning your fucking no-gi tournament or whatever the fuck you did. Congrats. I'm glad you can shoot. But no. Stop stabbing people with forks then. He's like, I'm one of the most technical machines. Fuck this. Sorry. I just wish Kurt Angle arms work so we could tie this guy in a fucking knot and spank him.
Fucking,
anyways, okay. Go ahead.
He was rambling on about the rocks in the water and fucking trying to be
this week I watched Jaws. Yeah, Jaws is real cool.
Yeah, for sure.
Jaws is a cool
documentary.
Movie. Yeah.
He said he is a technician of the highest order. Now,
God, this is where I'm like, I wish Benoit wasn't a crazy dumb fuck, and I wish fucking Eddie was still alive. And I wish, like this is where I'm like, I wish Dean Malenko wasn't old, and he could fucking.
Hold on. Would you like to know what fucking makes him why he's the technician of the highest order? Because he doesn't target body parts. He targets your soul. Okay. And it's just like, dude,
I'm Soul Reaper. Soul Reaper's cool. What's cool? Do you remember PlayStation? PlayStation was cool. Soul Reaper 2.
Yeah, Soul Reaper 2 was okay. But he was just all like, everyone likes to quit. Yeah, I hope you don't quit. Yeah, I'm so cool.
I'm so cool.
Quitting. It was just like, cool. Dude, I'm fucking done. God, I hope you don't quit. Bro, I don't know if I'm gonna watch that match.
You don't have to. AEW is now all optional as far as the show goes. I was gonna say it might hurt our show going forward though if we don't review, because people like to tune in to hear us laugh at and say what we would do better. So we have to do it to WWE if they're gonna claim like TNA's Impact's not going. We're number 2. So if they're gonna claim, we gotta watch it and laugh. I don't know, but so up next we got some fucking mix, a bunch of guy tag. Who gives a fuck? I wrote so JAS are still a team, just not with Jericho.
Yeah. Yeah,
Dumb.
right.
I wrote neckbeards love when Garcia wiggles his dink. Imagine that's your gimmick. You not Rick Rude
No.
wiggling your dick where hot girls are going fucking girls are melting in their fucking seats for Magnum TA. But you're wiggling your dick for 1,000 neckbeards who want to boo
Neckbeards.
who fucking I wrote acclaim bodied them
Yeah,
though,
that's
but
crazy.
who cares about any of this? Your thoughts?
So fucking as far as the bars, fucking he said something about Daddy Mac wants to fucking taste of his nutsack. I can 100% confirm that he does want to taste of the acclaimed nutsack. Daddy Mac needs to put a shirt on, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like the other two guys look like wrestlers. You know what I'm saying? And he just looks like a fucking goof. And like he sells good. You know what I'm saying, bro? He sells great, but I'm like, God,
You don't want
fucking.
a daddy magic taste?
No, what happened is he saw chubby Jericho fucking without his shirt on, so now he thinks it's okay. Ah,
Oh shit.
fucking hey, man. And then fucking Daddy Mac was standing up on the rope like the first fucking 10 like fucking minute of the match. I was
Yeah.
like, please, someone just walk over there and shove him.
Shout out to the guy in the crowd cosplaying LA Knight though. His fit was clean. It looked perfect.
Yeah, fuck yeah, and the
Yeah.
yeah sign.
That's what I mean.
Um,
This is what I said on Twitter, currently known as X, to someone. They were talking
currently,
shit, or maybe they weren't talking shit. No, it was, I think it was Grapple Vision on YouTube. They were like, who's more over? Like, who's a bigger star, LA Knight or MJF? And I love MJF, but it's just this simple. I wrote, dude, when you go to an AEW show, you see people cosplaying as LA Knight, you see yeah signs. When Anthony Bowens accidentally goes, yeah, the whole crowd goes, yeah. Nobody in WWE's chanting kangaroo kick, and no one will ever chant kangaroo kick or devil, we were devil worship or
he's
whatever the
just
fuck.
fucking
No,
body.
no one's ever gonna do that in WWE ever. Boom, right there. LA Knight's a bigger star than MJF. Period. It's not even a fucking debate. So, anyways,
Aubrey wasn't even attempting to fucking keep control of any of this.
because
So
she's not allowed
he's
to do her so she's got boo boo face in there. Watch her, she's got boo boo face
yeah,
in the ring now.
yeah.
She's
Oh
not
no, I
allowed
know.
to sell the moves, but she was doing this shit for the tag, reaching to the is it good or is he gonna tag? No, bitch, that's not your fucking job. And then this is the problem: when she goes to go tag, she like turns her back away from shit and is doing not what a referee would do. Now, oh, it's wrestling. They're supposed to turn their no. When the heel's gonna heat, you give them an excuse, a distraction to turn their back blatantly. But she's not supposed to be doing it to sell a tag and shit. Like it's such bad. I wrote in my notes. I think, yeah, I said it earlier that female referee who ref the Rhea Raquel match in WWE needs to go run a whole ref camp because that's how you referee. Okay. So she needs to go teach everyone in AEW how to ref, especially Aubrey Edwards. But because she was a little offensive in this, I was like, come on,
Yeah,
why are
and
you
then
reaching for the
Kevin,
tag? I don't know. Sorry, go ahead.
bro, Kevin Kelly goes, she's doing the best she can, and I was like, that's absolute horse shit. she is not.
It might
She's not doing the best
it
she
might
can.
be the
She's
best she
not.
can. It might be the best she
No,
honestly can.
no, it's not. No, it's not. She knows. She okay. She wouldn't be fucking taking down AEW botches post and doing all that fucking shit. You know what I'm saying? Like she know, like she's heard
You
the
know what's
feedback.
crazy?
She's choosing to still do this shit.
Botchamania
Yeah,
just
no,
dropped. Matthew just dropped their latest episode, and it's a big graphic of All In, and it's called Botch In or Botchamania In, and it's like an All In botch episode special. Okay, okay. Why are they not pulling that down? Why is it okay? And Excalibur can go, oh, Sting is the table, and they can reference Matthew, and it's all good. But we're not. It's not okay for AEW botches to go.
yeah,
Here's
but like
their botch compilations. I don't know. I think that's
now
dumb.
Not to say something negative about fucking AEW botches. I think they're being complete cucks the way they're fucking defending fucking Sunny Straight or not. Sunny
Sunny
Kiss. Sunny,
Kiss. Yeah,
yeah, Sunny Straight's the voice actor for Krillin. For
yeah.
Sunny Kiss, it's complete cuck shit.
Okay, so over at AEW Botches, shout them out. So
Yeah, man, they're dope. I
on,
appreciate all their content and all that, but they are being complete cucks here.
okay, so I got to see this. So on August 14th, they tweeted, "Well, can't get any worse for her, can it?" And so Sunny Kiss and 99 others liked your tweet. And the tweet reads, "What we are witnessing at hashtag AEW is the direct result of Tony Khan being a spineless, gutless, weak little man." Holy, and Sunny Kiss liked that. And then Sunny Kiss was no longer with the company, no longer listed on the roster. So obviously Tony Khan released Sunny for whatever reason. And I don't know. I thought Sunny was with the Trust Busters or whatever over in Ring of Honor, but I guess not. Damn, the devil's in
All
the
right, so just go
details.
back and
Look at this video.
yeah. I shared it on her TikTok.
Bro.
All right, so scroll down.
I just got goosebumps, man. Punk versus Roman at Mania 40. Punk puts Roman over. Let's do it. Why don't we do it? Hey, Vince. Vince, I know you listen to the show. It's been confirmed.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
It is confirmed.
Do it. Do this.
The bucktooth guy.
Oh my. We're gonna get into all the Punk stuff in a bit, guys.
Like, okay, these guys like drill fucking AEW over everything they fucking do. You know what I'm saying? Like, not once did I ever see them fucking put over fucking Sunny Kiss or anything. It was just it's like, no. Listen.
I agree with
and listen,
you. I agree.
And I'm sorry to break character and shit, bro, but like it's just fucking it's extremely toxic the way like they're just gonna fucking put fucking Sunny Kiss over all of a sudden just because Tony Khan did her dirty and all that shit.
Yeah, that's
like,
where
just be a bunch of fucking cucks.
But it is that. It's just what Hairline said. He says it a little more brash than I do, but it's exactly that. It's like, what happens when AEW goes out of business? Are you going to be a TNA hate page? That's the thing where that's all I was trying to point out. Like exactly what you're saying. You're like, oh, now they all of a sudden are putting Sunny Kiss over. Like they never cared about Sunny Kiss. And that was my point, was like, okay, don't like hope that Cash Wheeler doesn't have a job though. Because you just don't like AEW, and that's where I feel like the Neckbeards and the Botches account. Neckbeards kind of leans into more of like just making fun of the fans, but Botches, yeah, they do what you just said. It's kind of like don't be like, oh, good for Kit Sonny, or they like my tweet, that's awesome. Like you don't need to be, because you've probably featured Sonny in some of your fucking botch compilations and stuff.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
And if Sonny really had have been, you would have hated on Sonny if Sonny was featured all the time or whatever. You'd have found reasons to hate on Sonny. So don't do that. Yeah, I agree with you. And that's the point I was trying to make before. It's like, well, no, you're just full. That's why I think Botchamania, to my point earlier, gets away with that shit, because they're not fully just like, I hope something fails. They're just like, no, I'm just going to laugh about everything. And I'm not actively out there hoping anyone fails, right? And that's why it's gross to see like Wrestle Talk news writers on fucking shitting on Punk and shit. It's like, dude, you're a news writer. Stop. Don't be biased. Walter Cronkite.
I'm a journalist.
Be unbiased. But here's a hilarious fucking tweet I'm gonna read. Then we're gonna get off this and finish up Collision. Who wins in an MMA rules fight? And this is tweeted out by @ARW_12345. Who wins in an MMA rules fight? Tony Khan or Sunny Kiss? And it's 85% say Sunny Kiss. That is fucking hilarious.
I say Tony.
Yeah.
I'm going Tony.
No, I'm going Sunny.
Tony will just rage out.
Sunny's athletic.
No, man. Yeah, as fuck. Yeah, I guess more or less shout out to Sunny Kiss. Not that you don't deserve to be cucked out. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is awesome. I'm glad that you have some fucking chubby ass basement dwellers cucking out.
Oh man, Hairline just went full heel on AEW botches, man. So Dark Order is backstage. Alex Reynolds, John Silver. They cut a decent promo, but I'm just like, who cares about any of this? Fucking Ring of Honor titles on All Out. I don't give a fuck.
Fucking children.
And then backstage, they come back from commercial. Ricky Starks cuts a promo walking backstage with Big Bill. And I was like, this is very WWE and nice. Why don't they do more of this shit? Like, I don't know. That was very Cody Rhodes of them to do that. So I don't know. Nice little touch.
Yeah, man. Fucking, I paused when fucking Ricky went, "You again" to Tony.
Yeah. So Aussie Open versus fucking Nick Wayne with another random luchador commander. So they just like, oh, I know, we'll put Nick Wayne with the AAA guys and give him the rub. So they wrestle Aussie Open. This match goes way too fucking long. Nick Wayne's with a random Mexican guy, and I wrote, why not team him with Darby or AR Fox now that they're all cool with each other? Darby comes out, Christian comes out, spits fire. I wrote, whatever. Your thoughts?
Yeah, so I skipped this.
Okay.
But I skipped it. I skipped it to where Darby came out.
Yeah.
And I got, man, this is sad to fucking admit, but Darby's like one of the only actual stars left
Yep.
in AEW now.
He's like the actual only homegrown guy, him and MJF, I'd say.
Right, one of the actual pillars. But the fucking downside, man, is he is on borrowed time, and he's going to be crippled, within the next 2 years from all these stupid unnecessary spots.
He's
or
got
his
to.
Dumbass is going to freeze.
Yeah,
he's going to freeze at the top of Mount Everest, dog.
You know how AEW's NXT, their whole gimmick is kind of like, it's like a high school kind of, even though that's not what it, but it's like a college campus. That's kind of what it is, right? It's like Saved by the Bell, but cool, but wrestling, Darby would fit so well in there as the NXT champion, as the North American champion. He would fit so well as like that grunge kid who doesn't fit in, who skateboards to the ring, who maybe does a little hardcore spot here or there, maybe does a coffin match. They could, WWE and Shawn Michaels especially, working with Undertaker and the access to the Undertaker and those guys, and just the mind of Michaels, who's a little guy for his era. He should really think about going there, dude. They would cultivate him into such a big star. And I know it's not all about money for me. It's about freedom. But yeah, exactly like Hairline said, bro, if you're going to put yourself in a fucking, you want to have kids one day, you want to get in a wheelchair, maybe you don't, but if that's what you want to do, bro, I mean, you got to there. You have a window and an opportunity where they would cultivate you into a huge star. Darby would be such a big star in WWE. He would be such a big merch mover. And
I completely agree.
Yeah, you're gonna let that slip away. Yeah,
Peeps came out with Luchasaurus, bro. And he basically said, "I fucked up last week, bro. Your mom's was out front, and I didn't holler at her. But guess what? I'm sliding in those DMs, dead ass.
Yeah.
I guess fucking it's gonna be Nick Cage now, right? Right?
Oh
yeah.
Shit. Oh shit.
Yeah. Right?
Oh shit! It's Nick Cage.
Yeah.
Yo.
Oh
man.
God.
Someone should tweet that to fucking Christian, man. He needs to use that line.
Yeah. Christian said something about it fucking atrocious when people claim to be something they're not. Kevin Kelly goes, "But you're not the champion." And Nigel goes, "Be quiet."
Yeah, be quiet.
Snapping at him, bro.
Yeah, they're great on commentary. I love Kevin Kelly.
He's better than the other fucking guy. Yeah, so next up we had Claudio and Eustace.
Yeah, so like Wheeler's just a little cuck who likes to get beat up, I guess. This was super cringe and gross, and Wheeler's just a little fucking a little bitch. He's just a little whore. He likes to get slapped around. So I don't know. I just was cringing at this. I couldn't even focus on what Claudio was saying because it was very cringe.
I can fill you in. Claudio was all like, "Ugh. So you can beat up Useless. So can I. Anyone can beat up Useless." And it's like, bro, why would you just body your pre-pupil like that? Like, oh, this is so backwards. Like, oh yeah, I got an idea. What if we have Claudio do uppercuts to Wheeler?
Yeah, I know. We got to get across how tough Wheeler is. He's just such a tough guy, actually. And that's why he rolls with the Blackpool guys. And so you guys are tough. Yeah, Moxley's tough.
Yeah, and then it cuts to Eddie, and Eddie's all like, "That was real cute. You beating up Useless, and Useless are getting beat up."
God, I wish someone would beat me up watching this fucking show. So Dennis Rodman's up next, and
hey, hold on. Why was Shibata there?
I
What did
don't
he have to do with
fucking
anything at
know.
all?
I don't know,
Why was
dude.
Shibata just hanging out?
Because he's the Ring of Honor pure champion, and according to Dave Meltzer, he's done with New Japan Pro Wrestle, and now he's here in fucking AEW in Ring of Honor. Not even on our main roster. He's just gonna be in Ring of Honor and do appearances at All Out, which is an AEW
All right,
show
well,
because he likes Orange Cassidy, and Tony Khan gives him a lot of money to say he likes Orange Cassidy. And according to Meltzer, he had his brain removed and then implanted back in his head, even though
I
that was
suppose I
made up
asked.
entirely. So Dennis Rodman comes out next. Shout out Rodman. They must have gave him a bunch of money to do this. He's a legend in Chicago. I wrote, what the fuck was Dennis Rodman thinking coming out to an entire empty building with 1,000 people in it? He's used to selling that building out and winning NBA championships and out of it with Michael Jordan. You know, what was he thinking? He's used to WCW and the NWO. He comes out and it was utter garbage. There's no one in the crowd. He's the worm. He's a fucking legend. He comes out and he didn't know to face, he was facing the crowd. He didn't know not to face the empty side of the building with the hard cam. I was laughing so hard, dude. And then Jarrett comes out. Jarrett and Rodman did the NWO back in the day, and Rodman and Jarrett were good in this, but they have all their goofballs. But Satnam Singh's there. I'm like, okay, dude, you have Jarrett and Satnam. You have Rodman. He was in NWO. Rodman's a legendary ball player. This is genius. Have Satnam take a bump for fucking Rodman because he's a goofball. You're doing something. Okay, this is okay. This is all right. And then the Acclaim come out, and I'm like, no one really pops because they just saw them. Why did you have a match with them? Why were they defending their trios title against JAS, who weren't a team last week, but are a team again, but aren't really a team? They're the non-Jericho, the NJAS now. This is dumb bullshit. So the Acclaim come out, and then no one cares. And then they try and give Rodman the rub, or Rodman's rub. Rodman's like, who the fuck are these guys? Why the fuck didn't you bring Bullet Club Gold out? Rodman was too sweeting people, throwing up the too sweet. Why didn't they fucking have Bullet Club Gold come out and then do something with Jared and like do something like that? Fucking have Rodman bump fucking Satnam Singh, and because he's already a jobber giant anyways, he might as well be giant fucking Gonzalez or who's that guy? Kurgan. Who is that guy in the oddities?
Kurgan. Yeah,
Giant
Kurgan.
Silva.
Yeah, Kurgan.
You're a jobber, okay? So fucking yeah, dude. You had the opportunity as you wear your ICP shirt. You had the opportunity to fucking do something here with Satnam Singh, and they didn't. So just might as well fucking make him take a bump for Rodman or something. Instead, they do this convoluted shit, mess it all up. Rodman's gonna be at All Out. They just paid him a bunch of money. Who gives a fuck? They had an opportunity to do something there with BCG and the Too Sweet, or even the Bucks were backstage. I'm surprised they didn't get involved in this somehow. But yeah, whatever. What were your thoughts on this, Hairline?
Oh, when you go out there, can you tell Chicago that AEW is pro great and you really like AEW?
Yeah, Rodman, AEW
sure,
wrestling. It's like Jeff Jarrett's like, I know, I'll call a celebrity friend and then I'll come out and do some goofy shit with him, brother, and get on TV. I mean, that's just good for Jarrett's resume in his book.
But at least like Jarrett like sounds good on the mic. You know what I'm saying? Like this was just good because everything else was so bad. You know?
And he knew how to like pick up when Rodman looked like he was about to fall off. Jarrett would pick it up and like save the moment. Like he's a professional. It's a bunch of goofballs out there though. Otherwise, it's crazy to me.
It's a waste of fucking Jeff Jarrett. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, man.
Fucking, I geeked so hard at Tony having to adjust fucking Dennis Rodman away from the hard cam.
Yeah, I tweeted it out, formerly or currently X'd it, formerly tweeted it out.
Yeah, and then Jeff Jarrett fucking explains why every single member of his faction is connected to fucking Rodman, and then Kevin Kelly goes, "He connected all the dots for me." I know that popped me. And then Dennis Rodman, man, when he went to go do like the choke push or whatever. That was on fucking Satnam. No, it wasn't Satnam Singh, was it? The little guy. Who's the little guy?
Sanjay.
So he did that little. I guess, throat thrust. And before the little throat thrust, he tried to rip his shirt, but he
Yeah,
couldn't.
I know it wouldn't rip,
Like,
dude.
yeah, fucking goof.
So funny.
Oh god. And then yeah, man. So we got the acclaimed again, and on top of not only getting the acclaimed again, we also got another 1 day storyline build. Like we just got a 1 day storyline build
Yeah.
between Jungle Boy and Hook.
AEW's
So
toast.
yeah, it's great.
AEW's toast. So up next,
Cinnamon toast,
yeah, yeah, Cinemojis. You want
crunch.
to talk about Cinemojis for a bit? I think those are cool. So up next, Shane Taylor cuts a promo. I wrote sweet, but why
Ooh,
is this on All Out? Joe promo, and he's captivating. He's the only
yeah,
real guy
amazing.
in this fucking company. I can't wait till he's back in WWE. And they gave him
Yeah, commentary.
like a new retro style ROH TV title, which I
Shocker.
and here's one thing I will say: thank fuck AEW gave us that Joe Punk 3 because that'll never happen in WWE. And at least I did get to witness that Mark match that I always dreamed would be in WWE on that big stage because WWE's or AEW's done after this. So Outcast come out. Sorry, your thoughts on Joe and fucking Shane Taylor.
Ooh. So fucking Joe said this has been a turbulent week, and it's been a fucking Bucks took control of the fucking plane, and like it's more than turbulence, dog. It's hurricane like winds
Yeah.
from a from Camp Cucamonga. And he told Shane Taylor, "Are you ready to wrestle in front of millions of people?" It's like, bro, millions of people aren't coming to All Out, dog. You need to knock that shit the fuck off.
That's funny. Okay, so
God,
go ahead.
no, I'm just like fucking like you were saying. It's the Outcast versus Britt Baker, Sheeta, and fucking Statlander. This is Dynamite.
Yeah,
This is
so
Dynamite.
Collision's officially. I wrote that in my notes. It's officially become Dynamite. I wrote Outcast come
Same.
out. Storm is visibly separated from the bunch. I wrote the Outcasts were all looking so sexy. Britt Baker comes out.
Yeah,
Who
they were looking
cares?
great,
Sheeta is
dude. I'm
badass and awesome. She
bro.
has awesome music. Statlander is great and has great music, but they got to keep her active. If it's me, they're splitting the rosters. That's the only way to shake things up, to make people interested, to get people talking, to get people to even care about Collision. What's the point of watching the show anymore? So, yeah, I just wrote, in fact, splitting the rosters would have avoided all this Punk drama if they had did this from the beginning, because Punk wouldn't have had to smack Jack Perry out, or they wouldn't have had to tell him not to do glass spots on his fucking show. Outcast steal a win with the spray paint. This is regressing. AEW's regressing back to garbage. They're like, okay, well, Punk is gone, so let's just do all the garbage shit again now, and I can do all my great booking. It'll be great.
Yeah, Daniel Bryan likes it. So I want to say, when the podcast started, I was shitting all over the Outcast, and I have to say, I'm so heavily captivated and like into this storyline now, just because Tony's so good, bro.
Yeah,
Like
I love
fucking
Tony, love Saraya. Ruby's great too, and
yeah,
she
and
looks
then
hot as fuck, dude. I don't know what they're doing over there, but
yeah, she looks okay for a fucking Muppet. I I I I enjoy
oh
Pages. Well,
no. No.
what I enjoy Pages
No,
like
go on. I'm not even sorry. You
I'm
enjoyed
I'm enjoying Paige's like new gimmick, bro. She's kind of like dumb blonde, but not. I don't know. She like that. There was that Statlander promo where she was like, "Shut up, bitch! She'll
yeah.
see you tomorrow." And then Statlander was, "I'll see you tomorrow." And it's all like, "You fucking cuck." Everyone on the show's just such a cuck, and like, man, God, why did you just let fucking the other women's champion fucking check you and like
Yeah, you should have punched her in the
just
fucking
shut
mouth.
up? Yeah, man. Okay, so this match itself, though, I wrote this is Charlotte and Belair versus Damage Control. You know what I'm saying?
Wait. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but who's fighting Statlander? Ruby. Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah. Fucking Gonzo's fucking niece. Um,
No, no.
but Tony's so good, bro. Just her
Oh,
facials and the way she was all distraught and like,
and
God,
like
dude.
kind of peeking over at the belt and Saraya as they walk down the aisle, like kind of peeking, but then looking away, like, oh, and then just, but not
Yeah,
overdoing it, like just being very mean girl, but very Audrey Hepburn. That's the name I'm looking for.
yeah. There we
Being
go.
very Marilyn Monroe, but more Audrey Hepburn. Yeah. So, anyways,
Yeah,
uh,
and like
yeah,
I enjoyed how like she wasn't there for like the start of the entrance, but then when Paige like turned around to look for her, she was like she just caught up to him and whatnot. So it's all like just that little teasing and deception.
mhm.
Like Tony was like, "Yeah, I think I could do the bloodline with the Outcast. Yeah, that'd be great." Paige was just interfering in this shit, and Aubrey was just allowing all that shit. Man, was it Aubrey? I don't even remember. And then fucking the whole thing is they were working the hot tag the entire match. It was just like fucking Sheeta getting her ass kicked and the fucking Outcast tagging in and out. Very similar to the fucking Jericho Appreciation Society match. Odd. But it's like fucking Statlander finally got the hot tag, bro, and nobody gave a fuck. It's just no like there's no like psychology or just everyone's so like burnt out at this point. My commentary fucking notes here. Kevin Kelly goes, Britt Baker's long-awaited Collision debut, and it's all like, dude, no, where on the fucking forums are people all going, yeah, I just can't wait for Britt Baker to debut on Collision. That'll be really great.
No, nobody's saying
done,
Tony.
bro.
Tony is on the forum saying that. So up next, we get an Adam Cole promo. It was funny how MJF texted him or whatever, and he read the shit. But I just wrote, "Who cares about them fighting Dark Order? Like no one cares.
So
We know who's gonna win, who's gonna lose." Up next, we got fucking epic. I wrote epic Hobbs squash match. Miro comes out awesome. He needs to be used more. And Jim Cornette said on the Experience that him and Brian Last got word that they were all the marks were saying, "Oh, Miro had heat with Punk backstage and all in," but no, Miro was making fun of Jungle Boy. And him and Punk were like, "Oh, you got a problem? You got a problem?" Like bro wrestling, making fun of Jungle Boy and shit, trying to, because Miro's a real shooter and he knows that Jungle Boy is not, and he knows that regardless of what people say about Punk is a shooter. You know, like he can shoot, bro. He really does train. Like he's more than the average guy his age. He could probably beat the fuck out of the average guy his age. Yeah, this was what I just like.
If he's training with the spooky guy and the spooky guy's cardio is fucking ridiculous, man. So if he's keeping up with the spooky guy,
yeah. Malik, they train with Duke Rufus. They train with former welterweight champion Tyron Woodley. They train with sometimes who else goes in and out of that? Lots of people, man. It's like I couldn't even start to name. He trains with fucking Anthony Pettis, the Showtime kick, the guy who jumped off the cage and kicked a motherfucker who's on Wheaties boxes. That's Punk's boy, man. So those are fucking them Illinois boys, man. Anyways, more Hobbs squash matches, more Miro, but why do one of these guys have to lose and beat each? They're two monsters. Keep the monsters away from each other. Let Miro kill God on this show and let Hobbs kill people who write books on this show. You know, let them both kill God on other shows. I don't know, but we're gonna start seeing it slowly, right? Like Brody King, Miro, Hobbs. Apparently, all of the House of Black guys, when Punk and Perry got in a brawl, when Punk and Perry got in a fight at All In, and everyone was breaking shit up as they were and shit. Apparently, the House of Black guys were down to fuck people up on behalf of Punk, like they're boys, man. Will Hobbs apparently was down to fuck people up for Punk. He's a Punk guy. Tony needs to split these rosters up, or you're gonna see other people smack other people out, or you're gonna see a lot of these big names drop off, and this shit's gonna turn into TNA, man. No, he didn't try to split the rosters. He's like, no.
Yes, he did, dude.
No,
the first couple of collisions, bro.
No, listen. He didn't try. If he tried, this would be him trying. The Bucks come in. We need to not split the rosters, Jericho. I know. Let me on this show next week. I'll be on Collision number 2. I'll open the show, Tony. And then what Tony should have did was said, no, we're going to do a draft.
Oh, no.
We're going to have 2 rosters. We're going to run these towns with the B show. You guys are on the A show. Be happy that you're on the A show. But he didn't. He didn't try to, or none of those guys would have been on the show ever. Week 1, it was split, and then they sold us a bill of goods. They sell us a bill. That's all AEW is, a bill of goods every time. And then you see MJF working super babyface on Twitter, currently known as X. MJF, he's super leaning in, trying to, I don't like this new MJ. They're ruining MJF for me now. What's going on? They I don't know. It's actually crazy. You couldn't do more to sabotage yourself in 1 week than AEW has in the history of pro wrestling.
Yeah, no shit.
Unless Herb Abrams. This is Tony Khan is Herb Abrams' second life. Reincarnated life. Anyways, I'm
Yeah.
so sorry. I'm
Oh
going off on this, but Orange
god.
Cassidy cuts a promo where he's blowing Moxley. I wrote, this is such Mark shit. I thought Orange doesn't care. You couldn't have the two biggest marks, Moxley and Orange, in a match that I could not care about more. You go ahead.
He says, I don't want to be talking. And I was like, I don't want you to be talking either,
Yeah, then
bro.
don't.
Fucking
Do
agree.
us all a favor.
And I wrote down this dude just said Mox is the best. I was
Yeah.
like, this is fucking preposterous and fucking get this out of here. Ah, God. Dude, for not wanting to talk, he really fucking droned out.
Said a lot.
Like
Yeah.
that
Fuck.
much.
Jesus.
Fucking trash, bro.
Oh, I know. We'll fire CM Punk and pull the trigger on Orange Cassidy. It's time. Him and Mox. So JR comes out for the main event. He didn't even want to be there or speak. You could tell. BCG came out, probably the only thing I care about in AEW, along with Samoa Joe and FTR. Dax comes out. Cash is with him and does the Punk X because that's a real motherfucking friend, and fuck these marks. I'd love to see any of these marks say something to fucking FTR about this shit. And I would love to see how fast they get fired too. House of Black are Punk's friends and we're nowhere on this show. Go figure. Video surfaced of All In. Punk and King were walking. Video surfaced of All In where Punk and Brody King were walking around greeting fans together out after the show. I already talked about that. I wrote FTR looked mad as fuck. Jay White might legitimately be one of the best all-around professional wrestlers working in the world today.
Ever, period.
Singles or tag as well. He works well in a group. He works good alone. He works good with a manager. He works good in as a leader, as a backup guy, whatever. He might be the best, yes, in the world, one of the best of all time. Some dudes just have it regardless of the situation, and that's him. Seeing Juice transform from the hippie guy to this, whatever he is today, has been epic. He is one of I'll just blow Juice some more. How about that? I wrote this match was great. It wasn't the best. I mean,
it was great.
It was great. Yeah, it was great. It was a great main event. I mean, it was great, just a good TV match,
great.
whatever. BCG attack FTR. The Bucks run out to make the save. This is a rib. This is a rib. They're trying to get everyone. They want everyone who is like, oh, we love Punk, we love Bullet Club Gold, we love Starks, we love fucking FTR. They're trying to drive all those guys off now. That's all they're trying to do. This is a rib. I'm telling you guys, AEW wants to have 250,000 fans and do warehouse shows. That's what they want. Let them do it, guys, if that's what they want. But so the Bucks run out, they get booed out of the building. They get booed while CM Punk's chant go off air. These guys are fucking clowns. Video surface of the Young Bucks taking victory laps in the ring after the show goes off air and sort of mocking Punk and mocking those fans. And I saw the marks on Twitter go, oh man, everyone thought the CM Punk fans were gonna hijack the show. It's like, no, bro. First off, they did get booed out of the building, so it was just CM Punk fans there. But not only that, no one was there was 1,000 people there in the building. No one thought they were gonna hijack it because nobody cares anymore. You don't understand that. So
yeah, it's not 2018, dog.
Yeah, it's just no one gives a fucking
Stephanie McMahon.
Yeah, no one cares anymore. Punk's gone. You guys ruined it. The Bucks did get booed out of the building. So not only did nobody show up for this, and then they were like, yeah, but they were into everything else. Yeah, because the Acclaim's still good. We still want them to be successful. I don't want any of these guys to fail, but it's bullshit. So yes, the Bucks did get booed off. CM Punk did chant. They thought they were gonna hijack us. The show went off the air with people chanting CM Punk, you dumb mark. And then the Bucks took victory laps. They did that match. They brought Colt Cabana in for Jericho to wrestle. They did the match where they mocked Punk's shit in the ring in Chicago. They are rubbing it in your faces. They don't like you. They are fucking just dissing you.
Killing the business.
They're killing the business like they laugh about. They're goofing about it they don't care as long as their friends get NBA level contract jobs. They're okay taking this guy's money. making a mockery of the shit, having their 500,000 marks around the planet of Earth that fuck with them. They don't care. They want to say fuck you. They actually think they're onto something. They actually think they're better. They think they
Keep
won.
going.
To them, it was a war, and they're trying to go, oh, it's not a war. No, it's a war. Fuck the Young Bucks for making a mockery of this shit and thinking it's cute what you're doing. Yeah, fuck y'all. Like, fuck this show. I don't care.
All right.
And
Okay,
yeah.
so fuck it.
Yeah, sorry, you go ahead.
So
You got to
I thought
stop
you
me,
was
Hairline.
right
Yeah,
on
I'm
that.
muting for a second.
Yeah, I was trying.
I snapped, bro. Sorry.
People-
Yeah, go ahead. You go ahead. Your
We-
match
we-
and your thoughts on the Young Bucks doing victory laps and rubbing it in our noses. Go ahead.
The other guy needs to start talking over the other guy. That's what
If
I'm
he
trying
doesn't,
to
I won't stop talking, you dumb Mark. Shut the fuck up and let us do our show.
Yeah, no shit. Somehow they know our show better than us. Man,
Our
so
true
fucking Juice is
listeners,
great,
the
though.
true believers, the true listeners, PWT.
Ugh.
Yeah, they know what's up. They know what's up. Fuck you, Hogan haters. Anyways, go ahead, Hairline.
The fucking best listeners in the world, the top pod listeners. So a lot of my notes is just JR commentary shit. JR goes, does anyone else think these gun boys are annoying? That popped me pretty good. Another good JR line is he goes, I thought 0 hour was 9 a.m. That got me really fucking good. And then the best one was JR goes, there's 3 other sides of the ring, you idiots. He was just fucking done, bro. And then at one point, JR started putting the ropes over. He was like, my God, these ropes are so involved in the match and whatnot. And then fucking there was that spot where fucking he like did the suplex off the ropes. And what, not the suplex, but like the it just he incorporated the ropes, and then there's Kevin Kelly going, just like JR predicted.
Yeah, man. JR's officially done. And what did those marks say in that comment? Oh, you should be a man. Stop being passive aggressive.
I don't know.
Fucking marks, man.
The match was just too goddamn long, bro. And then the fucking Young Bucks came out, and I was like, fuck yeah, here's a fucking excuse to turn this trash off. So I turned this trash off.
What do you make of them taking victory laps and rubbing it in people's faces? Like they won.
I believe it, bro, because they're schmarmy fucking little children. How long until you think fucking the Young Bucks dad is performing his music on the show? And
so we're gonna circle back to the beginning of this show with the Tony Khan stuff because I got stuff to say about it. So, but just sticking with the Bucks for a second longer. The travel agent guy is like their best friend. He's a wannabe Buck. You have so CM Punk, the biggest show in history. He doesn't get picked up. The Elite were supposed to have a meeting with him on Wednesday to bury the hatchet and have a good all-in show, and the Elite called it off. He shows up to the building, and he's got little Mark Jack Perry talking shit to him in front of 81,000 people on camera, calling him a crybaby.
Right.
They provoked him. This was a fucking setup, dude. They were doing everything they could to try and get Punk out of the company. I truly believe that. Tony's a fucking dumb idiot, and he lets his little fucking friends work around him and convince him that, no, this guy's just bad and blah, 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 blah. And so I do feel bad for Tony Khan. We're going to get into Tony Khan here. But yeah, man, the Young Bucks really, they won my respect at All In, putting FTR over. They lost my respect with this shit. This is a setup. This is clearly like, they did and then to take victory laps, they go, it's not a war. You and Meltzer and all you goofballs make it a fucking war. You guys say it's a war with WWE, and you make it a war with the fans doing mark shit like this, man. It's fucking goofy, and I'm fucking fed up. I'm fed up with it.
It's just like, dude, it's awful because, like, as your friend, you were so excited about this show, dude, and you were just all like, fuck yeah, fresh breath of air. This shit isn't the other crap, and like it's just like it's a new start, and fucking they're keeping everything separate. More or less just a shame to see like where everything started. I don't know, man. You personally were so geeked on this shit, you know, and just
also Cody thought the same thing. I bet you the Bucks and Kenny and those guys are great guys when you don't have to fucking deal with their bullshit of fucking trying to do business properly, you know? And the whole thing is like, clearly we see that by the way they react in the ring. Actions speak louder than words. And so when these guys are your bosses and then they start flexing that shit on you, or however they act or whatever with their friends, I can see how that got stressful. And that's why Cody saw the writing on the wall and he got the fuck out of there. Punk didn't see that. It took him a couple years to see the writing on the wall. Then he got the fuck out of there. And it didn't even take him a couple years. It took him like 1 year. It Took him like 9 months to see the writing on the wall, and he's like, "Oh shit."
It's crazy how at one point Tony was going, "Yeah, man, you were the best thing that happened to this company," and now he's going,
Because his
"I
friends.
felt endangered." You know,
Because his friends are telling him what to say. And speaking of that, we're going to get into Tony Khan's stuff from Collision. So before Collision went on the air, Hairline, Tony Khan came out to address the crowd. I want to share the video with
oh
you.
no,
And there's a 6-minute long version. I'm going to show you like the 1 minute long version because he just rambles on about like, I grew up downtown in Champaign and da 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 da. And he couldn't come across more condescending and more like, no, fuck you. You did the wrong thing. And he sits down on a chair. It gets so bad. It's so cringy. So I just want to play it for you guys and get your reaction to it, Hairline. He looks like he's about to cry. And then he sits down and they boo harder. Like, why? How dare you sit down, stand up like a man and address these people?
I wanted to come out and talk to you before the show starts. Usually when I come out here in Chicago, in front of friends and family, I always talk about how I'm from this great state. I'm from the great state of Illinois myself. I grew up here. I grew up downstate in Champaign.
Oh yeah, you believe it, right?
Come here to this building was pretty much the biggest deal in the world to me.
So basically, yeah, he just got fucking booed to oblivion. And then Tony Khan makes the opening statement at the start of Collision. I also want to play for you guys right here. And this is, first off, yeah, he looks wired as shit. He says some outlandish shit. And the reactions to this were so funny. Jim Cornette was like, this is the biggest load of horse shit I've ever heard in my life. Furthermore, like, it's crazy how this exact story that Tony Khan tells on Collision is the exact story that Dave Meltzer and Brian Alvarez put out saying, oh, we have an anonymous source who's a complete outsider, unbiased, doesn't take sides in anything. And
no, that's good. Why? So what? No, listen, I don't believe for 1 second that Dave would be talking to anyone that's unbiased.
Dave and them are saying, dude, we have someone there who's an anonymous, unbiased person who said that Punk was the aggressor and everyone was scared for their lives and all this type of shit. Shit was knocked on Tony, blah, blah, blah. And then Tony comes out and tells the exact same story that the version that the Observer told to all of their fucking bot dumb fuck listeners a day prior. So how did the Observer have the exact story that Tony Khan was about to tell on TV a day before? Just think about, and if Tony Khan feared for his life, like he's about to say, why the fuck was Jack Perry immediately escorted from the building, but CM Punk was allowed to go to his dressing room and joke with security and take pictures and get all his shit after his match and leave the building? If you feared for your life.
Yeah,
that's
man.
Crazy.
Narrative.
It's just
literal. I feel like I'm watching Fox.
It's literally, dude, yes. It's literally Tony Khan told Dave Seltzy and them, here's what you're going to say. And then Tony Khan they went and reported, quote unquote, what Tony Khan said on television to get the narrative out there. That's how the media works. It's called an echo chamber. It's called a bubble. You watch CNN all day, you start believing CNN shit. You watch Fox all day, you start believing the Fox shit. You listen to these goofs all day, you start believing it. Be objective. How the fuck? Just be Batman. I approach every situation like Batman, son. How did Meltzer and Alvarez know the story a day prior exactly? From an unbiased guy who gives the exact perspective of Tony Khan. Seems weird. So let's play Tony Khan's bit from Collision and how he feared for his life and people were dying and it was fucking Hiroshima and
innocent people.
Yeah, let's listen to this here.
Today I had to make one of the toughest decisions of my professional career. Today I terminated Phil Brooks, CM Punk, for cause. This stems from a backstage incident at AEW All In last Sunday. The incident was regrettable, and it endangered people backstage. That includes the production staff, the people who help put the show on every week, innocent people who had nothing to do with it.
Innocent.
I've been going to wrestling shows for over 30 years. I've been producing them on this network for nearly 4 years. Never in all that time have I ever felt, until last Sunday, that my security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show. I don't think anybody should feel that way at work. I don't think the people I work with should feel that way. And I had to make a very difficult choice today. It came at the recommendation of a discipline committee here in AEW.
We're going to talk about that discipline committee in a second.
As well as outside legal counsel who delivered a unanimous recommendation. And I have followed up on that recommendation. I'm sorry to any fans who are upset by this. I'm sorry to anyone who's upset by this. Despite that, we're going to have a great show tonight on Collision, and we're going to have a great AEW All Out pay-per-view tomorrow here in Chicago.
Let's read this statement. So that committee, I want to read this goddamn statement that AEW put out. Yeah, so here, from All Elite Wrestling. So they put out a statement from All Elite Wrestling and Tony Khan as well. All Elite Wrestling, AEW has terminated the wrestler and employment agreements between Phillip Brooks, CM Punk, and AEW with cause effective immediately. The termination was confirmed today by Tony Khan, CEO, general manager, and head of creative of AEW. God, what a mark. Why does he put CEO, general manager, and head of creative AEW? Ugh, God. The termination follows a week-long internal investigation of an incident occurring backstage at AEW, all in London on Saturday, August 27. Following the investigation, the AEW Discipline Committee met and later convened with outside legal counsel before making a unanimous decision recommendation to Khan that CM Punk be terminated with cause. That committee, Aubrey Edwards is on that committee. So they don't like CM Punk. They're friends with the Bucks. Aubrey Edwards unanimously. So she voted, yes, get Punk out of here. My word. My word. Yep. And yeah, so Khan said, quote, Phil played an important role within AEW, and I thank him for his contributions. The termination of his AEW contracts with cause is ultimately my decision and mine alone. Of course, I wish I didn't have to share this news, which may come as a disappointment to many of our fans. Nevertheless, I'm making blah, blah. Shut the fuck up. Basically, what happened is he's got to say his life was threatened because the network's pissed. They gave him $1 billion and they fired their top fucking star. Everybody's tweeting out formerly or currently Xing, formerly tweeting out the picture of Punk carrying his real world title out of All In while giving the one, like the tribal chief Roman Reigns would do. Very good symbolism. Punk's a genius. He knew he was done after he smacked out Perry. He probably knew when he did it, I'm either going to smack him out and quit, or I'm going to smack him out and get fired. But either way, this is my last match if they let me go out. I think he knew that. I think he did very much. People like Kevin Nash, he needs mental health if it's going to cost him millions of dollars. Nash, he has millions of dollars, bro. He doesn't care about that, right? He's not, this isn't like you and Hogan and the boys. And God, Nash somehow went from having some of the funniest shoot interviews to some of the worst opinions and takes on things I've ever heard in my life. But yeah, he shout out Kevin Nash and Sean Oliver. Love you guys. Nash is fucking he's just like, man, he needs mental counseling. I don't know, bro. Did you need mental counseling when you swung the baseball bat inches above Bischoff's head and cracked the locker and went, yeah. Okay, so if you had accidentally hit him in the head and killed him, you know, you jumped off a stage and goozled a kid for throwing a fucking rock at you. He knew what he just said, I'm fucking done and I'm going to smack someone on the way out. You know what I mean? If that, like, it's just, I'm smacking people who disrespect me. I'm not talking.
Why was it okay for fucking Mr. Flair to fucking slap Sami, but it's not okay for CM Punk to slap fucking Jungle Boy?
Yeah. So, anyways, yeah, whatever. Shout out Kevin Nash. But all I'm saying is, it's crazy to me that Punk, Tony Khan let him walk out with the world title. Like MJF's not even the world champ as far as like, he's got a gimmick Burberry belt and he's in a tag team division doing ROH tag team title matches. And he's AEW. This is Tony's dream. Oh yeah, my world champion is also my Ring of Honor tag team champs. Like that's great. MJF has been demoted. Like, bro, no, he's he's not even in the world champion angle as far as anyone's concerned. Like, to me, Joe and Punk, like, that is the real world title, in my opinion. And Punk's smart. He knows what he's doing. I hope he shows up on Raw and throws that belt in the trash. I don't think Vince will let that happen, but yeah, like, Tony, he's never been pinned. Punk has never actually truly lost the AEW world title. You got a guy who's become a joke comedy wrestler, who's doing Ring of Honor tag team matches as their world champion. Shout out MJF, but I'm sorry, it's what you've become. And you just let Punk walk out again, never defeated with the belt. This is like his MO in every company. Walk out of Ring of Honor with the belt, walk out of WWE with the belt, walk out of AEW with the belt with the win. He walked out of ROH with a win, walked out of WWE with a win, walked out of here with a win. It's what he does. He's going to go back to WWE. He's going to lose to Roman and put him over, as it should be. And that will be, to me, this is reminiscent of like when Flair left WCW and is like, yeah, I'm coming to WWE with the real world's title belt. This is what I'm saying too. Imagine this fantasy mark book. What if Punk shows up with a red bag with a belt in it, but doesn't pull the belt out on TV and goes, you guys see this? This is the real world's title, bro, on Raw. He goes on Raw with a belt in a red bag, but doesn't pull it out and show it the way WWE made the fake knockoff world heavyweight belt. And he teases it and goes, yeah, you see this? And he throws it in the trash in the red bag. Fuck this belt. I don't need any company. I'm da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I think that would be incredible. Hairline, your thoughts on Tony Khan's life being in danger, your thoughts on the Roman Reigns, CM Punk symbolism, and just your thoughts on this whole, I know we already kind of gave it, but your thoughts on this whole fucking mess and Tony Khan being booed and his fucking life being in danger, and yeah, the world title possibly being thrown in the trash via my fantasy mark booking. Your thoughts on all that?
It's just a narrative, bro. That's all they're doing is they're writing their own narrative. It's like you said, how the fucking Meltzer know about this before it fucking got out, you know? God, dude, fucking A, man. She's done.
Yeah,
it's
AEW,
over, bro.
It's in the books. We're gonna watch All Out. We don't want it to ruin our show. I know you guys like us going off on it, so we're not just gonna be like, I hate AEW and just shit all. Like, we're still gonna review it. We're still gonna review it and put over shit we like, but like we might not go as hard on like rampages and collisions and shit anymore. Like, honest to God, we might have to like combine Rampage and Collision into like a quick review or something. I don't know. I just don't. It's like, is it fair that we give this shit more attention than Impact when they're at least trying? You know, and the bosses, yeah, it's not fair. So it's like, I don't know how much more we're going to do with this. For sure, we're going to review their pay-per-views, their PLEs. We can take, I think All In was the last hurrah, and All Out. All In was them going, here's us going all in on this last thing, and All Out is them literally going all out. What do you think of my Mark booking? He shows up in WWE with a bag and a belt and throws it in the trash. This, like, how did they let him walk out with their world title? And you can go, well, it's not the real world. No, but it really is, though. Think about it. You never lost it. This is like Sean saying that's what MJF is. MJF's like the fake IC champ until he unifies it. Like, he didn't really beat the champ. So it's like he let a guy walk out on a win, never lost his belt with their world title. Punk could show up with a fake belt in a bag, not pull it out, throw it in the trash, and go, fuck that place. How dumb is Tony Khan? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think that's more, I don't know. We'll see. If that is what it is, that's fucking genius. But
yeah, Punk's too smart. He knew he was on his way out that night. I think he knew.
Yeah, and then Tony's life being threatened is a goddamn joke. You know what I'm saying? That's bullshit. That's the first time he's ever felt.
Yeah, he hangs out with Nick Gage and Moxley, and he's like, oh, my life is in danger.
Yeah, no shit. Get the fuck out of here, bro. I know it's more just narrative shit. Like, okay, so like let's say he felt endangered. Why did he let CM Punk hang out the rest of the night and Jack Perry had to leave the building? Just that doesn't add up. I don't know. Hey, remember that time you felt in danger and then you left the thread around you the remainder of the night?
Shout out Gangrel. Gangrel is quoted as saying, via his Fangin' and Bangin' podcast, he said, in regards to Edge and CM Punk being fired and Edge possibly going to WWE, Gangrel says, what else are you going to do? You're Edge. You're one of the greatest human beings in the world. I don't want to see him go to AEW and become like how everybody looks at Punk. Yeah. Bunch of marks who grew up listening to fucking Dave Meltzer and these fucking clowns go, oh, well, Bischoff and Hogan just sucked WCW dry and just blah, 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 blah. Like they didn't also give them their highest ratings and beat WWF and all this shit. And everyone goes, oh, we beat them for 83 weeks. They beat them for more than that. It was just 83 consecutive. If you total them up, it was like hundreds. It was like in the hundreds, of weeks that they were winning. Like something Tony Khan could never, ever do in a million years. Yeah, they just killed AEW. They absolutely killed it. And Aubrey Edwards is I have a picture of her from StarCast this weekend with nobody lining up for her autograph. So yeah, looks like Jake Lurs wasn't the only one who didn't recognize her.
I can't wait for them to like.
And she's got a laptop pulled up with her compilation highlights of her brilliant ref work or what?
Yeah, her faces. Her crazy. Brilliant ref work. I can't wait to see the Photoshop pictures of her next to fucking what's his face, Tony Atlas.
Okay, so just before we get, CM Punk accepted the CAC Iron Mike Mazurki Award on August 30th, the day before he was fired. The Cauliflower Alley Club Awards. He was there for a couple nights in Las Vegas. And he received the Iron Mike Mazurki Award given to individuals who have made exceptional contributions to professional wrestling and have exhibited outstanding dedication to the sport, both inside and outside of the ring. So there you go. And then he gets fired a day later for having to smack a goof. Before we get into this, Dave Meltzer was quoted today saying, last thing on this, I swear, quote, throughout this whole ordeal, you and I, Brian, were far too kind to him. I mean, that's the reality. We were far too kind to him. I always gave him the benefit of the doubt. I always tried to give his side while everyone didn't want to hear it. They just wanted to go, oh, you're after him. Dave, we would have never said you're after him if you weren't not giving his side. You dumb fucking projecting fuck, narrative conjuring. Tony, I feared for my life. You guys have sabotaged so much. Somehow you have to fire Punk. You can't get rid of Jack Perry. Brian Cage got a 6-year deal. What the fuck's going on? Anyways, so CM Punk, he accepts this award, which he won, rightfully so. And I started timestamping the goddamn thing, but there's way too much, even just goodness. And basically his whole speech is, in summation, he's talking about just the business was different when he got in. Legends liked him. It doesn't matter if fucking Jack Perry likes him. It doesn't matter if the Young Bucks like him. Fucking Harley Race liked him. Roddy Piper liked him. Bret Hart likes him. Right. Fucking these guys, Harley Race put him over before he fucking was ever in the WWF. And he says a lot of really compelling things in here. I have a couple timestamps, but just him talking about how he learned from Tracy Smothers. He learned from Eddie Guerrero. He learned from these guys. He took what they said and let it alter the way he approached things. He never wanted to be in the WWE. He wanted to be one of those guys who went to Japan and was super famous and came home and nobody knew who he was. And he thought that was cool. But he had a chance to go to the WWE and he learned from the people around him in that time. And that, basically, I don't know, man. It just shows you why he doesn't fit in with AEW. It's people who don't want to learn. They think they know better. They want a fan base of 100,000 people who go, no, this is ours and you guys don't matter. Yeah, let's listen to some of CM Punk.
But the basics and the fundamentals of professional wrestling are the same as they ever was. If it worked in the 1940s, it can work today. You just have to know how to apply it. And the basics and the fundamentals of professional wrestling were taught to me by Ace Steel. I started goofing off in a backyard with my friends in 1993. Right? It was just something to do. I liked comic books. I liked stuff that got me beaten up in school. I didn't fit in anywhere. And in fact, show of hands, how many here are wrestlers? How many here have taken a bump before? Do you remember why you got into business in the first place? Because you loved it. You had to love it. Well, we're going to get to heart of it. Don't worry, we're going to get to heart of it.
You have to love wrestling. And the people in this crowd are all people who paved the way for AEW to even be a goddamn sport, to be an organization. You got Mickey Jameson's in the crowd. Nick Aldis is out there. You got fucking Teal Piper. And then a bunch of legends are out there. You got Haku's in the crowd, and they're all vibing with Punk, man, for a solid 40 minutes while he talks about this. And just listen to what he said. If it worked in the 40s, it can work now. You just got to know what to do. And he just said, right. Listen, he's just like, dude, you have to love this business. Punk continues along. That was just his opening remark. He gets into why he loves the business and that. I'll jump ahead here to where he talks about Rey, Mysterio, and Eddie Guerrero smartening him up. And he gives a little Bray and Terry tribute.
Promoters would call you, and Mickey knows, and you would get booked. And I think the first match that I would say kind of put me on the map was when I got to wrestle two guys, Rey Mysterio Jr. and a man by the name of Eddie Guerrero. And I wish Eddie was here. Yeah. Yes. I wish Ray was here. He appears to have left. That's fine, though. I understand Ray. That's glad, right? There's a lot of people that wish were here. I wish Steve Kern was here. He's not dead. He's just in Florida. That might be worse.
Shooting, brother.
Sorry, I know like 90% of the wrestlers in the world live and are from Florida, so what do I know? I was fortunate enough to meet Eddie Guerrero. I think it was maybe 2001, and man, this guy changed my life. He was so kind and he was sweet. He was going through it. He had just been fired. He was going through a divorce. He was worried about seeing his kids, but all he knew was wrestling. So he was on the road. He was working independent shots. He was getting booked in New Japan.
Yeah.
And I remember meeting him for the first time and him looking at me and saying, I don't like three-ways. They don't make any sense to me. And if it's okay with you and Ray put it together and just call it to me. And I had very limited experience with going out and just kind of winging it. I'm an indie kid. We would sit down and map everything out from A to B. And man, if you got concussed or the ring broke or a riot broke out or something happened, you didn't know how to zig or how to zag. You learn on the fly. But Eddie that night made me realize how garbage I actually was, but made me feel like, man, there's so much room for improvement. And if this guy is willing to step in the ring with me, wearing basketball shorts and Doc Martens, I need to up my game to show him respect. Because none of this is about me. I stand on the shoulders of giants, literally. I would not be able to do any of this if it wasn't for people like Eddie Guerrero, for people like Tracy Smothers. I wish Chris Candido was here. And I am now...
Yeah.
Thank you.
So basically, yeah, Hairline, I just didn't even want to interrupt or anything. He's just saying real compelling shit. I listened to this whole thing. He's just saying the message he's trying to get over here is like, listen, man, Eddie was willing to even work with me, let alone he taught me something there. Like, yeah, he was going through a lot and all he said to me was call it in the goddamn ring. Don't really talk to me. Just call it out there for me, kid. And Punk didn't even know that. He put it together with Ray. He didn't realize, oh shit, you can call shit in the ring, which he talks about. He learned with Tracy Smothers in a moment here, but he's just saying, look, man, he was going through a lot, but he said something to me and I sponged it in. I listened to what he said and I brought it to the ring. And he's just saying, I stand on the shoulders of giants. There's people who built this so I could even do this in my basketball shorts like a fucking cringe lord. You have to understand when Punk walks into an AEW, people are standing on his shoulders. He's one of these giants now. Do you understand what I mean? He's one of them now. Tony Khan was a little punker. He was a little Punk fan, And it exists because of people like CM Punk. He came before, man. So when he shows up and he talks, you need to listen. And I don't fuck your ego. Fuck your dumb shit. We'll continue.
I'm now at the age where, unfortunately, my contemporaries are passing away. Jay Briscoe,
R.I.P.
Wyatt,
R.I.P.
two people who should still be with us. Two people who I consider to be young still. Terry Funk recently just passed away. I was fortunate to know Terry Funk. Man, Terry Funk lived a life. I think if you would have asked Terry right before he went, are you ready to go? He would have told you he was ready to go 10 years ago.
Yep.
But Bray, Jay Briscoe, I don't think they were ready, so I think it's important to remember them.
Fuck yeah, R.I.P., man. Punk is he's a class act, man. I don't care. Like Kevin Nash, he might have real mental if it's going to cost him millions. It's like, dude, he doesn't care. Punk's never given a fuck. Yes, is it about that? Yes, but it's not always about that. Like, okay, Punk already has millions. So he didn't smack John Cena back in the day, right? He didn't smack fucking who came under him back in the day, you know? He didn't smack those guys because he didn't have millions then. He has millions now. That's why he's smacking people. He's like, I just don't care. Fuck you people. You know, like I'll just go home. I have a fucking big house, a hot wife, and I have millions of dollars in the bank. I don't need to deal with this. Like I'm doing you a favor, AEW. I'm doing you a favor, Tony Khan.
Yeah.
You know, so anyways, so he continues on. He puts these guys over. Basically, I don't know. He puts over Tracy Smothers. Tracy Smothers taught him you can call it in the ring. Puts over Mickey James going, I don't think we were ever going to fucking make it. Puts over Raven, saying Raven took to me and he taught me like fucking a different type of psychology, like a different way to think and do this wrestling shit. You know what I mean? As well, you know? He's like, all of that rubbed off on me, etc. And he talks about Harley Race and how Harley Race took him under his wing. And I mean, Harley Race is the fucking king, dude. So
kid looking at the lights going, why is Harley Race doing this to me? Every time I would get taken over in a headline takeover, Harley would come over and he'd go, what do you say? And he would stick his index and his middle finger straight up both my nostrils. and I was just a young 20-something punk kid looking at the lights going, why is Harley Race doing this to me? And if you've ever met Harley had legit hands of steel, and his fingers were like sausages. So to actually jam his fingers in my nose, it hurt quite a lot. Not as tough as Harley Race. Harley Race liked me for some reason, and I didn't get it. Tracy Smothers liked me for some reason, and I didn't know why. I never fit in anywhere before. Eddie Guerrero loved me, and I never knew why. Later that night at the bar, Harley Race is accepted.
He tells a hilarious story about Harley Race is taking shots and they put shots down around and Punk's like, I don't drink. And everyone's clowning him. He's like, I don't drink. Everyone's clowning him. I don't drink. Everyone's clowning him. So as a rib, Punk goes and he gets everyone a shot of milk. Everyone a shot of milk. And they put the milk in front of Harley and Harley just turns around, looks at Punk, salutes him, takes a shot of the milk, puts it face down. Like, dude, those are real moments. You can never take that shit from Punk. So he's not going to go and listen to the Young Bucks barging into his door with Christopher Daniels. He's going to punch you in the fucking mouth. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is basically the point he gets at through the whole Cauliflower Alley speech. He goes on for like, I just wanted to play little snippets. So you guys, I don't know, man. This is Punk speaking in front of a room full of fucking legends and people who laid their bodies. So you guys even have these NBA salaries. You guys don't want to book Punk a fucking ride when he shows up in Wembley to the biggest show of all time. It's just petty, goofy shit. And you people saying Punk's a diva are fucking marks. And this Cauliflower Alley Club, everyone goes, the WWE Hall of Fame's not even legit. Okay, well, the Cauliflower Alley Club's pretty fucking legit. So that's all I'm saying, man. Fuck you guys. It's insane. It's insane you guys pushed Punk out of the business. faster than WWE could have ever dreamed of doing it. And yeah, man, just shut up Punk, and I hope he comes back. All Out is in Chicago. We're going to review that. I hope he comes back to WWE. Let's get, I guess, as far as the show's concerned, let's get into All Out.
We have to?
Yes, we got to review All Out. So, Hairline, what's your thoughts on like Punk receiving that award and just kind of what he was saying and the theme of his speech the day before he gets fired?
Yeah, so it's just fucking, it's kind of like the whole him getting the termination facts on the day of his wedding. You know what I'm saying? Like giving a big speech the day before he's fired. It's always something funny when it comes to CM Punk, man. Is he going to get inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame? You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
like, that would be
of course.
Good.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what we have at the end of the day. Like if Punk goes, I'm never going back to wrestling again, I think he'll still get inducted in the Hall of Fame. So we know he'll come back to WWE. But here's the thing. I think AEW I think he really did fall back in love with wrestling. I truly believe that. But I just think that this was a speed bump, and this is going to put a chip on his shoulder and make him go, yeah, you know what? Let's go shove it down. Because even without Punk, WWE is going to rub it in their fucking faces. But without Punk, AEW is going to suffer. Like Punk being in AEW does nothing. No, sorry. Punk not being in AEW doesn't do anything to affect WWE other than, well, we've been making big strides to get 3.5 million viewers again. I've been putting that over. WWE is going to start hitting 3.5, maybe even 4 million viewers again if they keep trending this way over the next 3 years. I truly believe that. They're going to start averaging like 3 every Raw again and every SmackDown.
Oh, that'd be great.
It will be great. Now, CM Punk, you don't think CM Punk is going to show up and just only help elevate that shit? And he's willing to do week-to-week shit. He was doing it for Collision and Dynamite. He's willing to show up to the towns, right? So guess what? Roman Reigns wants to be part-time. Fucking where's Punk at? You know what I mean? Throw him on that show. Fucking build up to him and Roman. He can carry the show. Like he should just go. There's so much mega stars. WWE is willing to do more money for less dates with some of these guys. For Trish, they're willing to do deals where you don't got to be at the building unless you're needed. Punk's fine. He's great. It'll be, I don't know, man. I think he should just go back and just fuck it. Stick it to him, man.
I can't wait for these CM Punk shoot interviews and podcasts to start coming out the woodworks.
Where do you think he goes first? Should I shoot him a DM or an Instagram and be like, I know you don't know us, but we've been batting for you.
No, he listens.
Since day one. Oh, right. That is confirmed. I forgot.
Yeah.
I was told.
Yeah.
So Punk, shout out CM Punk.
Billy Body
I'm going to reach it. Yeah, Billy Body told us that. I'm going to reach out to Punk and try and I'm going to literally send him a message and be like, dude, vent on here. Yeah, vent on here. Just come tell us everything you can that Tony Khan didn't make you sign. Yeah. So Hairline, All Out.
I don't want to.
So Hairline, trudging along this fucking billion-hour-long episode. Hopefully the fans enjoy it. Now, going into this event, Hairline, how did you feel? I was very just sour and bitter on AEW. The event delivered. It was actually pretty good overall. I put up a poll on our YouTube at Pro Wrestle Clips, and I was like, yeah, which card was better, Payback or All Out?
Causing a mutiny.
Which card was better, Payback or All Out? And then people were fucking getting mad or whatever. I don't know. People are like, stop the tribalism. I'm just asking who thought what was better. They were both outstanding cards for what we thought they were going to be going into them, in my opinion. But either way, they're in Chicago. I don't know how many fans were there. The building looked pretty full for AEW, but they were all just packed on the one side. So I don't know, but shout it out. It looked like a lively Chicago crowd. There's people doing I told Hairline I'm going to unplug from fucking X and all that shit. And I've been way less active on it because I just can't. There's people just doing crazy, weird mental gymnastics. Like there's fan videos literally of people yelling at Tony Khan, you're a pussy, shut up, pussy, while he's giving his fucking speech. And people are doing mental gymnastics like, man, they popped for the Young Bucks and shit. It's like, I don't know, man. I think fans are entirely and then I don't know, Kenny was taking shots on being the elite. He was like chugging a Pepsi and being like, oh, what's in this lighter fluid, whatever. People don't hate Kenny because it seems like in all this he's been the good guy. He's been like not
What
involved,
a
and even the
child.
Bucks is nonsense. But if he's taking shots and being the elite, don't do that, Kenny. You're gonna make people turn on you too. And don't do this I don't give a fuck stuff, because like you have to care about the general audience. You have to care about that if you're trying to be a business. But as we know, this is just drop a Billy. This is Ninjas in Paris. Tony Khan's Ninjas in Paris moment is fucking him dropping a Billy on a wrestling promotion. But anyways, guys, Excalibur's on commentary. I wrote he's just trash. Just have Kevin, Kelly, and Nigel. We don't need Excalibur. 0 hour starts. They quickly explain this over budget charity battle royal. Another battle royal in this company. I wrote complete and utter trash. Winner gets $50K for a charity, which is a good move, but it's just last minute booking, which whatever, but good for the boys taking TK's money. I wrote Dalton Castle is $1 million. He gets an entrance. Hangman's in the Jobber pre-show battle royal. One of the biggest flops in wrestling history is Hangman. One of the lowest rated and most lackluster AEW world title reigns. Could have got huge money and did whatever he wanted in NXT. Now he's like a lower mid-carder. And the 10 Garcia spot is fucking cringe. Both of you guys are cringe, and I hope WWE sues them for doing the 10 thing. That was my thoughts. What are your notes?
I started with who the fuck is RJ City?
He's awesome. Hanging out with he's great.
Renee Moxley, good.
Yeah, RJ's great.
Okay, explain. Well, yeah, he's great, but who is he?
I don't. He was a wrestler. He was. I think he was in NXT for like a sniff. And but he was also like an actor. He's not like an actor who used wrestling though kind of shit. He was like a wrestler who also loved to act. Like, he's just a guy who does multiple shits. And then I can't remember what went down, but pretty much he's really well known, bro. He was in Championship Wrestling Florida, Hollywood or whatever with LA Knight when the NWA was doing shit. Yeah, he wrestled David Arquette's big like return match to wrestling and shit.
All right, now into the battle royal itself. Tony Nese is extremely sports entertainment, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, me too. He's great.
More Tony Nese. Yeah. The Pentagon.
No, he's buried on Ring. You don't get more Tony Nese. You get him buried in Ring of Honor with fucking Mark fucking Jobber goofball guy.
Who's the Lucha? Pentagio?
Which one was it again?
The Lucha guy.
Which guy was it again? Which one? Commander?
The guy that had a spot with the Appreciator. So like there was this spot where this luchador like was all like surrounded by the Jericho Appreciators. He was just all like, "Oh, I'm gonna do what I can," and then they each just watched him like try to do like a spot on him, and it was just like it totally took me out of it.
Yeah, I probably went into a fight, bro. It was just garbage to me. So much of this was like when Garcia started wiggling his dink and stuff. I was all right. I'm looking at my phone.
Well, yeah, I almost turned it off after that, man. And then we got to the fucking the 10 versus the fucking dancing spot or whatever.
Yeah,
and
the dink winkle. Yeah. Oh, okay, good.
Yeah,
I was like, I checked out there. Do you know who even won? I forget. I think it was a Hangman. Yeah, Hangman won and got the 50K.
Yeah, man.
So
the enemy.
What kind of flop is Hangman? This is what he'd rather do than be in WrestleManias right now. Fucking nuts. Willow and Sheeta and Blue versus Martinez, Diamante, and Athena was up next. I wrote Billy Starks is with Athena for some reason. I haven't been watching Ring of Honor. I wrote, but Athena's super over. Everyone's going, oh, she's doing great work with Billy Starks and Ring of Honor. I haven't seen it. I don't know. I shouldn't have fallen off. But yeah, shout out Athena. She's one of these girls where you do anything with her, whether it was in WWE, NXT, any of that shit, and she figures out how to get over. She can be sports entertainment, and she can just be like, I'm just a brawler who's going to beat the fuck out of you. She can do everything. So I don't know. She just figures out how to get over. Like Tony Khan has beef with her. I don't get it. Like push her. Anyways, I write, Diamante and Martinez come out. They look so good together. I wrote, but this match, they're just botching moves. And I wrote, it was dumb to job Diamante and them for the Mark Hometown pop for fucking Sky Blue when Diamante and Mercedes are, I don't know, they're just real chicks. They're believable and they fucking look good together. And you figure they're like a real team. Like just a few weeks ago, the new team of Diamante and Mercedes, but then they lose to a thrown together teams. So I have no idea. Hairline, your thoughts?
So once I saw Ember Moon coming out, I wrote "fuck no, 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 no," and the last no had 4 O's, and then I skipped it.
So up next, Jarrett Lethal and Satnam Singh come out. And was this on the pre-show or the pay-per-view? I think this is the end of the pre-show.
Yeah, this is still 0 hour, dog.
Why the fuck though would this be on the pre-show when you have Dennis Rodman in a segment and you're promoting it? Why would you just not? Oh, it'll be great. Maybe they'll last minute buy the pay-per-view, or put it on the pay-per-view and then run highlights of him from your television show last week, and then maybe people will want to buy the pay-per-view and be like, Rodman's here tonight. What's he gonna do? I don't. No, we need more time for wrestling. We need lots of more time for the wrestling.
No, I don't tell you how to podcast.
No, there needs to be seven more false finishes tonight. I need to fit in seven more false finishes throughout the night. They have to be placed throughout the night. Warner demands and Meltzer demands 18 minimum false finishes. Jesus. So anyways, so Jarrett Lethal and Satnam come out. All right. It's like it's basketball. They're doing like a starting 5 thing. I go, they take on the Acclaimed with Rodman. I go, they bring Aubrey Edwards out, which is so cool. I wrote, they're all good workers, but what the fuck is this? They had Rodman hits the guitar spot and lose the crowd. After the crowd erupts from the Rodman guitar shot, they all hit their finish here. The Acclaimed, the elbow drop, the cum face, or whatever their moves are called. And then they all hit. I'm like, why not just pin them after the guitar? You have the crowd, then you lose them. And I just wrote, I'm starting to not care about the Acclaimed when they do shit like this. You have fucking Satnam Singh and Rodman. He hits Satnam Singh with a guitar. That's a moment. They're 2 basketball players. Whatever. It'll go viral in India, pardon me, whatever. I don't know. They just always do this in every match in AEW. They have the crowd right there. They have them. And then they just lose them. They just do 4 more moves just cause. Just like, oh, let me get my shit in, bro. And I don't know. They're just making me like, if you're gonna do this, I just don't care about the Acclaimed now. This is great that they're on. Could have made a pay-per-view moment with the Acclaimed and Rodman, and you do it on the pre-show, and people aren't even in the building. It's just nuts. So, your thoughts? Sorry.
So fucking some bars here. I liked the bar about fucking how Jarrett's wife was in the fucking into the worm. You know what I'm saying? That popped me. And then he also popped me with the Kim Jong-un bar or whatever the fuck. Yeah. He was all like, Rodman's down with Kim Jong-un.
Yeah.
And then he popped me really hard with the fucking, these are the new oddities. I really do wish ICP was here, because at least I'd be fucking entertained. Jesus.
Yeah. I think I brought up Kurgan earlier in the show too, so it's crazy he dropped an oddities bar.
Yeah, isn't that weird, bro?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they listen to the pod.
Yeah, shout out Tony Khan. Listen, confirmed.
Yeah, it's not even out yet. He's listening to the Zoom meetings. Oh.
I'm on the Discord. I got the live feed.
Yeah. Who do you think's really ashy? It's me. It's me, Tommy.
Well, I saw your poll. I thought it was great. It was really great, but I because Ring of Honor, Depth Report, All In and All Out are the 3 greatest pay-per-views of all time. It'll be great. Shit.
Yeah, Tony, we're talking about the pay-per-views from this weekend, though. Yeah, but I would just really like to say how that I'm really looking forward to the dream. I dream.
We sold 300,000 pay-per-views.
I was in a hotel room. I'm often in a hotel room. It's just a Tony. Okay, I'm sorry, bro. So they called Aubrey down, and I absolutely just fucking. I was all like, I just I wanted something to enjoy on 0 hour.
Yeah.
I don't like being this fucking negative.
Me neither, dude. Me neither.
But I was all like, well, at least I got the Acclaim, and nothing can fuck this up.
And Jeff Jarrett and shit, right? It's like, this will be decent. Rodman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what happens? They call Aubrey down, and she's immediately in the way. She rings the bell, and the tag teams charge each other, and she almost gets ran over. And it's just all like, dude, you can't make this shit up, man.
No. So, yeah. Go ahead.
My bad. Excalibur goes, I bet the Worm's been invited to several scissor parties. And then, honestly, bro, so, I forgot Jay Lethal was a part of the fucking faction, bro. So
It's
like okay, when I wake up in the morning, I do the doom scroll. You know what I'm saying? And I'm scrolling fucking Instagram, and I see Jay Lethal as Macho Man at some cosplay event, and he's cosplaying with those other two famous Macho Mans. And I was like, oh shit! I was like, I wonder what happened to Jay Lethal. He was really good. And then I saw Jay Lethal in the faction, and I was like, fuck! I was like, he's
you
in that
forgot,
faction with
dude.
Jared.
I know, and
I literally forgot, bro.
Yeah, dude. And his whole thing is like, he's so good. And Tony Khan's like, oh, we're not TNA. We're not TNA. I don't think it's like TNA. But then it's like you make a faction of TNA guys and then relegate them into doing goofy shit all the time. And it's like you don't get how that's TNA. You don't get how that's what TNA would do by pushing fucking Garcia, letting him do dink wiggles. The problem is that Lethal goes everywhere and he's never used as like a high caliber, like a mid card. Like if he went to WWE, he could like reign with the United States title and put on crazy good matches with guys and stuff. And no companies really got behind him like that, fucking other than Ring of Honor, but it's not a major platform. AEW is a major platform. That's how we see Jay Lethal presented. Oh no, I don't know. He should be having bangers with like Adam Page and Mox, and it's just crazy how they fumble so many of these guys. Like we'll stick you with Jeff Jarrett and fucking Sanjay Dutt and Team TNA, and we'll bring Karen Jarrett. It'll be awesome.
Yeah. We're going to bring Karen Jarrett in.
Anyways, up next,
go
Kurt
ahead.
Angle. Kurt Angle. So up next we have MJF and Adam Cole. They take on Dark Order.
We're on to All Out. I think we're done with the fucking kickoff.
Yeah, so now this is the official pay-per-view. And John Silver, man, he got some fucking I don't know, he tweeted some goofy cringe shit out. He was like, oh, like someone criticized AEW. They're like, man, like I can't afford to pay $50 2 weeks in a row for a pay-per-view. And then John Silver's like, oh, well, you should just get more money then. And it's like type shit like on Twitter. It's like, dude, that's so gross. You guys are such elitist, weird. Like you don't understand that $50 for some people's like getting food for the week. Like you don't fucking, or a few days. It's just like, dude, you get, because you guys are getting paid these contracts that don't exist anywhere else for like what you've accomplished or where you're at in this fucking business as far as like mainstream or whatever, right? So it's crazy to say that to a fan who's like, I want to buy 2 pay-per-views in a row, but I can't. And then you just say some shit. It's like this, you guys are just driving people off. You're so defensive and weird. And it made me not like John Silver. People are like, he's working. The AEW drones, they always have an excuse. He's working. It's like, I don't know, man. It seems like there's just do. It just seems like there's a lot of people who are friends and they all have this elitist mentality, dude. I'm so sorry, but it feels that way. There's a lot of people who think like their shit don't stink, or they just don't get like, yeah, not everyone has billionaire friends, and are paid fucking hundreds of thousands to be jobbers on Ring of Honor. Like not everyone gets that privilege in life, dude. Like
you're for real. Yeah, not everyone has Tony Khan as a boss.
Yeah, and like, oh, is he shooting or he's just playing his character? Well, that doesn't seem very character-like for Johnny Hungy. Do you know what I'm saying? When has he ever joked about money to people?
Jesus.
That's something MJF would do. Anyways, so I just wrote awesome match. I wrote this was like a good match. Everyone's a solid worker, I wrote, but like this is the world champion of your company. Look at Rollins. Look at fucking Roman. This is the world champion of your company doing this shit. All my notes were just LMAO, like, come on. And then I wrote MJF works an injury. Joe comes out after the match for his match and punks out MJF, pushes him. I wrote, yes, give me Joe as world champion. I wrote Joe and MJF brawl. This is dumb because MJF's character wouldn't do that when he's hurt. He would, even if he's the good guy, he's our scumbag. He'd sneak off and he'd get Joe another time. He wouldn't go while he's injured, neck injury. I'm gonna run at Joe. MJF would never do that. That's just not good character work right there. So, yeah, but I want Joe as world champ, and that would be way better than whatever MJF. Let him do his thing. It'll Tony Khan on someone like Joe and raise your TV ratings. Get people. Jay White is right there. or something. Kenny's right there. Do something to get people invested. And I don't care about his world title reign. This was not what I expected from MJF's title reign. And yeah, call me a fucking mark. I don't care. Go ahead, Hairline.
You're a mark.
Yeah.
Did you not get it? Like fucking, it was so. Yeah. This was a callback to the time that MJF was the security guard on NXT, even though WWE's the enemy.
Well, I knew. Yes, and the thing is they keep. Why do they have to bring? They just are obsessed with WWE. They can't help but. Yeah, they just try to. And I do appreciate that about AEW. Like, oh, we're blending all the universes and stuff. And I'm not saying like pretend this didn't happen, but it was a callback to NXT. Well, I'm glad he's such an NXT 2016 mark like I was. That's what Tony Khan is.
No, all right, so the match itself, though. So our champion is opening the show in a tag match. And most of all,
again.
Did you notice that the crowd was indeed chanting kangaroo kick? Kind of sounds like to me that kangaroo kick got over, bro.
Yeah. No, I was wrong, dude.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, but it's just like what is the audience they're attracting?
Excalibur knows absolutely nothing about basketball, but knows every goddamn thing about Joshi ref. The chair shot to the back of MJF's neck fucking actually made me drop my job.
Yeah.
This was sports entertainment, man. It was crazy to me. Like, I'm not, like, you know what I'm saying? Obviously, fucking that Silver guy is pretty fucking cringe in hearing what you just told me you said on Twitter. And these guys aren't exactly what I would say is credible opponents. You know what I'm saying? But this match and just the storytelling and all that had me super fucking invested, bro.
Yeah, they're great.
And then when MJF was laying there on the ground, he was just like, "Where's Adam? Where's Adam?" It's just like fucking
it's just
me, man.
It's just like this angle though. Like, how do you? So do they just circumvent and feud Dark Order? Like, how? I don't know. My whole thing is like, you got to put heat on Kingdom, right?
Yeah, that's not a thing anymore, I guess.
Yeah, sorry. I don't mean this. You go ahead, buddy. It's just the logic. I'm always trying to be logical.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well, Marks, what are you doing?
No, you're right though. We did spend the past couple of weeks watching Adam, just a fucking guess what, guys? Dark Order. So I'm not gonna say this right. The Insarari Stunner.
Shut the fuck up. How about that? Shut the fuck up.
Insarria Stunner. Insarria Stunner into a backbreaker.
Yeah,
that was sick.
Yeah.
Fucking MJF came back. Huge pop. Very fucking Terry Funk of him. And can you imagine that, dude? Fucking MJF, he got a hot tag, bro. The crowd reacted to a fucking hot tag. And that's like one of two hot tags I've seen a fucking crowd react to in AEW. And then I got a good one. Here's my new one for you, bro. It's all about the woo! Get used to it.
All right. The schmoz after Joe and all that. Your thoughts?
You didn't like that one?
No.
It's all about the Roo shirts.
All about
the Roo shirts.
Did you invent that or did they invent that?
Yeah, look, I wrote it down.
I hope. I know MJF does listen. That is confirmed, but don't.
Yeah.
Please, MJF, don't do that.
Well, Tony Khan's in our Discord, so it doesn't really matter. No, man, I fucking kind of what I said there though, where I started this. Yeah, so in the NXT, Joe got shoved. Or Joe shoved MJF actually, but MJF never worked for that. I created MJF and Neville. I don't know, man. I'm geeked for this, bro, because obviously Joe's gonna take the belt off him, right?
He has to, because it's so convoluted. You have Dark Order crippling him. You have the Kingdom and Roddy cutting promos on him. And then you have Joe shoving him and then him attacking Joe. Okay? So are we going to spread him thin here? Like, fuck, man. What is he going to be in 4 angles every fucking show? You got to just focus MJF on like one thing, get the belt off him, let Joe reign with other people. And they're teasing MJF's fucking neck. Okay, let Joe hit a muscle buster on him. Put MJF on the shelf for a bit, give him time to film whatever movie I'm sure he's got lined up or whatever. Anywho, and speaking of which, shout out fucking heels on Crave in Canada, Stars in America, Stephen Amell show. People are going, oh, WWE will never hire Punk. Well, guess what, man? Stephen Amell is boys with Cody Rhodes, and he's boys with Punk. AJ Lee's on that show. Jordan Grace was on the last episode. Nick Aldis is in the show. Who else? Damian Sandow. Yeah, man. So you guys want to see Punk wrestle? You watch fucking Heels. Brilliant fucking show. Brilliant season 2. Episode 6 just came out. You guys go and watch that fucking show.
Are they paying you?
They fucking better be, dog. I love that show, man. I fucking shout out Stephen Amell.
Well, guys, it's confirmed. Heels are listening to the show.
Yeah, right. So speaking of Joe, though, Shane Taylor now just comes out. So he waited for all that bullshit to transpire. Then he just comes out, and they have a big Haas match. It was a good match, man. Yeah, Shane Taylor, he's no slouch for sure. And he used to be in a faction, I think, with like Keith Lee and all this shit back in then. I have no idea, but Samoa Joe choked him out, and it was a fucking good match, man. Joe's awesome. He's like easily top 2-3 wrestlers for me, like just personally, you know?
Yeah, so I know like the past fucking couple pods have been going, woo, for this Shane Taylor guy, but as soon as I saw him come out, I was like, oh, okay, I know this guy, because I did watch Ring of Honor during the COVID era and all that. So as soon as I heard that entrance music, it jogged my memory back, and it was like, oh, okay, I have seen this game work. Now this match itself, though, the first 20 minutes of this pay-per-view have actually been awesome, man. And I really just like going off the card. I thought it was gonna be a fucking shit show.
Yeah, exactly.
But so this was Godzilla versus King Kong. Is basically what she was. And then I wanted to ask you, fucking, he tapes his wrist and has like an MMA mark. Explain to me the advantage.
Oh God, that's nothing. Yeah, that was the one thing that pissed me off. I was like, stop. I think I tweeted it out and I didn't write it in my notes. That's why I didn't write it down. But I was like, stop doing this. Oh, he actually tapes the wrist because the strike is man, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, it's just the martial arts strike or whatever. Just shut the fuck up. Like, no, you tape your goddamn wrists. Yes, in boxing and shit, in every combat sport, more or less, so you don't break your hands, you don't break your knuckles, you know what I mean, you don't break your wrist, etc. Yeah, but it's just no one in wrestling, or like either people wear tape or they don't in wrestling. You don't got to explain that. I don't know. Excalibur explains the wrong mark shit that marks on Reddit, fucking people who still believe Steven Seagal and shit like that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, in reality, that has nothing to do with anything. So yeah, when he said that, I was like, I almost threw up, dude. Excalibur is the worst. I'm done pretending. He's just awful. Sorry, go ahead.
Excalibur is not the worst. The worst is that mark on fucking Collision. Anyways, man. Yeah, man, Joe tapped him. I don't want to say I thought Joe was going to lose, but, like, there was that slight, like, in my mind, I was like, oh, shit, Joe's going to drop the belt to this guy and then go after MJF. And it was all like, oh, MJF's wrapped up in these 80 other storylines.
Yeah. And they won't do that because Joe, like, that Twisted Metal show's all, like, everyone loves it, and fucking he's in that Henry Cavill shit, I think. And he's about to break the record for, like, longest TV title reign or whatever. Like, he has one of the longest in history. He's like a month away or something. So, Tony, you know he's a mark. He's going to... Luchasaurus versus Darby Allin. I wrote, this is an okay match. I wrote, Darby's obviously a star. Lucha's just been wrestling way better. And I just wrote, but I just wrote at the end, why did Lucha have to hit 3 tombstones or whatever? That's super dumb. I wrote, Sean Spears and a bunch of random wrestlers come out to save Darby after the beatdown, and nobody gave a shit. This was a low light of the night for me, personally. Even though I love Darby. Your thoughts?
So, again, King Biased here skipped over the fact that the greatest wrestling commentator of all time made his way down to the ring.
Right.
So JR graced us with his presence.
Yeah, thank God.
So, like, they started their schmoz outside, and Darby, like, went to go whip himself at Luchasaurus, and he just, like, grabbed him and stopped him because he's fucking... Darby's 10 pounds. Luchasaurus isn't. So he just grabbed him and whipped him at the fucking barricade, man. And it's just like, it's good to see someone like checking this guy and not letting him do all this stupid little flippy shit, you know. So shout out to Luchasaurus, and it's confirmed that Christian listens to the pod. So
shout out Christian.
Man, dude. Oh, you know what was cringe though with this match? When Luchasaurus goes to lay the steel fucking steps on the back of Darby. and he just lays it down so fucking slow on Darby.
It was cheesy.
I don't shit. Yeah, shit like that just takes me out of it, man. You know, fucking. And it's like, dude, Luchasaurus has been doing so good, so it's just like, god damn, it's fucking 10 steps back. So Darby is in an extreme amount of pain from doing pointless, stupid shit. It happens, and that just any pointless shit, stupid, pointless coffin drops, bro. You know, It's like, okay, yep. So like Darby's selling this big back fucking angle from this fucking angle with Swerve, and nowhere Swerve's nowhere to be seen. All that's done and over with already.
It's just so fucking dumb.
Yeah, and so I did like fucking Darby fucking as far as like big man, little man shit. He went to go pin Luchasaurus, and Luchasaurus kind of like shoved him up, and then he bounced off the ropes, and he did a fucking crossbody off of it into a kick out again. Tried to pin him again. And most of all, man, so like Darby and fucking Luchasaurus are into it in the ring, and outside of the ring, fucking you have Nick Wayne and Christian. And Christian's trying to be a father figure to this kid, you know? This is what that kid needs, is someone to fucking teach him right and wrong. And Darby gets so jealous and fucking just slings himself out of the ring at fucking Christian. I just thought that was really fucking selfish, man, you know? And then, like you said, these 6 guys run down to the ring, and Excalibur claimed it was the locker room. So there you go. All 6 guys, the entire fucking locker room.
Yeah, dude.
Garbage.
So up next we had Miro versus Hobbs. This was like the most over shit on the whole show. Miro and Hobbs come out. Miro's entrance is huge. I write 2 big hosses. I wrote JR is loving it. Miro's so over. Crowds chanting meat for these big meaty men. And I just wrote, they go back and forth. This match way exceeded my expectations. This was one that I was boo-booed about because I was like, one of these guys have to lose, and I don't want either of them to lose. But like usual, it's almost like I know shit, kind of. I predicted it on this podcast. Spoiler. It's not just a fact. It's a spoiler, whatever Heyman says. And there's always a schmoz after every match. Instead of them shaking hands where the crowd popped and exploded, we got this cringe shit where Miro walks away from his wife. It's cringe, but good for Lana. She doesn't have a long-term deal. It was announced. It was just a short, like maybe appearance. I thought she didn't want to ever risk not going back to WWE, but WWE seems to have the writing on the wall. You have to be a diva and be able to wrestle. No more Eva Marie's and Lana's. You have to be able to be like a Tiffany Stratton or a Mandy or a Maxine who can actually wrestle and be a total babe at the same time. This match was fucking awesome, but I predicted Lana returning. You go look, not even a week ago on the show, or about a week ago. So listen to PWT.
No, CJ Perry.
CJ Perry, yeah, sorry. But yeah, guys, it's confirmed. Tony Khan, Miro, Lana, they all listen to the show. Moving along, or what were your thoughts on all of that, this match, and I guess CJ Perry's like fucking part-time? Obviously they're going to continue that a bit, so yeah, what are all your thoughts?
So I was happy with the first half of this card. This was very kaiju big battle, but like I said, them chanting meat kind of fucking pulled me out of it, man. I don't know, corny to me, I don't know. And then Excalibur goes, meat mode coming to fight forever soon. It was just like, Jesus fuck. And then the fucking Hobbs attacking fucking Miro after, and it just kind of discredited Hobbs. So like, bro, like you can't even take your beating and all. Like they had a decent match.
And then they shook hands, dude. I know they had the crowd. The crowd was popped for that handshake, and they could have broke off and Hobbs could have stayed a heel. It's not like, oh, you shake hands and he's a babyface. They could have just broke apart and went, okay, we had a great moment. And then it just got muddied with like Lana, a smile on her face, cringily grabbing a chair and like stumbling with it. What the fuck are you guys doing, man? It's just such convoluted shit all the time.
Can we talk about her entrance here? It was just flashing hot and flexible. Hot and flexible. Yeah, can you just tell me some things about you? Yeah, I'm hot and I'm very flexible. Oh, yeah, that's great. Yeah, we'll put that on there. What song do you want me to release?
Oh, man.
I don't know,
do you think so? You said on the show before, you're like, Lana won't jeopardize going back to WWE. And then she did end up showing up, like I said. So do you think it jeopardizes it? Do you think she sees the writings on the wall? Like I said, like you can't just be Eva Marie anymore. You have
Yeah.
to be like a Tiffany. You have to be able to go and be a dime, you know? So I just think maybe Lana's like, fuck it, writings on the wall. Like, what am I going to go wrestle there? Maybe she can just show up for a Rumble or something. When Miro gets inducted, she can accompany him or something, you know, like whatever if he goes back. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, the whole thing is Miro said he's wifeless, and guess what? Nah, still fucking wifeless, Doug.
Yeah.
He said nope. He was yelling about you're not real, and it was like, oh, I wonder where we're going with this.
I love
shit.
how every fucking European to you is just Arnold Schwarzenegger. So up next we had Ruby Soho versus Chris Statlander. And I like both of these girls, man. I just wrote what this is whatever match. I just don't really care, but I want Ruby to win. So Tony gets jealous of both of the girls in her group having belts and she doesn't. Tony gets involved. Statlander retains. I guess the outcasts are really split. Like now fully, we already know. And yeah, it's time, I guess, split them up. But I don't know, TBS belt. Like I really love Statlander. I really do. Great look, great music. She's a good worker. She's serious now, you know. At the press conference, she's just crying over Orange Cassidy. This match was what it was. Nothing special. Your thoughts?
So we got to witness Excalibur explaining Zoolander to JR. That's part of my life now.
Ugh.
And then most of all, shout out to the Judas sign in the front row that said Judas in my sign. Coolest sign of the night right there.
First ever AEW pay-per-view that Chris Jericho was not on.
Yeah, garbage. Did you see that MJF cosplayer in the front row? I would like to bet that he has not touched a vagina in at least half a decade.
No, I didn't notice. I didn't notice it. Yeah.
And so like Tony came out under the ring. She was like half naked too. I don't know. It's just fucking it's goofy, but she stole the fucking the spray paint, you know. So like what this is
Yeah,
Tony
they did a spray
face?
paint spot again too. Like you doing that again?
Right? Is Tony going so Tony's going baby face, but she's like being mean to her? I don't
know. No. Tony's going heel. They're gonna all break up and stay heelish. Ruby and Saraya are gonna stay like mean girl shit, and then Tony's gonna break off and be heelish too, which because they don't care about heel and face in AEW, bro. You got to get that out of your head. You know, there's no rhyme or reason or logic. So Tony's gonna stay heel. Like I don't trust you. You're nasty. What? Oh my word! Like she's too distraught to even get dressed. And what the like? I love that shit.
I love it. It's
Take
so
it
good.
and yeah, keep doing that. You know, but yeah.
She's like she's channeling William Regal. You know what I'm saying? She's just got like that energy of like, how dare you? One of my favorite William Regal lines is like fucking. It was right after the New Year's, and they were like, "What's your New Year's resolution?" He's like, "I'm going to wake up at 6 a.m. instead of 7 a.m. so I can dread people for an extra hour today." It's like, fuck yeah, that's the shit. Same energy Tony's putting out, Doug.
Yeah, so speaking of legends, Ricky Steamboat, or wait, speaking of Regal, there's rumors that fucking CM Punk and Regal got in a beef when William Regal first came into AEW as well. Punk and him had like an altercation backstage, apparently. It's probably just make-believe bullshit.
Tell you that?
I don't know, man.
Alvarez.
Like it's just all over X, formerly known as Twitter. Who knows if it's real? I'll say it's all bullshit. Like I just think there's more bullshit narrative coming out about Punk. But yeah, anyways, we'll talk more about that after. So Ricky Steamboat comes out. I pop. I think I asked earlier, but I tweeted it out. Formally tweeted out. Who owns the Ricky Steamboat music? Weird that they just use it, you know. Anyways, though, I think like his wife owned all the IP though, even his music and shit. So, anyways, Starks comes out. That's epic. Danielson comes back, and I'm always going to be a Danielson mark for his contributions to the business. And thankfully, he stepped up and saved this shit. I wrote, I can't wait till he's back in WWE. Danielson beat the ever-loving piss out of Starks. And Steamboat was selling how brutal it was on commentary, how serious everything was. and Excalibur's laughing. He's and Steamboat's like, no, this shit's serious right now. Like, he's whipping him. This is serious. Like, they hate each other. Like, I cannot stand Excalibur. It's beyond. This is just goofball. This is goofball shit at this point. But Steamboat got involved. I popped hard. This match was fucking incredible. Starks and Danielson, yeah, they're just two great competitors, and Danielson is just elevating fucking Starks with this. And yeah, it's weird how they just interchange Tony. It's just his action figures. Oh, we'll take Punk out and just put Danielson in. It'll be great. I don't know. It is what it is, but yeah, shout out Bryan Danielson. I guess later we'll talk about his press conference shit, which revealed so much, and none of the dirt sheets jumped on because they're all fucking marks and they just want their Punk and Regal had a fight. They don't care that Tony's literally whatever. We'll get into it. But yeah, what were your thoughts on this match? This was a great match, though. Outstanding match, I thought, actually. Also noted, Final Countdown. He bought it for like 2 pay-per-views or something. So that was the last time Final Countdown Danielson can use it unless he renews the license. But Tony was flexing. He's like, yeah, I'll license some music. Fuck it. Anyways, your thoughts on this match, your thoughts on Steamboat, your thoughts on Goofball Excalibur. Go ahead.
Man, honestly, dude, I thought fucking Ricky was fucking terrible on commentary. I appreciate how he was like keeping kayfabe. Don't get like that part. I'm not like that. I don't have a problem. God, I don't want to be all ageism here, but it just sounded like fucking like some Joe Biden shit. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah,
old
dude.
Man. Didn't it though, bro? Like I don't know. It's like
no,
all
I
right,
just
well,
thought, I just felt like Steamboat was taken back at the fact that there was a serious match going on, and he's trying to be dead serious. Like, there's men bleeding in here, and then Excalibur is just laughing and going, and and he's stiff. That's a potato, right, Taz? Like, this isn't Dark Elevation. This isn't. Go back and listen to old PWG commentary. Go on YouTube and listen to it, you fucking marks. And Excalibur,
I don't think I'm gonna do that.
when he does commentary, he used to do that. Oh, and what the fuck was that? Oh, and he stiff armed him. Like, it's a joke. And what happens as a broadcaster, guys, is you get in habits, and you have to break those habits early. They're hard to break, but it's just like in life. You get in habits, you don't break them. He has a habit of doing wrestling commentary where it's all a fucking joke, a fun joke in this little whatever promotion where everything's a joke that he put together. So he brings that to TV. That's the aura he puts off, and that's just all it is, you know? So I'm not hating on the guy, but you have to know when it's light and funny. You have to know when it's dead serious, and when there needs to be a line thrown in or whatever. I don't know. It's really bad. He really should not be on commentary. Anyways,
man, this Ricky Starks is heel as fuck. Like main event heel. Almost. I don't want to say he is like a fucking MJF, but like he, definitely could be groomed to be the next MJF. And I don't mean that necessarily on the mic and all that. I just mean it like a powerful fucking like the top heel.
Yeah.
What really bothered me about this match though? It's all about the woo! Man, but what really bothered me about this match here is Daniel Bryan started so he beat Daniel Bryan to the ground with the strap.
Yeah.
And then like a second later, he starts no-selling the strap and starts hulking up. And they're like, okay, I'm not trying to be that guy because I get it. He's trying to hulk up. But it's just the little shit like that. It's all like, didn't that strap just like bring you to your knees like a second ago? And then all of a sudden the strap doesn't mean anything? I don't know. It's just goofy to me, bro.
Yeah.
And I felt the match should have ended after the Ricky the Steamboat interference. And it just went on a little bit longer after that. But it's just like, fuck.
Yeah.
Man.
Things went too long, or there was just a schmoz after. And it's just like, come on. But yeah, you're right though. Like, the work was great. Can't shit on the match. Overall, great match. But yeah, I agree.
But like, I don't want to like shit on a Daniel. Like, I'm watching Daniel Bryan wrestle in 2023.
Yeah,
like that's fuck yeah,
So Nigel go.
I was gonna say, unfortunately, he's in a faction with John Moxley, fucking useless, and Claudio. It's on borrowed time, bud.
Yeah. So Nigel gets in the ring. He makes an awkward announcement. There's trouble with the audio. He's like, Hangman Page donated 50,000. It's like, guys, learn how to format a show. So Taz is on commentary now. Thank fuck. All right.
Yes.
Shibata comes out. All right. He's teaming with Kingston, I guess. Claudio and Yuta comes out. Who cares about any of this? Those are my notes. You go ahead.
Yeah, I wrote finally Taz. Taz is finally out here. This was basically everyone took turns beating up Useless.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know, man. Like fucking Kingston's good. Chapada's named after a fucking fancy roll you can get at fucking Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah, I think I had one of those yesterday.
But it was expensive.
I get it. I get it, but it's just like Mark fucking these guys are just playing out their Mark fucking like who like why do I like Shibata's not on TV? It's just why do I care about any of this, man? Oh well, I usually follow New Japan. I have to watch other companies that isn't your company to enjoy. No, he's fully with ROH. Okay, so you have this guy who's this legend, and he's just on your Honor Club shit that no one watches. Like, so Omega versus Takeshita. It was a great match. I wrote so Omega versus Takeshita. That was a great match. But I just wrote these two are both epic. Just an insane match. Lots of false finishes. Excalibur sucks. This whole drop the knee pad shit is cringe as fuck. AEW does that too much. Just let the wrestler drop the pad and shut the fuck up, Excalibur. Takeshita beats Kenny. They're pushing him huge. He's a big budding star. Kenny hasn't won since he's been separated from Callis. Again, this could have just been on All Out, and it would have an All In, and it would have made way more sense, and it would have been a way bigger platform for Takeshita and been a moment. And no schmoz really after this match. The fucking BCG random thrown together shit match could have been on this card. I just don't, again, I don't get the booking, the logic behind it all. It's fine though. This is a fine match. I don't know what they're doing with Kenny. Like, what is Kenny going to do now? It just seems like they don't know how to book wrestlers, but they are putting Takeshita over huge. They know how to book him, but it's like, is Kenny done now? This was a match you could have had people looking forward to for a full year, and you just kind of stuffed it all in there kind of quick in 2 weeks, or in 1 week's time. We saw two big moments of what that story could have been. I'm getting fed up with this shit. Hairline.
No, you're so right. Though.
Yeah, your thoughts, buddy.
No, you're so right about like them ruining a moment. And it was like this is like one of the very few like God, I don't even like care for the lead at all, but it's like Kenny's at least like trying. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? To like be a professional and like
Kenny putting Takeshita over on a roll up in a random 8-man fucking or 6-man match at All in Wembley, or this match at All in Wembley where Takeshita gets a huge clean win, walks away, no schmoz. The crowd is stunned like when Undertaker lost. And then you could do the roll up 8-man schmoz at this fucking pay-per-view instead. Oh no, we gotta fit all the guys in. Fucking nuts. Fucking just nuts to me, bro. Again, I'm trying to be a logical and an illogical thing. Go ahead.
Okay. So for some reason you forgot to mention that Kenny's green ring attire was from the DDT promotion from back in the day when he first wrestled Takeshita. Just so you know.
Yeah.
I think.
Thanks for reminding me. How could I have forgotten?
I got you. There must be like a fucking let's see who can dump Kenny on his head the most thing going on, because like Takeshita dropped him on his head at least fucking 3 times. He was fucking ridiculous. So the Avalanche Blue Thunder Bomb fucking should have ended the match. I thought it was fucking utter nonsense that Kenny kicked out of that.
Blue Thunder Bomb is the most buried move in wrestling. It's the coolest, nicest looking move, and Sami's never beaten anyone with one, and neither is Takeshita. Fuck sakes.
Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah. I want that to be my created wrestler's finisher.
Do you want me to do that? I'll do that for you in WrestleMania 2000. Okay, Blue Thunder Bomb it is.
God, you're gonna hate this. God. So when fucking Takeshita fucking rolled his fucking knee pad down, and then he hit Kenny, Excalibur went, "What a mama!" Oh God.
He needs to be fired. Slowly, he needs to be fired.
What? Mama. Like, what a mama!
He is the worst. He's worse than Kevin Patrick. I'm not joking.
Oh God, I don't know what to do here. Fuck. Man, do I defend Excalibur, or am I happy that you put Kevin Patrick over? Oh,
Mixed emotions. Range.
yeah, man.
They should stick Excalibur and Jericho on Rampage and just leave it at that. Let everyone else go home and enjoy their families.
That'd be great.
And yeah, and just
That'd be
have
awesome.
everyone else do the other shows. Kevin Kelly could do Dynamite with Taz and whoever, Caprice, and then you do Nigel, Riccaboni, and Taz on Collision. There you go. Everyone's happy. So yeah, whatever. Up next we had BCG versus the Bucks and FTR. I wrote Bullet Club Gold are just money. Bucks got booed mostly. FTR were big over. Bucks trying to steal their thunder from their match with BCG earlier, like a month ago or whatever. Taz says to Excalibur, "You're one of the coolest ones. You're in a mask." Like he's literally roasting. He's like, "Oh, you're one of the coolest guys. You're in a mask." It's just he's just fucking he's done with these guys, man.
Fucking done, bro.
I wrote this match was trash. All the goofy indie spots sucked. It was Botch City. This is a rib on FTR and Punk and Cornette for being right. Buck botched his flip. The one Buck flipped over the guy and botched his little flip. Everyone booed. FTR and Bucks lost. That's what they get for being marks and doing each other's moves. Thank God for PG. I'm fed up with this shit. Go ahead, Hairline. Your thoughts?
I skipped this match, bro. Okay, not fucking. I told you, I'm not. I don't like FTR.
Yeah.
You know, and I sure as fuck don't like the Young Bucks, and that's a shame, man. Because fucking
one thing I popped for is that all the Bullet Club Gold's entrance. You know how the Guns would come out and do their entrance, and then Bullet Club Gold they just all come out together. Well, this time they do the Guns entrance with the Bullet Club Gold music, and they have all four guys standing there while the camera goes around them. So that's just like not even gun shit anymore. That's BCG entrance is the Bullet Club Gold fucking camera spinning entrance, which I love. It's money. Austin Theory stole it, but shout him out.
Yeah. I was watching that AEW.
I was watching that kid show. I was watching that children wrestling show, you know, where the guys played with his toys. Yeah, I love that. Reminds me of when I was a kid.
So fucking right.
Holy shit. So I'm
gonna take that and I'm gonna give it to Austin Theory.
Yeah. Austin Theory, you're kind of like look like one of those guys, one of those ass boys. Yeah, you can do the entrance now. It's yours. I own it. Don't I own Bullet Club? Get Finn Balor in here. Didn't I buy that shit when I hired you? I thought Carl Anderson did that shit. Wasn't he just in Japan?
Yeah, I own that.
Yeah, I told him to go there and phone it in. He had to do a job with the open weight title. I don't even know what the fuck that is. So I told Carl to drink a bunch of beer the night before and phone it in. Yeah.
Open what? Yeah.
The open what?
Really?
What the fuck is that? Someone get me a Noki on the phone. Vince, Anoki passed away. What?
But he was the greatest dreamer.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I know. Next year. Yeah. Night one of WrestleMania is going to be called WrestleDream. Yeah. We're going to get Fuji. Yeah. Vince, Tony did that first. Who the fuck is that? Who the fuck is Tony? Sir Tony Khan. What? Tony Khan. Nick, get Nick Khan in here. Is that your son? No, sir. Not my son. Well, he looks like it. Tell him to give me back the name WrestleDream. What the fuck? I thought I owned New Japan. No, sir. You just let Carl Anderson do a match there once. What? But the Great Muta was at Payback. He was in the crowd. I saw him. KG Muto was there too. They were both backstage. Vince, those are the same guy. Oh, they all look like
Holy shit.
Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to avoid talking about this main event, if you can't tell. Orange versus Mox is in the main event. Hairline avoided it entirely. I'm sure you skipped it, right?
Yeah, I skipped this, man.
Okay,
Dude, I just turned it off, man.
So I just wrote, this is complete trash. I didn't skip, but got dressed and went to go meet my buddy to smoke weed and drink a beer. The crowd doesn't give a singular fuck. They don't care at all. Nigel's trying to put over how big of a star Orange is. He just tanked their last Dynamite ratings. It's gross being gaslit all the time and having this shit pushed on us. Fuck AEW. Orange loses. It's so great that an American lost the international title to another American wrestler. That's very genius booking. And I'm just so happy that all the marks can, I don't know, dress up like him for Halloween and pretend that this title reign meant anything in the annals of time, in the fucking overall arc.
What do you mean?
What is pro wrestling?
But
This title
he
reign,
has like he has the most title defenses like ever.
who gives a fuck, dude? No one cares.
Tony Khan.
Yeah,
Tony
it's
Khan.
like, it's just he looks for these obscure stats in wrestling and goes, oh, I know, I'll do this stat in wrestling, and then it's my stat. I'm a stat guy.
What about that Orange Cassidy promo where he's like all serious in the fucking hallway?
I can't stand how bad all of it is. Overall, I'm sure Meltzer had a great time with his bib in his high chair, fucking being fed by Brian Alvarez with a little spoonsy while he fucking watched this show. I fucking open wide for the airplane. Meltsy, 5 stars, 5 stars, 5 stars. Yeah, so that's my thoughts on it.
Holy shit, dude.
What were your thoughts on the event? Already blocked, but
as a whole,
yeah.
I don't know, man. Fucking started off really good, and by the end, I just like was questioning my existence. And this is where I'm at in life.
Do you want to talk about what happened at the post-media scrum here? Yeah, here's Tony Khan at the All-In presser. Let's just get his initial thoughts and reactions overall.
So I've already listened to this too, and I really want to fucking cut up every single great and like do a fucking epic fucking great montage.
Yeah. And he comes out with Adam Cole. So here's Adam Cole and TK.
Do you mind? Which side do you want to be on?
It's great to see you.
Probably closest.
How's everyone doing?
Okay, so this
Good.
This one,
Good.
I'll be on the outside.
I'm doing great. We just had a killer show. It's great. Well, thank you. Seriously, top to bottom. I mean, that card was unbelievable. I'm a little bit worried about Max. His neck is not in the best shape, and I had to calm him down quite a bit.
So that's why he ran at Samoa Joe.
Because he was so fired up. He's very.
That's why you're smiling like an asshole, and Tony's smiling like an asshole, and he tried to attack Samoa Joe with a hurt neck. Fuck this place.
Prideful, but fortunately things didn't get worse. But hopefully he'll be okay. Hopefully he'll be all right.
Obviously, a lot of fans wondering about all these different things that don't have anything to do with what's going on in the ring tonight. Jim Ross said this was going to be the greatest show that fans didn't expect under the circumstances. Seems like he got that. How did you feel at the end of the show, considering everything that happened going on earlier this week?
It was a great show. I was really excited. I felt like it was going to be a strong show. To me, it was the biggest week in the history of the company for in-ring and content reasons. We just did the biggest show in pro wrestling history, which I kept saying to him.
Then he looks at the camera.
He was in the main event of the biggest show in the history of pro wrestling just 1 week ago. They sold more tickets for the show last week. I'm so proud of the wrestlers and the staff and the fans and everyone in AEW, because that's something nobody's ever going to be able to take away from AEW to be.
Until WWE does Mania in fucking London. That's when, and you're high on meth. If you don't think Vince and them went, fuck every plan for 41 or 42, whichever one they don't have contracts already signed for.
So mad.
You're high if you don't think that Vince and them went, yeah, we're going to London with Mania. Like, you're, especially for 2 days.
They're like, fuck no.
Yeah, they're gonna go great. They're gonna go shatter this record, like, no joke, you know.
In the history books forever.
Look at Tony's face. Anywhere you pause it. The best part of these press scrums is anywhere you pause it, you get an epic.
Here 1 week later, I knew
Here's like nervous Tony.
It would be a big challenge to follow that. And
there's like looking at delicious food, Tony.
And there's been a lot of things happening this week in and out of the ring, but I think from a wrestling standpoint, it was exciting to be able to come here and follow it. And I was really excited. And it's, pretty telling to me personally. If you look back at this year on pay-per-view, I think Supercard of Honor was one of the best pay-per-view shows of the year. I think Revolution was one of the best shows of the year. I thought that Death Before Dishonor was one of the best shows of the year. Forbidden Door was amazing. And then All In last week, tremendous.
So every of your shows were one of the best shows of the year. No shit. like, okay, you just named 6 shows and said, oh, in comparison to what, WWE? Okay. Like, I don't know. It's just, you just named every show. God damn it.
Show. And now All Out. We've come in and delivered. And that's 6 pay-per-views.
Here's like, are you going to pass those rails, Tony?
I would say already this year that have all been amazing shows. So I think we're having as strong a year on pay-per-view right now as any pro wrestling company ever. And this week is as big a week as any company ever. I can say last week was one of the top AEW pay-per-views of all time. The first ever AEW All In, not only a huge success as far as being like a box office smash hit, all time, most tickets sold for any show ever. Also one of our biggest pay-per-views ever in at least a year and a half. And that's pretty amazing. It'll be one of our top 2 or 3 shows of all time when it's all said and done. And then this week, I was going to say, after doing already one of our all-time numbers last week, to come here this week and have over 10,000 people here and have over 100,000, I would say would be a real success. And we've done that. So it's definitely over 100,000 in the wake of another show last
100,000 pay-per-view buys. He said he did like just over 300,000 pay-per-view buys total the last All In and All Out combined. I mean, I guess that's good for today's market, kind of, but he's going to end up going to streaming soon. It's just inevitable.
Yeah, for sure.
There's no like UFC and WWE abandon the pay-per-view model. I'm going to resurrect it. It's crazy.
Now that it's gelled and now that I've gotten to know him as a real friend, I really think at this point we can.
I'm over it. I'm over the Adam Cole. I'm just over AEW kind of. I hate to be such sour grapes. So Christian comes out. He just bees an asshole. He doesn't even get asked any questions. These marks don't ask him anything. Someone asks him an Edge question.
Ask about Edge. Yeah.
Okay, but the whole time he sits here, he gets asked like maybe 2 questions. You know what I mean? They're just asking Tony shit. And he gets asked about Edge.
About a good friend of yours, Adam Copeland, and his future in professional wrestling. I was just wondering if you see him possibly joining you here in the All Elite mix.
I only talk about myself and Luchasaurus.
Hey, the only reason these marks think it's okay, it's like everyone on this fucking panel here, it's just like, it's people breaking kayfabe and like not being in character. You know what I'm saying? Adam Cole's talking about, oh, my angle here with Max and fucking shit like that, man. Here's fucking Pete's in character and fucking.
Yeah,
I don't know. Like
being a professional, man, because I was going to say that too. Like there's a part where they're like, oh, I see you're kind of doing more heel stuff. And now that's the direction.
Like,
it's just like, what the fuck are you idiots talking about? Like either do it a shoot or do it a work. Do it a shoot or do it for a work. Fuck, man.
Yeah, man.
Sorry.
Wrestling's fucking dead.
It's dead. It's fucking dead.
And I have no friends other than Luchasaurus. And I'll leave it at that.
You talk a lot about the boy. Talk a lot about Darby Allin and Nick Wayne.
They're not my friends. They're my problem.
Yeah.
Hey, Christian. Rick Ucchino, SB Nation, Kate Side Seats. I want to go back to something you said a few minutes ago where you spoke about.
If a wrestler did that to Vince at a press conference, he'd be like, oh, yeah? Well, you're in a Hell in a Cell match against Kane. I know, Blue Kane versus Luchasaurus. It's his long-lost brother. Hell in a Cell.
That TNT title never being more relevant than it is right now. You have seemed to have made this a really personal mission.
Fake Undertaker versus Blue Kane. I'm booking it.
Of yours to make that championship the most prestigious thing in all of AEW and all professional wrestling. Why is this so important to you?
I like gold. I think I think gold defines a person, defines a man, especially in this sport. And I think that no matter what title I hold, it immediately becomes the most prestigious title. In fact, we may end up calling this the TNT World Championship by the time I'm done with it.
Boom.
So, and then Chris Statlander comes out. We don't need to go through it all. She cries about Orange Cassidy.
So I try to being
That's that in a nutshell.
what he was about to get himself into. And I think at the end, after everything had went down, all of us, me, Trent, and Chuck, we were all standing in there about to cry, like about to hug him, and we were all like trying to hold back tears. So they'll probably be mad at me for saying that we were all about to cry, but
the longest reigning title defenses international champion cried when he got his dream match against Moxley. Like, come on, man. Like, the other guy should be chasing him, not the other way around. It's insane.
Imagine being a fucking Zoolander, Mark.
Now, Bryan Danielson, I don't know, hairline, they're making me not like him. I'll forever love him and his contributions. I think we'll see him get a Hall of Fame induction in WWE, but I don't think we ever see Danielson wrestle in WWE again. I'm surprised the dirt sheets didn't run with any of this news. The biggest news coming from this whole fucking event is the fact that Tony Khan has been training Bryan Danielson and Jimmy Jacobs, but particularly Daniel Bryan, to where if anything happens to Tony Khan, Daniel Bryan and Jimmy Jacobs own and run and operate AEW. He is setting that's the biggest news. Everyone wants their CM Punk and when Yumiko get in the fight quicks or CM Punk quicks. No one reported on this. The biggest news is he's assembling his, like, it's not just him and whatever in an office like Vince and Linda in the office. He's assembling his Pritchard, his fucking Laurinaitis, if you will, his Kevin Dunn. These people are being put in place. And Danielson is, you guys need to understand that, this is the biggest news coming from anything. He's literally training Danielson and Jimmy Jacobs to essentially be able to operate and run everything AEW. And even further than that, like Jimmy Jacobs is just working with Tony Khan, period, like his life, period. So I don't know, man. This was the biggest news, and I get why Danielson puts this shit over and tolerates this. And there's those guys in wrestling, man, where, Vince McMahon made them into these big stars. Yes, is Danielson great and his skill and his ideas? Yes. But that filter of Vince and his shit is what turned that into Yeselmania and this big box office attraction and this big, huge thing. Yes, it's hard work. Yes, it's Vince McMahon, though. And Danielson, I just feel like he's down to do this. We're real wrestlers, but we stab guys shit. And I think he's really a friend of Mox, and they're really friends with Yuta, and they're really just marks and okay doing this fucking shit. And yes, Danielson's a goat, but don't forget who facilitated and cultivated that, because when he's allowed to do whatever he wants, he's down to just show up and let Mox stab guys and just do all this stuff, and just collect a huge check, and good for him. He earned it, and I don't think we ever see him wrestle again in WWE, because he is going to own and operate AEW for the foreseeable future. He's Jeff Jarretting to Tony's Dixie Carter, if you will, essentially, is what's going on here. So I rambled on.
Find the audio.
Yeah, I'll play the audio, and I was gonna say, Hairline, I want your thoughts on like my little ramblings there, though. First, like, what do you think of? First off, the dirt sheets overlooking. This is huge news, and what do you think of, like, shout out Jimmy Jacobs and Daniel Bryan, and just sort of my ramblings about he won't go back to WWE ever again. He's gonna be Bruce Pritcharding AEW forever.
Yeah, first shout out to Jimmy Jacobs. I fucking love Jimmy Jacobs. He's actually why I started watching Ring of Honor.
Yeah,
back in the day, and that's just great to hear, man. Because he fucking ear to the street, And clearly he likes to party or some shit if he's keeping up with Tony's fucking ass. And then God, in the most unselfish way, fucking good for Daniel Bryan and his family. Now, in a selfish way, that fucking sucks because I would love to see fucking any form of Daniel Bryan back in the WWE. So it is what it is, though.
Yeah, we'll get a Hall of Fame induction. Okay, so let's play some of Daniel Bryan here.
Goddamn right.
Nick Hausman, House of Wrestling. Brian, man, wow, that was a banger. That was an absolute classic you put on there tonight. We all saw this X-ray that your wife shared. Your arm.
They're laughing. Daniel Bryan, just so everyone knows, he was not actually medically cleared to compete in the match. He just went out there last minute and just said,
"What a moron!"
and just said, "Old school." No, it's just like. I give him his props for that. He's a legend, bro. If he wants to make that call, he's allowed to make that call. But it was his arm.
Okay.
It's not like his arm's gonna get chopped off, bro. You know, he's fine. He knows what he can do. He wouldn't go out there if it was like his brain or a concussion. Yeah, I'd be like, don't do that for me. But he earned that right to be able to go, no, I'll go out there, brother. Yeah.
Arm looked like it had been snapped in two. What did you do to be able to come back so quickly and perform as you did tonight?
So one, I had an excellent opponent tonight. And I think every time people see Ricky Starks, every time Ricky Starks gets an opportunity, he knocks it out of the park. And I will be the first one to say, and this is outside of like within our stories and what we do, he carried me through that match tonight. And I'm good at certain things. I mean, I'm good at a decent amount of things, and I'm confident in saying that. I can fire up. I can do all these things. But he was the one who carried me through that match. And so that's what I'm going to say.
I just don't like him saying shit like this. Like, yes, thank you for putting Ricky over, but like, why are you I just don't like it, man. I don't like that Tony's like, I love wrestling, but then he's okay with all this shit. Like, he had a chance to treat it like a sport and tell all these guys, no, you're all going to be MJF. You all do your gimmick, and if you do it, I'll fucking pay you. I'll make you rich. You know, like, but just fucking work with me here. But he just, and I get it. Oh, there's like social media. Yeah, do your social media. But on my TV, on my YouTube, on my fucking podcasts, you be fucking in working. And Aubrey, you're not doing a podcast. You're a ref. No one gives a fuck what the fuck you have to say. You know, you're not fucking Mike Chioda or fucking Earl Hebner. You know, like, get the fuck out of here. No one cares. But yeah, so I just don't like this. I don't like what they're doing. They're making me not like Daniel Bryan. If this is enough to make you not like Daniel Bryan, well, no, it's not enough. Clearly, I come back and I put him over as one of the GOATs. But this is making me go.
Are you already defending yourself?
Yes, because I just know, like, idiots just try and do this. But what aboutism? No, it's just like, I just don't.
Yeah, tribalism.
I just can't.
It's like I said, man.
You're making me not want to like Daniel Bryan, whereas I don't know, things in WWE when he had that wooden belt and shit, that hemp title, that made me want to see him get beat up. You know, I don't want to see him sit here breaking kayfabe and wearing a Blackpool Bumbaclot Club fucking shirt, but he's got a bandage on. So is that kayfabe or what's going on? And he's putting Starks over good, but he's like, he carried me. Okay, well, why did you have to come out here and say that? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just too old school. You're out of touch. Okay, you know, I guess. I just think he's friends with a billionaire. He knows he's half running he has a say in what happens in AEW. That's a fact. I wouldn't be surprised if Khan doesn't have to reveal these things. I guarantee you he gives guys like Danielson shares in the company and shit. I'm almost certain of that. And it has to be. And so this guy's putting it over. Okay, awesome. Do your thing, Daniel. Get rich. Leave your family a company forever. You know, your kids never need to worry. Awesome. I'm happy for you for that. But I don't have to like it when it comes to kayfabe, brother. Sorry, what were you going to say here,
This is just more fucking repercussions from Tony Khan playing fucking Mark Booker, man. Like, the fact that Daniel, tell us about breaking kayfabe. And Daniel,
I can't wait. Okada.
Yeah, dude, yeah.
Strap match, Okada.
Yeah, it'd be Okada. You guys know that? It's just all like, man.
It's just, it crushes my dreams. I'm like, fuck yeah, we'll never get like this Danielson versus like a McIntyre or a fucking Gunther, or like doing some boss shit with Cody or Brock and Danielson again. I know he's like, I did some of that, but there's a whole new generation of, and yeah. He did put Roman over on the way out too. Big body shit, but he's a goat. Nothing can take away from being. It's like Hulk Hogan breaking kayfabe, and it's like, or Terry Funk breaking kayfabe. You know, like it does rub me the wrong way too. I'm not fucking sitting here going like just putting it on Danielson, but I don't like that AEW gives him, at our press scrum, let's just fucking totally break. And guys, I don't like when WWE does it either. I don't like after the Mountain Dew shit that fucking Bray Wyatt comes out there and fucking talks about it after. I didn't like that, RIP, but I don't like that either. I like when Cody sits up there and tries to keep it a shoot or a work shoot work. I like that. I like Christian coming up, staying in character. I'm rambling on this. It's a 1,000,000-hour long episode, but it has to be said.
Dominic D'Angelo inside the ropes. I kind of wanted to get your perspective too. The ending of that match was pretty epic in a lot of ways and reflected Steve Austin at WrestleMania 13. Kind of wanted to get your guys' vibe on Ricky Starks, kind of establishing himself maybe as a top star moving forward, Brian. And as a quick follow-up, last time I asked you about the books you're reading, what are you currently reading?
Oh, gosh.
What are you currently reading? You're not his friend, A, and B. I just wanted to ask you about Ricky Starks and what books are you reading? No, you didn't just want to ask him about Ricky Starks because he answered that question just before in the last question. He put Ricky Starks over and said he carries the ball, and when you give him an opportunity, he stands out, blah, 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 blah. So he already said that question, but you're such a mark friend, bad reporter, and that's why you're in this room in the first place, and they're just cultivating an echo chamber bubble, and you're just sitting in there saying this, and you didn't even listen to him answer your question. You didn't have a backup question. You just want to ask him about his books and be a fucking mark. I can't stand this, and this is why PWT is the top pot in. This is why we have the best listeners, and people are we just divert that whole dumb shit and go, first off, you didn't even listen. I'm going to dissect the reporters in this bitch, guys. We're watching you. Be ready. PWT's on the case. Paul Nolan's watching, baby. Paul Nolan reports, baby.
Paul Nolan.
Yeah, shout out Paul Nolan, baby.
It's not house.
UK branch.
It's not house. Don't you dare call it house music.
On me, like trades and sports, it's sometimes everything's in, two parties' hands or multiple parties' hands in this case. So I would love to use Final Countdown again. Hopefully we can keep working it out.
They mark out over the music. Yeah. Imagine, would Vince ever sit there and mark out over the music they got to use?
Yeah, Nicki Minaj or something. Yeah.
And
Tony, I own that.
Tony starts talking about like, yeah, we're on the plane.
Willing to give to other wrestlers and give to the sport than Bryan Danielson. And I think that's why his legacy is going to endure forever. He's one of the greatest wrestlers ever. I love working with Bryan. This year, especially, have gotten to spend more time with him, getting to know him better and better, and really love to bounce ideas off him and talk to him every week about stuff. I think my travel schedule and the work schedule I keep up is so ridiculous that for a few weeks Bryan flew with me, and I think that was ill-fated. He couldn't keep up with the ridiculous pace that is me, and he made a really good recommendation to me. It's for me to get a production. I don't know what the best word to use is, but somebody to help me as a coordinator, who travel with me, help me keep myself organized, like an organizer.
Listen to this though. He's got someone to travel with and keep him organized, and that's what Daniel recommended. And Daniel, who's friends with Jimmy Jacobs, obviously, Daniel recommended Jimmy Jacobs, and Daniel was flying on the plane to be that guy. So you guys have to understand what's going on here. This is the biggest news every time the Revolution, they go, Tony Khan goes, we're becoming more like we're doing more WWE hour-to-hour format, da-da-da-da-da. And then a month later, they're going, oh, do you guys notice it's WWE? None of these reporters are reporting on real shit. They just want their clickbait garbage. William Regal and CM Punk. And I saw a headline, Punk did more than just lunge at Tony Khan. It's like, you guys still aren't over this. Tony Khan's telling you guys that Jimmy Jacobs is his Bruce fucking Pritchard, and he's training, and he told his dad, God forbid one of these private plane rides fucking crashes into the Appalachia, into a fucking flyover state. Fucking Danielson is going to be the one in charge of AEW, is what he's told his father. Do you not understand the implications of what's being said here? It's crazy. So, I don't know, like, no news sites, none of the dirt sheets, no journalists ran with this. They're just talking about it today. It's like, fuck you guys. It's crazy. You know what I mean? Sorry, we're going to continue along with this, but Khan is really building his squad of people. And so there's going to be the for lifers, man. And I think this is going to turn into some TNA type shit. I think a Dixie Carter type. I don't know. This is the biggest news ever. And this is why Danielson, I think, is okay to just put this shit over and be like, fuck it. Just have fun. My final years, I'll do whatever I want. Wrestle the guys I want. Fuck it.
Good for him.
Yeah,
man.
good for him, man. Good for him and his family.
Work with me because I do so much. And I do so much stuff. And somebody who comes up with really good ideas, somebody who's also really selfless and has the same spirit. And that was Jimmy Jacobs. And Jimmy came in. It was Brian's idea. Jimmy flies everywhere with me, everywhere I go. And it was a great idea by Brian because now I have somebody who goes everywhere. He moved to Jacksonville, and the big backyard that is Jacksonville, Florida, where I do have all the booking. He's, to have somebody I can fly in and out of every show with. It's really great. It was a great suggestion for Brian, and I think it probably helped you get back to the good work-life balance for you, where you don't have to fly everywhere with me every show. But I think it's been really good this year because we added Collision. So going from 3 hours a week of wrestling television to 5 hours is a major, major leap. And now we've been doing more events. Last year, we stepped it up. We had done 4 pay-per-views the year before. And last year, we added Forbidden Door. That was a huge success, biggest debut of any of the events. But somebody who was supposed to be a huge part of the event was Brian. So it really meant a lot to me this year to be able to have Brian involved in Forbidden Door, have the show be even bigger.
I don't know. He's talking about Forbidden Door now. Basically, man, that's the gist of it. That's all the key stuff. And yeah, I don't know, man. It's going to be cool to see, I guess, where AEW goes moving forward in the future. I don't know. We're still going to review it. We're going to give it some time, give it some chance. Not like it's fucking all hopes out the window, but I'll definitely watch the pay-per-views, but I don't know how much more of like just weird booking and shit I can fucking stand. Shout out, like, their pay-per-views are always good, and shout out Jimmy Jacobs and Danielson. I'm not hating on that. And you know what, man? I do like what Tony Khan was saying there. He's like, work-life balance, like quality of work-life balance. And he does care about that. And that costs money. That costs companies money to treat employees well and the best you possibly can. And that's what he's interested in doing. And ultimately, if it's, people are like, it's billions of dollars, but let's say he spends $1 billion and then over the course of 10 years, he makes it back. It takes him 20 years to make it back. Let's say it's just a sustainable company that everyone gets paid and it does make money, but in the grand scheme of his overall giant conglomerate that his family has, it doesn't make money in the grand. It kind of loses the money, but it makes its money and pays the boys and shit. I'm cool with that, man. I'm not going to hate on that. So hopefully it gets better. It should be all sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows with CM Punk out of there. Yes. We shouldn't hear nothing about Britt Baker bullying Thunder Rosa and that type of shit, right? We shouldn't hear nothing about Eddie Kingston and Andrade having to smack motherfuckers, right? There's no other drama that happened. It was just Punk, right? That made it like a fucking high school, right? So now that he's out of there, no more bullshit, right? Sorry, go ahead.
It's going to be interesting to hear their new excuses now that CM Punk's their scapegoat's gone.
Okay, this is the longest episode ever. We hope you guys enjoyed it. Check out the Discord, check out the Patreon, patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes if you want. And you guys, we're rolling. We want 1,000 subs by Christmas. We're rolling. We're getting to 700. You guys are the fucking best. We love you so much. Phil Marks out. Yeah. Hairline out.
Shout out to the Patreons.
Yeah, top listeners out. Ashley V and you know your name, Rico Rodriguez, Reggie. We love you guys so much. Thanks for tuning in. Subscribe, like, all that good shit. Bye.
He's done. Those done. Bye, Phil.